Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the reincarnated sage god who trained the S-rank hunters Naruto x Hae-In solo leveling. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. Echoes of the Past. The digital alarm clock flashed 5:30 a.m. in angry red digits, but Minato Jin Namikaze had already been awake for nearly an hour, staring at the ceiling of his modest apartment. The same dream again. Unfamiliar faces, impossible abilities, and an overwhelming sense of purpose that vanished upon waking, leaving only fragmented images and a hollow ache in his chest. Jin rolled from his bed and crossed to the window, pulling aside the curtain to reveal Seoul's skyline gradually materializing through the morning mist. Towering buildings gleamed in the distance, their reflective surfaces catching the first hints of sunrise. Closer, in his neighborhood of Itaewon, life was already stirring, early commuters hurrying to beat rush hour, street vendors setting up their stalls, and the occasional hunter returning from overnight dungeon clearances. Hunters. Jin watched a trio walking down the street, their gear marking them as clearly as any uniform. The tallest carried a massive sword strapped to his back, while his companions moved with the unnaturally fluid grace that came with awakened abilities. People gave them a wide berth, part respect, part fear. N years since the first gate appeared in Moscow. 8 years since the Hunter Association established its global presence. 6 years since monster breakouts became common enough that elementary schools ran drills for them alongside fire and earthquake protocols. And still, Jin felt like an outsider looking in on a world that had fundamentally changed while somehow leaving him behind. Another day in paradise, he muttered, pressing his forehead against the cool glass. Jin's morning routine never varied. 40 minutes of intense exercise, a cold shower, a simple breakfast of rice, grilled fish, and vegetables. Then the commute to his job at Hankook Security Systems. He'd managed to carve out a quiet existence in a world increasingly defined by the extraordinary. At 25, he'd accept his place among the vast majority of humanity, the unawakened, the ordinary. Yet the dreams persisted. The subway car lurched and swayed as Jin scrolled through news headlines on his phone. Another S-rank dungeon discovered in Busan. Hunter casualties in a mid-level breach in Thailand. The ongoing political debate about international jurisdiction over dungeon resources. A profile of Sung Jin-woo, Korea's most famous hunter. Following his latest impossible achievement. Jin's thumb hovered over that last article. Something about Sung Jin-woo's eyes in the accompanying photograph struck a chord within him, like recognizing someone he'd taught long ago. Which was absurd. Jin had never met the man, much less instructed him. Next station. Gangnam, announced the automated voice as Jin Pak etcd his phone and gathered his belongings. The doors slid open to reveal the usual morning crowd, but something felt off. The air pressure seemed wrong, carrying a faint metallic scent that triggered an instinctive alertness Jin couldn't explain. He stepped onto the platform, scanning the area with unusual intensity. Nothing visibly amiss. Just commuters rushing to their destinations, eyes glued to phones or staring vacantly ahead. Yet Jin couldn't shake the sensation crawling up his spine, a warning signal flaring in his consciousness. Danger. The thought materialized with such clarity had Jin nearly looked around for whoever had spoken. But it wasn't a voice, it was something deeper, more primal. He changed direction, moving against the flow of pedestrian traffic, following the increasing pressure in the air. 3 blocks from the station, Jin found himself standing before an unassuming office building. Emergency vehicles had already cordoned off the area, and he spotted the distinctive uniforms of the Hunter Association's response team. A gate had formed inside. He could feel it now, the wrongness emanating from within the structure. "Sir, you need to evacuate this area immediately," a police officer said, attempting to herd Jin along with other onlookers. "What rank?" Jin asked, the question emerging before he could consider why he cared. The officer hesitated. D rank, according to initial assessment. Hunters are already inside. Please move back. D rank, the lowest classification, typically managed by novice hunters. So why did his instincts scream that something was catastrophically wrong? A tremor shook the ground. The officer's radio crackled with panicked voices. Jin watched the Hunter Association personnel exchange alarmed glances, their postures shifting from routine procedure to genuine concern. Misclassification. Repeat. Misclassification. Gate is fluctuating. Possible C or B rank monsters emerging. Another tremor, stronger this time. The building's windows shattered outward in a deadly spray of glass. Screams erupted as civilians fled. The police line broke as officers scrambled to maintain order. Jin stood motionless, watching as reality fractured. The building's lobby exploded outward, and through the dust and debris emerged creatures that had no business existing in this world. Insectoid forms with too many limbs scuttled across rubble. Humanoid figures with elongated arms and knife-like fingers loped after fleeing civilians. Above them all loomed something massive, a chitinous monstrosity that resembled a scorpion crossed with a human. Its multiple eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. Gate collapse, someone shouted. Full breach. The response team hunters engaged immediately, but Jin could see they were outmatched. These weren't D-rank hunters facing C-rank monsters, these were novices suddenly confronted with high-level predators. The massacre began almost instantly, hunters thrown aside like rag dolls, civilians caught in the chaos. Jin's body moved before his mind processed the decision. He sprinted toward a young woman frozen in terror as one of the knife-fingered creatures bore down on her. Mething hot and electric surged through his veins, a familiar power he'd never used yet somehow remembered intimately. Time seemed to slow as Jin interposed himself between the monster and its prey, catching its descending arm with a strength he shouldn't possess. Run! He shouted to the woman, who snapped from her paralysis and fled. The creature's face, if such a term applied to its misshapen features, registered something akin to surprise as Jin not only stopped its attack but began pushing it backward. Surprise turned to rage as it brought its other arm around in a vicious arc. Jin dodged with inhuman speed, the movement feeling like muscle memory from a lifetime of combat training he'd never received. His body flowed through unfamiliar yet perfectly natural forms, each motion precise and purposeful. The monster howled as Jin delivered a punishing kick to its midsection, sending it crashing into a concrete barrier. He had no weapon, no hunter training, no awakened abilities, yet something ancient stirred within him, guiding his actions with absolute certainty. More creatures converged on his position, drawn by the defeat of their companion. Jin's awareness expanded, tracking multiple threats simultaneously. He moved through them like water, redirecting attacks, exploiting openings, his hands forming strange configurations that felt like a language his body remembered while his mind struggled to translate. What the hell is he doing? A voice cut through Jin's combat focus, a Hunter Association officer watching from what he thought was a safe distance. Saving your asses, Jin muttered. Though no one could hear him. The scorpion-like monstrosity turned its attention toward Jin, evidently recognizing him as the primary threat. It reared back, venom dripping from serrated mandibles. Jin felt his heartbeat steady, time dilating as the creature lunged. Use your chakra, asterisk. The thought wasn't his own, or perhaps it was, from some buried part of his consciousness. Chakra. The word resonated like a bell struck within an empty cathedral, echoing through hidden chambers of memory. Jin raised his right hand, palm out. Energy gathered there, swirling and condensing into a spiraling sphere of blue light. The technique formed without conscious direction, emerging from muscle memory and instinct. Rasengan, he whispered, the name appearing in his mind unbidden. The monster impaled itself on the whirling energy sphere. Its chitinous armor, which had deflected conventional weapons from the other hunters, offered no resistance against Jin's attack. The creature's momentum carried it forward, the Rasengan drilling through its body before detonating in a controlled explosion that scattered its remains across the rubble-strewn street. Silence fell, punctuated only by the distant wail of sirens. The remaining monsters retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the collapsed building. Jin stood amid the destruction, the blue energy fading from his hand, leaving him suddenly exhausted and disoriented. Who? He gasped, staring at his palm where impossible power had manifested moments before. What was that? The dream images flashed through his mind. With new clarity. A young man with whisker marks on his cheeks, wearing a headband with a stylized leaf symbol, standing before enemies with the same spiraling energy sphere in his hand. But it wasn't just a dream character. It was him. It had always been him. You. Don't move. Jin looked up to find himself surrounded by Hunter Association personnel, their weapons trained on him. Among them Stu, a woman whose presence immediately commanded his attention. She was shorter than most of the men around her, but the authority in her posture made her seem taller. Dark hair framed a face that managed to appear both delicate and unyielding. The sword at her hip wasn't drawn, but her hand rested on its hilt with familiar ease. Most striking were her eyes. They studied him with an intensity that suggested she was seeing beyond his physical form, assessing something invisible to others. She approached while her colleagues maintained their distance, stopping a few paces from Jin. "Identify yourself," she said, her voice carrying the crisp edge of someone accustomed to being obeyed. "Namikaze Minato Jin," he answered, his own voice sounding strange to his ears. "I work at Hankuk Security. I was just passing by when." "You're not a registered hunter." Not a question but a statement of fact. "No, I'm not." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Then explain what you just did." Jin looked at his hand again, still feeling phantom traces of the energy that had flowed through it. "I can't." The woman stepped closer, close enough that Jin noticed a subtle change in her expression, surprise, perhaps curiosity. She inhaled slightly, as if testing the air around him. "What's your name?" Jin asked, a sudden boldness overcoming his confusion. Her eyebrow arched at his presumption. Hae-In, S-Rank Hunter, Association Special Response Division. She tilted her head slightly. "You're coming with us, Namikaze SSI. The association has questions for you." "Am I under arrest?" "That depends on your answers." Her gaze flickered to the scorpion creature's remains. "And whether you can explain how an unregistered civilian just took down a B-rank monster with an energy technique that doesn't match any known hunter ability." Jin didn't resist as two hunters flanked him, carefully avoiding direct contact as they escorted him toward an unmarked vehicle. Hae-In followed, maintaining a strange distance, not fearful, but cautious, as if he represented a puzzle she couldn't immediately solve. As they drove away from the scene, Jin caught a final glimpse of the destruction in the rearview mirror. Something about the broken building and scattered debris triggered another flash of memory, a village in ruins, buildings reduced to splinters, and overwhelming grief. But it wasn't Seoul. The architecture was different, older, constructed of wood rather than concrete and steel. Konoha, asterisk his mind supplied, though the word meant nothing to him. Jin closed his eyes, attempting to quiet the storm of images and sensations. The car smelled of leather and the faint metallic scent that clung to all hunters, remnants of mana usage and dungeon residue. Except Hae-In carried a different scent. Something Jin couldn't identify but found oddly nostalgic, like a forest after rainfall. The Hunter Association headquarters occupied a towering structure in downtown Seoul, its facade of reflective glass revealing nothing of the activities within. Jin was escorted through security checkpoints with efficiency that suggested this wasn't the first time they'd brought in someone under unusual circumstances. The interrogation room defied expectations. Rather than the stark, intimidating space portrayed in films, Jin found himself in a comfortably appointed office. One wall featured screens displaying data he couldn't interpret. Another held framed photographs of hunters standing victorious over fallen monsters. The centerpiece was a large desk of polished wood, behind which sat a man in his 50s. White-haired but radiating vitality. "Namikaze Minato Jin," the man said, consulting a tablet. Born in Osaka to Korean-Japanese parents, moved to Seoul at age 10 after their deaths in a car accident. Raised by your maternal grandmother until her passing 3 years ago. Bachelor's degree in computer security from Seoul National University. Currently employed at Hankuk Security Systems as a network security specialist. He set down the tablet and studied Jin with penetrating eyes. "Absolutely nothing in your background suggests you should be able to do what witnesses saw you do today." Jin remained silent, unsure how to respond to information that was simultaneously correct and yet felt fundamentally wrong, as if describing someone else's life. "My name is Director Park," the man continued. "I oversee hunter evaluations and classifications for the Korean branch. In my 15 years with the association, I've never seen an unawakened civilian spontaneously manifest S-rank combat abilities. S rank. Jin echoed, surprised. The energy technique you used to destroy the Venom Manticore. Our sensors registered power comparable to high A or low S rank hunters. Park leaned forward, which brings us to the obvious question. Who are you really, Namikaze SSI? I'm exactly who your file says I am, Jin replied, the defensiveness in his tone surprising even himself. Then explain what happened today. Jin hesitated, weighing how much to reveal about experiences he himself didn't understand. I've been having dreams. For years now. Someone else's life. Someone with abilities like what I did today. But they were just dreams. Until the moment I needed them not to be. Director Park's expression remained unreadable. What triggered this awakening? People were dying. I just reacted. A soft knock interrupted them. The door opened to reveal Hae-In, who entered without waiting for acknowledgement. You requested my assessment, Director, she said. Her eyes briefly meeting Jin's before focusing on her superior. Indeed. What did you sense? Hae-In's gaze returned to Jin, that same analytical intensity from earlier. He's unlike any hunter I've encountered. The energy signature is completely different from mana. It doesn't. She paused, seemingly searching for the right words. It doesn't smell like a hunter. Jin frowned. Smell. Director Park sighed. Hunter Cha possesses a unique sensitivity. She can detect and distinguish mana signatures through olfactory perception. Most hunters produce scents she finds unpleasant. That's putting it mildly, Hae-In murmured. And me? Jin asked, suddenly curious. Her expression shifted subtly. Discomfort, perhaps embarrassment. You don't trigger the same response. Your energy is different, almost like. She stopped, shaking her head slightly. It's not relevant. What matters is that whatever power you're using, it's not the same system that hunters utilize. Director Park tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. Hunter Cha, would you be willing to oversee Namikaze's evaluation? Surprise flickered across her features before she controlled it. Sir, that's not my department. I'm field operations, not assessment. Precisely why I'm asking. Your sensitivity gives you insight others lack. And given the unusual nature of his abilities, I'd prefer our most capable hunter be involved. Jin watched the exchange with growing unease. Don't I get a say in this? Both turned to him, Park with amusement, Hae-In with something closer to irritation. Of course, Park replied smoothly. You're not being conscripted, Namikaze SSI. But unregistered use of abilities at your apparent level is technically illegal. Joining the association, at least temporarily for evaluation, would resolve that issue. Quote, and if I refuse, then we'd be forced to consider whether you represent a public safety concern. Park's tone remained pleasant, but the threat was clear. Jin considered his options. Return to his ordinary life and pretend today never happened. The power he'd accessed, the memories stirring beneath the surface of his consciousness, they wouldn't simply disappear. And the dreams would continue. Perhaps intensify now that he'd touched whatever lay dormant within him. I'll cooperate with the evaluation, he said finally. But I want information in return. Help understanding what's happening to me. Director Park smiled. I believe we can accommodate that request. He turned to Hae-In. Please escort Namikaze SSI to temporary quarters. Assessment begins tomorrow morning. Hae-In nodded curtly, gesturing for Jin to follow her. They traversed long corridors in silence, passing hunters of various ranks. Jin noticed how they greeted Hae-In with deference bordering on reverence, while simultaneously maintaining physical distance from her. They're afraid of you, Jin observed as they entered an elevator. They're cautious, she corrected. My ability makes proximity uncomfortable for most hunters, but not for me. The elevator doors closed, leaving them in momentary isolation. Hae-In studied him, her composure slipping just enough to reveal genuine curiosity. No, she admitted. Not for you. I don't understand why. That makes two of us, Jin said with a humorless smile. Today's the first time I've ever consciously used whatever this power is. You expect me to believe that? I don't particularly care what you believe, Hunter Cha. But it's the truth. The elevator stopped, opening onto a residential floor Jin hadn't known existed within the association building. Hae-In led him to a door marked with the number 714. These are temporary accommodations for hunters between assignments, she explained, activating the door with her ID card. You'll find everything you need inside. Don't attempt to access restricted floors. Your card only works for common areas in this room. Jin accepted the key card she offered. When does this evaluation begin? Quote, 0600 hours. I'll come for you. She turned to leave, then hesitated. That technique you used, what did you call it? Jin blinked, surprised she'd heard his whispered word during the chaos. Rasengan. Rasengan, she repeated, testing the syllables. What does it mean? Spiraling sphere, he answered automatically, then frowned. I don't know how I know that. Hae-In nodded as if his confusion merely confirmed something she'd already suspected. Get some rest, Namikaze SSI. Tomorrow will be challenging. She departed without further explanation, leaving Jin alone with thoughts that increasingly felt like memories belonging to someone else. The room was spartanly furnished but comfortable. A bed, desk, small kitchenette, and bathroom. Through the window, Seoul continued its daily rhythm, oblivious to the personal earthquake reshaping Jin's understanding of himself. He showered, washing away the dust and sweat from the morning's events. Then examined himself in the steamed mirror. Same face he'd always known. Dark eyes, strong jawline, hair the color of wheat fields. Yet somehow it felt like a mask worn over his true identity. Jin pressed his palms against the cool surface of the mirror, leaning forward until his forehead touched the glass. Who are you? He whispered to his reflection. Sleep came reluctantly that night, but when it finally claimed him, the dreams returned with unprecedented clarity. A boy with sun-bright hair and ocean-blue eyes, marked with whisker-like scars on each cheek, stands before a village hidden among massive trees. He wears orange and black, a metal headband gleaming on his forehead. People call him Naruto. Asterisk. The scene shifts. The boy is older now, a young man facing impossible enemies with determination that never wavers. He draws on power that manifests as golden light, extending a hand to form the same spiraling sphere Jin had created earlier that day. Asterisk. Another shift. An older man now, still recognizable as the boy from before, though weathered by time and responsibility. He sits cross-legged atop a mountain, surrounded by disciples who listen with reverence as he speaks of chakra, of balance, of the responsibility that comes with power. Asterisk. Final scene. The man, ancient now but still vital, performs a complex ritual. The world isn't ready, he says to someone unseen. Knowledge must be preserved until the time comes again. His hands form intricate patterns, seals, Jin somehow knows, and light engulfs everything. Asterisk. Jin awoke gasping, sweat-soaked sheets tangled around him. The digital clock on the bedside table read 3:17 a.m. Outside, Seoul's skyline glittered against the night sky, so different from the village of wooden buildings and monument faces carved into mountainsides. Naruto, he whispered, testing the name. It felt right on his tongue, like a key fitting into a lock long rusted shut. Unable to return to sleep, Jin spent the remaining hours before dawn attempting to recreate what he'd done during the monster attack. He started with the hand positions, signs, his dream memory supplied, forming them carefully while focusing on the energy he'd felt flowing through him. Nothing happened for the first hour. Then, just as frustration threatened to overwhelm him, Jin felt it, a stirring beneath his breastbone, a warmth spreading through his limbs. He looked down to see faint blue light tracing patterns beneath his skin, following pathways he somehow recognized. Chakra network, he murmured, another piece of knowledge surfacing from the depths. Not the meridians of traditional medicine, not the mana channels hunters utilized, but something more fundamental, energy pathways that connected body, mind, and spirit. By the time Hae-In arrived precisely at 6 a.m., Jin had managed to concentrate his chakra enough to walk up the wall of his room and stand on the ceiling, defying gravity through perfect energy control. He dropped lightly to the floor as she entered, catching her momentary expression of astonishment before her professional mask returned. Interesting warm-up routine, she commented dryly. Jin smiled for what felt like the first time in days. Just testing a theory. Save it for the assessment team. She gestured toward the door. They're waiting. The evaluation facility occupied an entire underground level O.F. the association headquarters, a vast space divided into various testing zones. Scientists in lab coats monitored equipment while combat instructors observed from elevated platforms. Jin noted with MILD surprise that his arrival caused quite a stir, conversations halting as heads turned in his direction. Our anomaly has attracted attention, Hae-In explained, noticing his reaction. News travels fast, especially when it involves an unregistered civilian dropping a B-rank monster with an unknown technique. A man approached them, distinguished from the scientists by his practical clothing and the easy confidence of his movements. Gray streaked his hair, and a mask covered the lower half of his face, ostensibly a medical precaution, but something about it struck Jin as habitual rather than necessary. Namikaze SSI, the man said, his visible eye crinkling in what might have been a smile. I'm Kai, I'll be overseeing your physical assessment today. He nodded to Hae-In. Hunter Cha, thank you for the escort. I understand Director Park has requested your observations throughout the process. Correct, she confirmed. I'll maintain distance to avoid interference with the instruments. Kai turned back to Jin. Before we begin with the physical tests, our researchers would like to establish some baselines. Would you object to a brief examination? The tests that followed were anything but brief. Blood draws, tissue samples, brain activity monitoring, electrical impedance measurements. The scientists approached Jin with the barely contained excitement of researchers encountering a new species. Throughout it all, Kai observed with peculiar intensity, while Hae-In maintained her distance, occasionally making notes on a tablet. Remarkable, murmured one researcher, studying a display that meant nothing to Jin. His energy signature doesn't register on standard manometrics at all. It's as if he's operating on an entirely different system. Because he is, Kai said quietly. The statement drawing surprised looks from the scientific team. Continue with the physical assessment. I believe that will prove more illuminating. The combat evaluation began with basic physical benchmarks: strength, speed, reflexes, endurance. Jin exceeded normal human parameters in every category, though not to the degree of awakened hunters. It was in the combat simulations that the true difference became apparent. Presented with training dummies designed to withstand hunter-level attacks, Jin instinctively channeled chakra to enhance his strikes. The first dummy shattered under an open palm hit that left the assessment team murmuring in speculation. Interesting technique, Kai commented. Not raw power so much as perfect application of force at the exact structural weak point. Can you explain your approach? Jin hesitated, unsure himself. I can see the flow of energy. Not just in myself, but in everything. Objects, people, the air itself. He flexed his fingers, blue energy briefly visible around them. It's like reading a schematic that shows exactly where and how to apply pressure. Try something more complex, Kai suggested, a challenge evident in his tone. Something beyond pure physical enhancement. Jin nodded, centering himself as he had during the morning's practice. The chakra flow came more easily now, responding to his will rather than just instinct. He formed 3 hand signs in rapid succession: tiger, boar, ox, feeling the energy transform as he molded it. Water style. Water bullet technique, he announced, the name appearing in his mind as naturally as his own. Jin exhaled forcefully, and a compressed sphere of water materialized from the moisture in the air, launching toward the target with enough force to punch through its reinforced center. Silence fell over the observation deck. Even Hae-In had abandoned her pretense of detached professionalism, staring at Jin with undisguised astonishment. He created matter, one scientist whispered. That's not mana manipulation. He literally transformed energy into physical water. Kai seemed less surprised than satisfied, as if confirming a long-held theory. Try another element, he suggested. Jin complied, moving through different techniques: earth, fire, wind, each demonstration more confident than the last. It wasn't just combat abilities. He found he could create clones of himself, transform his appearance. Even walk on walls and ceilings as he'd practiced earlier. Enough, Kai finally said, raising a hand. I think we've established that Namikaze sees abilities don't conform to conventional hunter classification. Then what is he? Demanded one of the combat instructors. Kai's gaze met Jin's across the training floor, something like recognition passing between them. That's the wrong question, he said quietly. The question isn't what he is, but who he was. The day's evaluation concluded with no definitive classification. Jin returned to his temporary quarters exhausted but exhilarated, his mind buzzing with techniques and memories that continued to surface with each new application of chakra. He stood at the window, watching evening descend over Seoul, when a knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Hae-In stood in the hallway, no longer in her official Hunter Association uniform but dressed in civilian clothes, dark jeans and a simp Le blue sweater that somehow made her seem both more approachable and more striking. Hunter Cha, Jin greeted her, surprise evident in his voice. I didn't expect a follow-up so soon. This isn't official, she replied. May I come in? Quote. Jin stepped aside, curious about this unexpected visit. Hae-In entered, surveying the room briefly before turning to face him. The association is divided on how to proceed with you, she said without preamble. Some want to classify you as a new type of hunter. Others think you should be studied as an anomaly. A few consider you a potential threat. And you, what do you think? She considered him for a long moment. I think you're as confused about your nature as we are. But I also think you knew exactly what you were doing during that fight. The techniques, the hand signs, the names you called out, those weren't improvised. Jin sighed, leaning against the wall. They feel like memories. But not mine, or rather, not this me. He gestured vaguely at himself. I see places I've never been, people I've never met, battles I never fought. But they're all so clear. Clearer than some of my actual memories. Reincarnation, Hae-In suggested, Sue. RP rising him with her willingness to entertain such a concept. Maybe, or something like it. Jin ran a hand through his hair in frustration. In the dreams, my name is Naruto. I'm a shinobi, a ninja, from a village called Konoha. I use chakra, not mana. I fight enemies with powers that make today's monsters seem tame in comparison. He met her gaze directly. And none of that should sound reasonable to me, yet it does. Hae-In didn't immediately dismiss his explanation, which itself was remarkable. There are theories about the gates, she said carefully. Some researchers believe they connect. Not just to monster realms but to other worlds entirely. Perhaps even other timelines. You think I'm somehow connected to these other worlds. I think there's a reason your energy feels familiar to me. She hesitated, then continued with uncharacteristic openness. My ability isn't just sensing mana. It's more specific than that. Most hunters smell wrong to me. Unpleasant. It's why I maintain distance from them. But not from me, Jin noted. No, your energy. This chakra, it smells like sunlight on forest leaves. Like something natural and right. She looked away, embarrassment coloring her features at the admission. There's only one other time I've encountered something similar. During an S-rank dungeon clearance, we found ancient ruins with inscriptions showing figures forming the same hand signs you used today. The energy residue there felt like yours, old, faded, but recognizable. Jin straightened, suddenly alert. Where were these ruins? A dungeon in northern Japan. Sendai region. The site was classified and sealed afterward. I need to see it, Jin said immediately. Hae-In's eyebrow arched. That's not possible. Only S-rank hunters with special clearance are permitted access to sealed sites. Then help me become one, he challenged. You saw what I can do. With training to refine these abilities. It's not that simple, she interrupted. Hunter ranks aren't just about power. They're about control, experience, proven judgment under pressure. You demonstrated remarkable abilities today, but that doesn't make you S-rank. Jin stepped closer, conviction hardening his voice. I need answers, Hunter Cha. These memories, these abilities, they're part of me, but I don't understand why or how. If those ruins might provide insights. I didn't come here to give you false hope. Hae-In said firmly. I came because Kai asked me to. Kai. Jin frowned. The examiner with the mask. She nodded. He wants to meet with you privately. Away from association monitoring, she held up a hand as Jin began to question her. Don't ask me why. He wouldn't explain, only insisted it was important and that I was the only one he trusted to deliver the message. When and where? Tomorrow night. There's a tea house in Insadong called Moonlight Pavilion. He'll meet you there at 9. Hae-In moved toward the door, having delivered her message, but paused with her hand on the handle. Namikaze SSI, whatever you're becoming, whatever these memories mean, be careful. The association isn't the only organization interested in unique abilities. With that cryptic warning, she departed, leaving Jin with more questions than answers. He returned to the window, watching Seoul's nightlife illuminate the darkness, wondering how many others like him might exist. People with memories and powers from worlds beyond the gates, hiding in plain sight among ordinary humanity. That night, his dreams took him deeper into Naruto's life, not just fragments now, but coherent sequences. He witnessed great battles, profound losses, moments of transcendent joy. He experienced the bond with friends willing to die for each other, the pain of betrayal, the sweet triumph of redemption. He felt the burden of leadership and the peace that came with wisdom earned through suffering. But most significantly, he dreamed of the period after Naruto's story should have ended, an epilogue unknown to any world. He saw himself, aged but powerful beyond comprehension, sensing a coming catastrophe that would require knowledge to be preserved across time itself. In this dream, Naruto performed a forbidden technique, dividing his consciousness and power into 3 parts across the time stream. The first remained in his original world to complete his natural life. The second would emerge generations later, when the walls between worlds began to thin, to prepare the way. The third would awaken when the barriers finally collapsed, carrying the complete knowledge necessary to face whatever emerged from between worlds. Jin awoke with absolute certainty. He was the third incarnation. The gates appearing worldwide weren't random events, they were symptoms of the very cataclysm Naruto had foreseen. And somewhere out there, the second incarnation had already lived and died, leaving behind disciples who had become the first generation of what this world called hunters. He dressed quickly, driven by newfound purpose. The meeting with Kai couldn't come soon enough. If his intuition was correct, the masked examiner knew far more than he had revealed, perhaps even recognized Jin for what he truly was. As morning light filtered through his window, Jin formed a familiar hand sign and summoned a clone of himself, a perfect duplicate that could think and act independently. The clone nodded in silent understanding of its purpose, to attend the day's association evaluation while the original Jin began his own investigation. While his clone cooperated with increasingly complex tests at the association headquarters, Jin moved through Seoul with new awareness. He could sense energy signatures now, not just the obvious flares of active hunters, but subtle patterns in ordinary citizens that suggested potential for awakening. More concerning were the occasional voids he detected, patches of negative energy that corresponded with gate activity. His wanderings brought him to a small museum tucked away in a historic district. Something pulled him there, an energy signature so faint it might have been imagination. Inside, a special exhibition featured artifacts recovered from early dungeon expeditions. Before the association established strict protocols for cultural preservation. Among glass cases of weapons and ceremonial items stood a scroll display that immediately captured Jin's attention. The ancient paper showed faded ink illustrations of figures forming hand signs identical to those Jin now used instinctively. The accompanying text identified them as ritualistic postures, from an unknown prehistorical combat tradition, discovered in various archaeological sites worldwide. Fascinating, aren't they? Jin turned to find an elderly curator observing him with shrewd eyes. The man's professional badge identified him as Dr. Yun. These postures appear across cultures separated by vast distances and time periods. Drive. Yun continued. Some scholars theorize they represent a unified global civilization predating recorded history, or knowledge that transcends world boundaries, Jin suggested quietly. Dr. Yun's eyebrows rose slightly. An interesting perspective. Are you a researcher, young man? Just someone with an interest in forgotten histories, Jin replied, studying the curator more carefully. There was something unusual about the old man's energy signature. Not quite chakra, not quite mana, but a harmonious blend that reminded Jin of his dreams about Naruto's intermediate incarnation. Some histories aren't forgotten so much as carefully preserved by those who understand their importance. Drive. Yun said, his casual tone belied by the intensity of his gaze. The association believes it discovered something new when the first gate appeared. But there have always been those who knew other worlds existed, who prepared for their eventual reconnection. Jin felt a chill of recognition. You're not just a curator. Dr. Yun smiled enigmatically. I've had many roles through the years. Currently, I safeguard knowledge until it's needed. He gestured toward an unmarked door. Perhaps you'd like to see our private collection. We have several artifacts that might interest someone with your perspective. Instinct told Jin to trust this strange old man. He followed Drive. Yun threw the door into a small research room lined with preservation cases. Inside each was an artifact that resonated with chakra energy: kunai knives, shuriken, scrolls covered in sealing formulas Jin somehow recognized. These weren't found in dungeons. Jin said with certainty. No, Doctor. Yun carefully lifted a worn headband from its case, the metal plate engraved with a symbol Jin instantly recognized, the stylized leaf of Konoha. These were left by the one who came before you. The second sage. Jin's breath caught. You knew him. I was his student. Drive. Yun confirmed. One of many scattered throughout the world, preparing for the time when the third would awaken. He held out the headband. He said you would come, though none of us knew when. The signs have been increasing. Gates appearing with greater frequency, monsters growing stronger. The barriers between worlds thinning. We've waited generations for your awakening, sage. Jin accepted the headband, running his fingers over the familiar symbol. I don't have all the memories yet. Just fragments. I don't fully understand my purpose. You will, Drive. Yun assured him. The second sage established our order to preserve the techniques and knowledge until they were needed again. We've maintained our vigil while adapting to each era, recently working from within institutions like museums, universities, even the Hunter Association itself. Kai, Jin realized suddenly. He's one of yours, Doctor. Yun nodded. One of our most dedicated. His position allows him to identify potential awakened ones, those who might carry fragments of awareness from the original world. How many are there? People like me. You are unique, sage. There are others with affinities, natural chakra users, reincarnated souls with partial memories, but you alone carry the complete legacy. The old man's expression grew grave. Which is why many will seek to control or eliminate you once your nature becomes known. The association is just one faction in a complex landscape of interests. Some worship the entities beyond the gates. Others seek to exploit their power. Few understand the true danger they represent. A subtle vibration interrupted them, Jin's phone signaling. A message from his clone at the association. The evaluation had taken an unexpected turn. Representatives from a multinational corporation called Orochi had arrived to observe his testing, displaying unusual interest in his chakra manipulation. Orochi, Drive, Yun said, reading the message over Jin's shoulder. They've suspected the truth longer than most. Their founder encountered the second Sag decades ago and has been obsessed with unlocking chakra's secrets ever since. He met Jin's gaze with urgent intensity. You must accelerate your preparation. Meet with Kai tonight as planned. He'll guide you to our primary sanctuary where you can safely recover more of your memories. And what about the Hunter Association? They're expecting me to continue evaluation. Your clone can maintain the deception temporarily. But be aware, S-rank hunters will eventually sense the energy discrepancy. Doctor. Yun returned the artifacts to their cases. Hae-In already suspects something different about you. Her sensitivity to energy signatures makes her both a potential ally and a concern. Jin thought of Hae-In's reaction to his chakra, her admission that it felt right to her when other hunters' energy repelled her. I think she could be trusted. Perhaps. Doctor. Yun didn't sound convinced. The second sage warned that loyalties would be complicated in this era. The association began with noble purpose but has become entangled with political and corporate interests. Even S-rank hunters are bound by obligations that might conflict with your mission. Which is what, exactly? Jin asked, frustration edging his voice. Everyone seems to know more about my purpose than I do. Doctor. Yun's expression softened with sympathy. The memories will come, sage. But I can tell you this much. The gates aren't naturally occurring phenomena. They're symptoms of deliberate incursions from entities the second sage called Otsutsuki, beings who consume worlds. The monsters are merely the furs. Chi wave. Tests of our defenses and harvests of energy. The true invasion approaches, and conventional hunter abilities won't be sufficient against them. The name Otsutsuki triggered a cascade of memoir. Wise, pale-skinned figures with inhuman eyes, godlike powers, and insatiable hunger for chakra. Jin steadied himself against a display case as the images threatened to overwhelm him. I remember them, he whispered. They nearly destroyed my world. Our world. Yes, Drive, Yun confirmed. And now they've found this one. The second sage prepared us as best he could, establishing chakra traditions had evolved into what hunters now call mana arts. But he knew it wouldn't be enough. The full power and knowledge of the sage would be needed when the barriers finally collapsed. Jin's phone vibrated again, another message from his clone. The Orochi representatives had requested a private demonstration of his abilities, away from association monitoring. Director Park was considering the request despite objections from Kai and, surprisingly, Hae-In. You need to leave, Drive. Yun said urgently. Your clone has served its purpose, but continuing this deception risks exposing you before you're ready. He pressed a small object into Jin's palm, a Magatama bead that hummed with stored chakra. This will help suppress your energy signature temporarily. Meet Kai as planned, then follow his guidance to our sanctuary. Jin pocketed the bead, feeling its resonance with his own chakra. And if the association comes looking for me, they will, Drive, Yun said grimly, along with Orochi and others who have sensed your awakening. The game has begun, Sage. From this moment forward, you must assume that every major power in this world knows something exists beyond conventional hunter abilities. And they will all seek to control it, control you, for their own purposes. As Jin prepared to depart, Drive, Yun clasped his shoulder with surprising strength for one so elderly. Remember this above all. The second sage entrusted humanity's fate to you, not to institutions or governments. Your path forward may require difficult choices about whom to trust and what sacrifices to make. Jin nodded, the weight of responsibility settling over him like a familiar cloak. He dispersed his clone, absorbing its memories and experiences from the association headquarters, the tests, the increasing interest from Orochi representatives. The growing suspicion from certain researchers about the nature of his abilities. Most surprisingly, he received the clone's memories of Hae-In arguing against Orochi's request for private access. Insisting that Jin's unique energy system required association protection rather than corporate exploitation. Her defense had seemed personal rather than procedural, drawing curious looks from her colleagues. As Jin slipped from the museum into Seoul's crowded streets, he activated the Magatama bead, feeling his chakra signature dim to near imperceptibility. Night was falling, the city transforming into a landscape of neon and shadow. In a few hours, he would meet Kai at the Moonlight Pavilion and take his first steps toward reclaiming his complete identity and purpose. A subtle disturbance in the air made him pause, not physical but energetic, a ripple in the ambient mana field that surrounded modern Seoul. Jin turned slowly, scanning the crowd until He spotted her across the street. Hae-In, out of uniform but unmistakable, her gaze locked directly on him despite the chakra-suppressing bead. Their eyes met across the distance, hers narrowing with confirmation. She had tracked him somehow, separate from his clone. The question in her expression was clear. Who are you really? Jin made no attempt to flee or hide. Whatever path lay ahead, whatever memories remained to be recovered, he sensed that Hae-In would play a significant role in the unfolding story. Whether as ally or adversary remained to be seen, but the connection between them transcended simple professional interest. As the crowds flowed between them, Jin lifted his hand in acknowledgement, not surrender, not defiance, but recognition of a fellow traveler in a journey that had only just begun. Then he turned and continued toward his appointment with Kai, feeling Hae-In's gaze follow him into the gathering darkness. Behind him, the first stars appeared in Seoul's night sky, mirroring the constellation arrangements from a world long lost to time. Above one particular museum housing artifacts from another reality, a formation took shape that Naruto Uzumaki would have recognized immediately, the celestial pattern known in shinobi lore as the Sage's Return. The wheels of destiny had begun to turn. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Awakening Powers. The Moonlight Pavilion nestled between modern high-rises like a secret from another era. Traditional wooden architecture with sweeping eaves stood defiant against glass and steel, its paper lanterns casting gentle amber light across the stone garden path. Jin approached cautiously, activating the Magatama bead to further suppress his chakra signature. 9 o'clock precisely when he stepped through the wooden archway. The interior maintained the illusion of antiquity. Low tables on tatami floors, calligraphy scrolls adorning walls, the gentle tinkling of a bamboo fountain. Despite the tranquil atmosphere, Jin immediately sensed subtle barrier techniques woven throughout the structure. Not hunter magic, but chakra seals, protection against both physical intrusion and energy detection. An elegant solution to modern surveillance. Kai appeared from a side room, still masked but dressed in traditional robes rather than his association uniform. The association relies on sophisticated mana detection systems, but they're blind to properly concealed chakra. Jin nodded toward the nearest seal, barely visible to trained eyes. 5-element barrier formation. I recognize the technique. Your memories continue to surface. Kai gestured toward a private room in the rear. Good. We have much to discuss and limited time. The private chamber contained only a small table, 2 cushions, and a tea service already steaming. Jin noted 7 additional protective seals hidden throughout the space, a containment system that would prevent even the slightest chakra flare from being detected outside. I assume you dispersed your clone, Kai said as they knelt at the table. Yes, though I'm curious how you knew about it. Kai's visible eye crinkled in what might have been amusement. The shadow clone technique has distinct energy patterns. Subtle, but recognizable to those trained to see them. He poured tea with practiced grace. More importantly, how much do you remember now? Jin accepted the cup, inhaling aromatic steam. Fragments. Growing clearer. I know I was Naruto Uzumaki. I know there was an intermediate incarnation, the second sage, who came to this world generations ago. I've met Drive, Yun. Ah, the old fox found you first. Kai sipped his tea without removing his mask, somehow managing the feat with remarkable dexterity. Yun was among the second sage's first disciples. His age is deceptive. Who are you in all this? A more recent adherent to the sage's teachings. Kai placed his cup down, his demeanor shifting from casual to intense. My grandfather encountered the Khan sage during what your world now calls World War II. He was a soldier, wounded and separated from his unit in the mountains of northern China. The sage healed him, taught him fundamental chakra techniques, and entrusted him with preserving that knowledge. And you followed in his footsteps. The tradition passed through our family. When my own chakra sensitivity emerged, I dedicated myself to the teachings. I joined the Hunter Association when it formed, recognizing it as both opportunity and threat, a way to monitor for signs of your awakening while preventing others from discovering the truth prematurely. Jin studied the masked man more carefully. Something about his mannerisms, his speech patterns, the careful way he measured his words, it triggered nebulous memories, connections not quite formed. Your mask isn't medical, Jin observed. No, Kai touched the fabric briefly. A personal choice, predating my association role. One day I'll explain its significance, but we have more pressing matters. Like who's hunting me? Jin set down his teacup. The association, Orochi Corporation, perhaps others. Why such interest in abilities they don't understand? Because power, regardless of its source, attracts those who wish to wield it. Kai leaned forward. The Hunter Association began nobly enough, a global response to the Gate crisis. But as with any institution, factions formed. Some see hunters as humanity's protectors, others as an evolutionary advancement that places them above ordinary humans. The ideological divide grows as hunter abilities develop and gates multiply. And Orochi, more dangerous than the association. Their founder, Kenzo Shimada, encountered evidence of the second sage during a dungeon exploration 30 years ago. He's been obsessed with chakra ever since, believing it superior to hunter mana techniques. His corporation officially develops hunter support technology, but their true research focuses on replicating chakra through artificial means. Jin processed this information, connecting it with memories from his clone's experiences at the association facility. They had unusual interest in my evaluations. Shimada has spies throughout the association. Once your abilities were displayed, Orochi's involvement was inevitable. Kai refilled their cups. But most concerning is what drew you to this world in the first place, the Otsutsuki threat. The name sent shivers through Jin's consciousness, triggering flashes of battles against pale-skinned, horned figures with inhuman powers. The gates, Jin murmured. They're not random phenomena. No, They're preliminary incursions, tests of this world's defenses and harvests of its energy. The monsters that emerge are merely foot soldiers or, in some cases, corrupt. Native life forms from dimensions already consumed. Kai's voice lowered. The second sage predicted that when enough gates had formed, when the barriers between dimensions had sufficiently weakened, the true Otsutsuki invasion would begin. How much time do we have? Difficult to determine. The process accelerates exponentially. 5 years ago, new gates appeared monthly. Now we record dozens weekly worldwide. Kai set his cup down with finality. The association believes they're containing the situation. They're merely managing symptoms while the disease progresses. Jin closed his eyes, concentrating on the fragments of memory floating through his consciousness. The hand he raised bore no visible marks, yet in his mind's eye, he could see a distinctive seal emblazoned on the palm. A gift from a sage even more ancient than himself. I need to recover the full extent of my memories and powers, he said finally. Dr. Yun mentioned a sanctuary. Yes, a hidden training ground established by the second sage, maintained by his disciples across generations. There you can safely accelerate your awakening without association or Orochi interference. Kai reached into his robe, extracting a small scroll sealed with wax. Coordinates and access instructions. Memorize them, then destroy the scroll. Jin accepted the document, channeling a touch of chakra to break the seal. The contents burned into his memory with perfect clarity. Location details for a remote site in the mountains north of Seoul, along with specific chakra sequences needed to disable protective barriers. I should leave tonight, Jin said. Resealing the scroll. No, your sudden disappearance would trigger immediate pursuit. We need a controlled exit. Kai's eye narrowed thoughtfully. Return to the association tomorrow. Participate in their evaluations for 3 more days. I'll arrange a training expedition that will allow us to divert to the sanctuary without raising immediate alarms. 3. YS gives Orochi more opportunities to interfere. It also gives us time to identify their agents within the association. Kai folded his hands deliberately. Furthermore, it allows you to evaluate potential allies. Not everyone who expresses interest in your abilities has nefarious purpose. Jin thought immediately of Hae-In, her unique sensitivity to energy signatures, her defense against Orochi's request for private access to him, her tracking him through Seoul despite his clone's deception. Hunter Cha, he said. You involved her in this meeting arrangement. You trust her. Trust is perhaps too strong a term. I recognize her potential value and her integrity. She functions outside the association's political factions, concerned primarily with hunter duties rather than power structures. Kai's expression became unreadable. More importantly, her unique sensitivity makes her immune to certain deceptions. If Otsutsuki agents have already infiltrated human institutions, Hae-In might be among the few capable of detecting them. She found me today, even with the suppression bead. Unsurprising. Her ability transcends conventional mana detection. Kai rose smoothly. Consider cultivating that connection, but cautiously. Association S ranks are heavily monitored. Her independence has limits. Jin stood as well, tucking the scroll into his jacket. Any other potential allies I should consider? One arrives tomorrow. A researcher hunter specializing in historical connections between mythology and dungeon phenomena. The association is bringing her in specifically to analyze your abilities from a historical perspective. Kai moved toward the door. Approach her with an open mind. Her insights might accelerate your memory recovery. Does this researcher have a name? Kai paused at the threshold, his visible eye reflecting something like amusement. Aiko Uzumaki. The name struck Jin like physical impact. Uzumaki. That's, yes, perhaps not coincidental. Kai slid open the door. Return to your quarters through separate routes. 3 association teams are currently searching for you throughout the district, concerned by your clone's disappearance. Use the Magatama to avoid detection. Jin nodded, mind still reeling from the revelation. What about Hae-In? She tracked me once already. Hunter Cha was reassigned an hour ago, emergency response to a gate manifestation in Incheon. A convenient development arranged by friends within the system. Kai offered a slight bow. 3 days. Namikaze SSI. After that, your true training begins. They parted without further conversation. Jin taking a circuitous path through Seoul's back alleys and side streets, the Magatama bead pulsing warmly against his skin as it continued suppressing his chakra signature. The night air carried the metallic scent that preceded rainfall, petrichor mixing with urban pollution and street food aromas. Seoul never truly slept, but its rhythms changed after dark. Business districts quieting while entertainment zones flared with neon energy. Jin found his thoughts returning to the name Uzumaki. In his fragmented memories, it represented not just Naruto's clan but a lineage of remarkable vitality, longevity, and sealing techniques. That someone bearing that name existed in this world, researching connections between mythology and dungeons, couldn't be mere coincidence. The association headquarters loomed ahead, its reflective exterior absorbing and refracting city lights. Jin bypassed the main entrance, instead approaching a service area where deliveries were processed. A service worker exited, the security door briefly open, long enough for Jin to slip inside with a subtle application of chakra to enhance his speed. Security cameras tracked the corridors, but Jin moved between their blind spots with practiced ease, another skill emerging from his fractured memories. He reached his assigned quarters without encountering personnel, slipping in C.D. and reactivating standard lighting to suggest he'd been present all along. 3 days to prepare. 3 days before beginning his true awakening at the sanctuary, Jin settled into meditation posture on the floor, focusing on the chakra flow through his body, coaxing forth more memories from the depths of his consciousness. Sleep claimed him sometime past midnight, dreams more vivid than ever, not just Naruto's experiences now, but glimpses of the second sage's life in this world, training disciples in remote mountains, establishing hidden repositories of knowledge, warning of threats that existed beyond conventional understanding, preparing the way for the third incarnation who would inherit the complete legacy when barriers between worlds finally collapsed. Jin awoke at dawn feeling both more certain of his purpose and more conflicted about his path forward. After a quick shower, he dressed in the standard association training uniform provided for evaluation participants, dark gray with blue accents. Designed for mobility and reinforced against minor impacts. A notification on his room's communication panel indicated his presence was requested in Evaluation Lab 3 at 0800 hours. Perfect timing to maintain the illusion that he'd never left. The laboratory occupied an entire wing of the association's research floor, a vast space filled with monitoring equipment, training apparatus, and various testing stations. Jin entered precisely on schedule, immediately noting increased security presence compared to previous sessions. Association guards positioned at each exit, their attention fixed firmly on him. Director Park approached with the practiced smile of an administrator managing a valuable asset. Namikaze SSI, good morning. I trust you rested well. Well enough, Jin replied neutrally. Excellent. We have an expanded evaluation agenda today. Park gestured toward a group of white-coated researchers preparing equipment. Your unique energy system has attracted significant academic interest. Our research division has prepared specialized tests to better understand its properties and potential applications. Jin recognized the underlying message. His ability ties had been reclassified from curious anomaly to strategic resource. The association was accelerating efforts to quantify and potentially replicate his chakra techniques. I'm happy to cooperate, Jin said, maintaining his cover. Though I'm still discovering these abilities myself. Of course, of course. Park led him toward the first testing station. We've brought in additional expertise to assist in contextualizing your capabilities. Historical perspective, energy system analysis, that sort of thing. Ah, here's one of our specialists now. A woman approached from across the laboratory, tablet in hand, engaged in conversation with a senior researcher. Her lab coat bore both association insignia and specialized research division patches. Dark hair fell in loose waves to her shoulders, contrasting with the crisp white of her professional attire. When she looked up, Jin felt recognition jolt through him despite never having met her in this life. Her eyes, a distinctive shade that shifted between violet and deep blue depending on the light, an Uzumaki trait, his memories supplied. Along with the vitality evident in her movements, the subtle undertone of her chakra signature that resonated with his own. Dr. Uzumaki, Director Park called. Allow me to introduce Namikaze Minato Jin, our unique case study. She approached with professional curiosity, though Jin immediately sensed something beyond academic interest in her assessment. Minato, she repeated, testing the name. Interesting choice. My parents selected it, Jin replied, watching her reaction carefully. Of course. She extended her hand. Aiko Uzumaki, Association Research Division, Historical Anomalies Section. Your abilities have caused quite the stir in academic circles, Namikaze SSI. Their handshake lasted precisely 3 seconds. But Jin felt it immediately, her chakra responding to his, a subtle resonance that confirmed his suspicions. She wasn't just academically interested in historical energy systems. She possessed trace amounts of chakra herself, however undeveloped. Dr. Uzumaki specializes in correlating mythological systems with dungeon phenomena, Director Park explained. He's particularly interested in the hand signs you use to focus your abilities. They appear in ancient artwork across multiple cultures, Aiko added, her professional demeanor not quite concealing her excitement. Cave paintings in France, tomb decorations in Egypt, ceramic vessels in Peru, all depicting figures forming identical hand positions despite no known cultural contact between these civilizations. Perhaps they had a common source, Jin suggested. Something flickered in her eyes, recognition of the implication. That's one theory we're exploring. The association has granted me access to observe your evaluation process and compare your techniques with historical records. Dr. Uzumaki will primarily observe today, Director Park interjected, clearly wanting to maintain control of the interaction. Now, shall we begin? The research team is eager to establish new baselines after yesterday's impressive demonstrations. The morning proceeded with increasingly complex evaluations. Researchers monitored Jin's chakra flow during various activities, from basic physical exercises to advanced technique applications. They seemed particularly fascinated by his ability to transform energy into physical elements. A process fundamentally different from Hunter's mana manipulation. Jin cooperated fully while carefully limiting his demonstrations to abilities he'd already revealed. Throughout the process, he remained aware of Aiko Uzumaki's intense observation, her note-taking more detailed and focused than the other researchers. During a brief rest period, she approached him directly, maintaining professional distance but speaking quietly enough to avoid being overheard. Your hand signs, she began without preamble. They match exactly with artifacts recovered from a Aled dungeon site in Hokkaido 3 years ago. Not similar, identical. Jin sipped water, considering his response. Perhaps the energy system I'm using isn't as unique as everyone believes. Maybe it's just been forgotten. That's precisely my theory. Her excitement broke briefly through her professional veneer. Historical evidence suggests a global energy manipulation system predating modern hunter techniques. The association classifies this as proto-mana theory, but I believe it was fundamentally different from contemporary mana applications. You call it chakra, Jin said, watching her reaction closely. The term visibly affected her, pupils dilating slightly, pulse quickening at her throat. Yes, that's the term found in surviving texts. Though the association prefers historic mana variant in official documentation. Before Jin could pursue this conversation further, alarms blared throughout the facility. Emergency lights activated, bathing the laboratory in pulsing red. Association personnel immediately shifted to alert status, researchers securing equipment while security personnel moved to defensive positions. Director Park rushed to a communication panel, his expression hardening as he received information. Class A emergency in progress. Gate destabilization detected in Gangnam Financial District. Multiple high-level entities emerging. All available hunters ordered to respond. Jin felt it immediately. A disturbance in the energy field surrounding Seoul, similar to what he'd sensed before the previous gate manifestation but exponentially stronger. This wasn't a routine monster emergence. Something was forcing its way through. I should help, he said, already moving toward the exit. Absolutely not, Director Park countered. You're an unclassified asset, not a registered hunter. You'll remain here under protection until the situation is contained. Jin locked eyes with the director. People will die if every capable fighter doesn't respond. You've seen what I can do. This isn't a negotiation, Namikaze SSI. Security will escort you to a containment level until the emergency concludes. Park gestured, and 4 armed guards moved to surround Jin. Aiko Uzumaki stepped forward unexpectedly. Director, with respect, we're facing a Class A emergency with most S-rank hunters deployed internationally. Namikaze SSI has demonstrated Comba T capabilities equivalent to high-rank hunters. Pragmatism should override protocol. Park hesitated, clearly weighing options against urgent necessity. The association cannot be responsible for an untrained civilian, regardless of natural ability. Then I'll take responsibility, came a new voice from the laboratory entrance. Jin turned to see Hae-In, combat ready in full hunter gear, her sword at her hip and her expression resolute. Blood spattered her armor, evidence of recent engagement. Hunter Cha, Park acknowledged with surprise. I thought you were assigned to the Inchin situation. Contained and secured, she strode forward, her attention briefly meeting Jin's before addressing Park. I've been redirected to the Gangnam emergency. All S ranks are being recalled. She glanced at Jin. If Namikaze has combat capabilities, I'll authorize his participation under my direct supervision. Park sputtered objections, but Hae-In cut him off with the authority her S-rank status afforded. This is an emergency deployment decision, which falls under field commander jurisdiction. I'm exercising that authority now. She turned to Jin. Can you fight? Yes, he answered simply. Then let's go. The situation deteriorates by the minute. Jin followed Hae-In toward the exit, aware of Aiko Uzumaki hurrying to join them. I'm coming too, the researcher announced. I have B-rank clearance and medical training. You'll need every available resource. Hae-In assessed Aiko briefly before nodding. Stay behind the combat line and focus on civilian evacuation. This isn't a research expedition. The trio departed amid Park's continued protests, rushing to the association's vehicle bay where emergency response transport awaited. As they sped toward Gangnam, Jin observed. The change in Hae-In, her previous professional distance replaced by focused intensity, the S-rank hunter in her element during crisis. The gate formed inside the Orochi Corporation's regional headquarters. She explained as their transport navigated emergency lanes. Initial reports indicate it's unlike standard manifestations. The energy signature is erratic, fluctuating between B and A rank patterns. Orochi, Jin repeated, exchanging glances with Aiko. Coincidental timing, possibly, Hae-In replied, though her tone suggested skepticism. They've been experimenting with gate detection technology. Perhaps it attracted unwanted attention. Seoul's streets had transformed into evacuation corridors, emergency services directing civilians away from the financial district while hunt. Our teams established perimeters around the danger zone. As they approached, Jin felt the disturbance intensifying, raw, chaotic energy tearing at the fabric between dimensions. The Orochi headquarters dominated the skyline ahead, 60 stories of steel and glass, now partially obscured by unnatural mist swirling around its upper levels. Occasional flashes of light indicated hunters already engaging entities within. Their transport stopped at the outer perimeter, where a command post had been established. Association coordinators managed deployment maps, directing hunters to strategic positions. While medical teams prepared for casualties, Hae-In moved directly to the command center, her S-rank status granting immediate attention. Situation report, she demanded. The coordinator, a weather-ed veteran with prosthetic arm replacements, gestured toward holographic displays. Gate formed on the 53rd floor, Orochi's Advanced Research Division. Initial containment failed when the gate exhibited unprecedented expansion behavior. Current classification oscillating between A and S rank potential entities. Multiple B ranks confirmed, at least 2 A ranks detected. Possibly an SR Ankh manifestation forming within the gate itself. The coordinator indicated casualty figures on an adjacent display. We've lost 6 hunters already, 12 more injured. Evacuation of lower floors proceeding. But approximately 200 personnel remain trapped above the 50th floor. Hae-In processed this information with calm efficiency. Available S ranks. You're the first to arrive. Min Ji-yun and Song Tae Woo are inbound, ETA 12 minutes. Unacceptable timeline. Hae-In turned to Jin. Those civilians don't have 12 minutes. What can you contribute to this situation? Jin closed his eyes briefly. extending his chakra awareness toward the building. The energy patterns crystallized in his perception, not just the gate's chaotic signature, but the distinctive flares of hunter combat. The frightened clusters of trapped civilians, and something else, something ancient and aware at the gate's center. I can create solid clones of myself, he said, opening his eyes. Multiple independent units that could assist with evacuation while we address the gate directly. Hae-In's expression didn't change, but Jin sensed her reassessment of his value. How many? Under current conditions, at least 20, possibly more. The coordinator scoffed. Hunter illusions don't have physical form. They can't evacuate civilians. These aren't illusions, Jin corrected. They're solid duplicates with independent action capability. Hae-In made her decision immediately. Do it. Create your clones and assign them to evacuation teams. You'll accompany me directly to the gate source. Jin formed the necessary hand sign, fingers crossed in the distinctive shadow clone pattern. Chakra surged through his network, dividing and replicating his essence into 20 perfect duplicates. Each possessing a portion of his chakra reserves and complete autonomy. The display drew stunned silence from association personnel, then erupted into urgent reorganization as team lead. RS incorporated this unexpected resource into their plans. Jin's clones integrated with evacuation units, receiving assignments before rushing toward the building's accessible entrances. Remarkable, Aiko whispered, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding emergency focus. True physical duplication, not energy constructs. The chakra distribution pattern is. Dr. Uzumaki, Hae-In interrupted sharply. Focus on your assignment. Join the medical response team and prepare for casualties. Aiko nodded, professional demeanor returning as she joined nearby medical personnel. Before departing, she caught Jin's gaze with an expression that clearly communicated, we have much to discuss later. Hae-In checked her equipment, the specialized sword at her hip, reinforced armor designed for high-level entity engagement. Communication devices linked to association command systems. Can you keep pace with an S rank? She asked Jin, no challenge in her tone, merely practical assessment. Yes. Then stay close. The building's standard access will be compromised. We'll use hunter deployment routes to reach the upper levels. She activated her communication link. Hunter Cha proceeding to gate source with specialized asset. Requesting continuous data relay on entity movements. They advanced through emergency cordons, reaching the building's exterior where specialized hunter teams established vertical access points, enhanced grappling systems for rapid ascent. Traditional hunters required such equipment, lacking Jin's ability to simply walk up vertical surfaces through chakra control. Follow exactly, Hae-In instructed as she engaged her ascension gear. Standard protocol is to establish a secure perimeter around the gate, then. Wait, Jin interrupted, extending his hand to stop her. Something's changed. The disruption in the energy field had shifted, no longer chaotic expansion but focused contraction. The gate wasn't growing, it was stabilizing, crystallizing. Around a central point that pulsed with purpose rather than random energy discharge. It's not a standard manifestation, Jin said urgently. Something intelligent is controlling the gate formation. Directing it, Hae-In's hand moved to her sword hilt, her posture instantly adjusting to this new information. Directed manifestation. That's theoretically impossible. Gates form through natural dimensional weaknesses. Not conscious intent, unless something understands how to manipulate those weaknesses. Jin's fragmented memories supplied concepts he couldn't fully articulate. We need to approach differently. If we appear as standard hunters, whatever's controlling this gate will respond with standard countermeasures. Hae-In considered him with narrowed eyes, professional skepticism warring with practical necessity. What do you suggest? I create an alternative entry point. Less direct, less detectable. Jin formed 3 rapid hand signs. Earth style. Tunneling technique. He pressed his palm against the building's concrete foundation. Chakra flowed through the structure, analyzing composition and stress points before creating a controlled passage through solid material, not by destroying it but by temporarily altering its molecular cohesion. This way, he said, entering the passage that spiraled upward through the building's support structures, avoiding main areas where entities would concentrate. Hae-In followed without hesitation, her hunter training overriding normal caution about impossible architectural manipulation. The association has no record of hunters capable of matter phase manipulation at this level, she commented as they ascended rapidly through solid construction materials. I'm not a hunter, Jin reminded her. Their path curved through maintenance systems, electrical conduits, and structural supports, invisible to conventional detection methods. Jin guided them upward based on chakra perception, tracking both the gate's energy signature and the movements of entities throughout the building. As they approached the 50th floor, Jin sensed the concentration of hostile presences intensifying. 18B rank entities between us and the gate's source, he reported. 2A ranks guarding the primary access to the 53rd floor. And something else, something far stronger at the center. Hae-In activated her sword, a faint blue glow emanating from specialized runes etched along its blade. I'll handle the immediate threats. Focus on civilians and gate analysis. They emerged from the tunneled passage into a devastated research laboratory. Equipment lay scattered and destroyed, evidence of both monster activity and desperate human resistance. Bodies of security personnel and researchers sprawled among broken furniture and shattered glass. The air carried the distinctive metallic scent of dimensional breach, ozone mixed with something organic and alien. Jin immediately detected survivors, 3 humans huddled in an adjacent storage room. Their energy signatures flickering with fear and injury. There, he indicated to Hae-In, who nodded acknowledgement as they moved toward the hidden civilians. The storage room door had been barricaded from within. Jin knocked softly. Association rescue, he called quietly. We're here to evacuate you. Shuffling sounds preceded a cautious response. Verify hunter identification, came a strained voice. S-rank hunter Cha Hae-In, Special Response Division, Hae-In stated formally. Emergency Protocol 7 is active. Prepare for immediate extraction. The barricade shifted, revealing 3 Orochi employees, a security officer with a makeshift bandage around his torso, and 2 researchers, one supporting the other's injured leg. Thank God, the security officer breathed. The standard evacuation routes are overrun. Those things, they're not like normal monsters. They're coordinating, hunting methodically. Jin created 2 shadow clones with a subtle hand sign. These will escort you to the evacuation teams on the lower levels, he instructed. Follow their directions exactly. The survivors registered shock at his duplication technique but were too grateful for rescue to question methods. As his clones guided them toward the safest descent route, Jin received fragmented memories from clones already engaged in evacuation throughout the building, over 60 civilians rescued so far. But numerous casualties already confirmed. The situation deteriorated with each passing minute. We need to move, Hae-In urged, sensing his momentary distraction. The gate's energy pattern is stabilizing further. Whatever's happening, it's approaching completion. They advanced through devastated office spaces, encountering their first entities 2 floors up. Humanoid figures with elongated limbs and skin like polished obsidian, moving with unsettling coordination rather than the typical chaotic aggression of dungeon monsters. Hae-In engaged without hesitation, her sword technique revealing why she held S-rank status. She moved with impossible speed, blade tracing patterns that disrupted the entity's physical cohesion. Where most hunters would require multiple strikes to dispatch such creatures, her sword passed through them once, causing immediate disintegration. Jin complemented her technique perfectly, his chakra-enhanced combat style addressing threats from different angles. They fought without verbal coordination, instinctively covering each other's movements as if they'd trained together for years rather than meeting days ago. Your sword technique, Jin commented during a momentary respite. It's targeting energy channels within the entities, not just physical forms. Hae-In cast him a surprised glance. You can see that. The chakra pathways are visible to me. You're disrupting their equivalent of a central nervous system with precise energy application. Jin examined a fallen entity, its form already dissolving into dimensional particles. These aren't random dungeon monsters. They're manufactured. Hae-In knelt beside him, professional curiosity overriding urgency. Explain. Their energy circulation is too uniform. Too similar between specimens. Natural entities show variation, adaptation to individual development. Jin pointed to distinctive patterns in the dissolving creature. These were created from a template, designed for specific functions. Hae-In absorbed this information with remarkable composure. which supports your theory that this gate manifestation is directed rather than random. She rose, recalibrating their approach. We need to identify the controlling intelligence. They proceeded with greater caution, avoiding direct confrontation where possible, eliminating threats only when necessary to advance. Jin's chakra perception guided them through service corridors and maintenance shafts, bypassing major entity concentrations. The 53rd floor presented an environment transformed beyond recognition. What had once been Orochi's advanced research division now resembled alien architecture, geometric structures of crystalline material growing from floors and walls, pulsing with energy that resonated at frequencies just beyond normal human perception. At the center, occupying what had been the primary laboratory space, hovered the gate itself, not the typic swirling vortex of standard manifestations, but a structured geometric portal composed of interlocking triangular segments, each inscribed with symbols that triggered recognition in Jin's fragmented memories. Otsutsuki's script, he whispered, the knowledge surfacing unbidden. Hae-In glanced sharply at him. You recognize these markings. Before Jin could respond, movement near the gate drew their attention. A figure emerged, humanoid but unmistakably not human. Tall and slender with pale skin that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Two small horns protruded from its forehead, and its eyes contained no whites. Only iridescent lavender irises against black sclera. Hunter N. The entity tilted its head, studying Jin with sudden intensity. Curious. You are not of this world's native energy system. Its voice resonated strangely, as if speaking simultaneously from multiple locations. Jin felt ancient instincts stirring within him, recognition of an enemy his original incarnation had faced before. Otsutsuki. He named it, chakra automatically flowing into combat readiness. The entity's expression shifted subtly, surprise, perhaps respect. You know us. Unexpected in this primitive realm. It focused fully on Jin now, dismissing Hae-In entirely. Your energy signature is familiar. A distant echo of. Jin struck without warning, a Rasengan forming instantly in his palm as he crossed the distance with chakra-enhanced speed. The Otsutsuki moved with equal velocity, avoiding the direct impact but not entirely escaping the technique's range as it detonated against a crystalline structure. Chakra manipulation, the entity observed, genuine interest coloring its tone. Fascinating. This world's defenders typically utilize the crude energy they call mana. Hae-In engaged from the opposite direction, her sword describing a perfect arc toward the creature's torso. The Otsutsuki deflected her attack with casual ease, palm striking the flat of her blade with enough force to send her sliding backward across the transformed laboratory floor. The hunter variant holds no interest, it stated dismissively. You, however, it focused again on Jin. What are you? Not Otsutsuki, yet wielding techniques that echo our distant cousins. Jin formed a sequence of hand signs, gathering chakra for a more substantial technique. I am this world's defender, he stated, feeling the truth of those words resonate through his fractured identity. And you're trespassing. Defender. The Otsutsuki's expression shifted to something approaching amusement. This world has no appointed guardian. It is merely the next in our harvest cycle. Fire erupted from Jin's lungs as he executed his technique, not standard flames but white-hot intensity that forced even the Otsutsuki to create a defensive barrier. Hae-In coordinated perfectly, attacking through the momentary opening with a blade technique that left traces of blue energy in its wake. The combined assault pushed the entity backward, genuine surprise registering on its features as it reassessed its opponents. The hunter female exceeds standard parameters, it noted. And you? Its eyes narrowed at Jin. Yes, I see it now. The resonance pattern is unmistakable, though diluted across iterations. It raised a hand, causing the gate structure to pulse with increased energy. The sage returns in fox's clothing, the Otsutsuki intoned, using phrasing that struck Jin with physical impact. Most unexpected. Most concerning. Those words triggered a cascade effect in Jin's fragmented memories, connections forming. Barriers dissolving, knowledge flowing from compartmentalized sections of his consciousness. He staggered slightly as images flooded his awareness. Battles against Otsutsuki invaders in his original world. The decision to fragment his essence across time to prepare for their eventual return, the second sage establishing foundations for this world's defense. The Otsutsuki seized this moment of disorientation. launching a counterattack of devastating power, energy spears manifesting from its palms, targeting both Jin and Hae-In simultaneously. Jin recovered in time to deflect those aimed at him, but Hae-In, though incredibly skilled, lacked Chakra's defensive capabilities against such attacks. One spear penetrated her guard, striking her left shoulder with enough force to send her crashing into the laboratory wall. Hae-In, Jin called, dividing his attention between the injured hunter and the increasingly dangerous opponent. I am fine, she responded through gritted teeth, already regaining her footing despite the visible wound. Focus on the entity. The Otsutsuki studied their interaction with clinical detachment. Curious attachment to the native defender. Another deviation from expected parameters. It gestured toward the gate structure. Your intervention is ultimately irrelevant. The preliminary phase concludes regardless. This installation provided sufficient data and energy for our purposes. The crystalline structures throughout the laboratory began vibrating at increasing frequencies, fragments detaching and flowing toward the gate portal. Jin recognized the pattern immediately. The entity was preparing to depart, taking harvested energy and information with it. Hae-In, Jin called urgently. The gate is collapsing. We have minutes before structural failure cascades throughout the building. She nodded sharply, immediate priorities overriding further engagement. Evacuation takes precedence over pursuit. The Otsutsuki observe their decision with apparent disinterest. We will meet again, echo of the sage. By then, perhaps you will have remembered enough to provide meaningful resistance. It stepped backward into the gate portal, adding a final observation. This world's barriers thin more rapidly than projected. The harvest approaches ahead of schedule. As the entity disappeared, the gate structure began an accelerated collapse. Not the gradual dissolution of standard manifestations, but catastrophic structural failure that released waves of uncontrolled dimensional energy throughout the floor. Jin rushed to Hae-In's side, supporting her injured form as the laboratory began disintegrating around them. We need immediate extraction, he stated, forming one-handed signs with his free arm. My remaining clones. Report the building's structural integrity compromised below the 40th floor. Hae-In activated her communication device. S-rank Hunter Cha requesting immediate aerial extraction from 53rd floor, north face. Building collapse imminent. Repeat. Immediate extraction required. Jin channeled healing chakra into her wounded shoulder, not enough for complete recovery but sufficient to stabilize the injury. Can you move independently? Yes. She straightened, professional composure never faltering despite obvious pain. Association response indicates extraction impossible due to dimensional energy interference with flight systems. Then we create our own exit. Jin formed a rapid sequence of hand signs. Earth style. Protective dome. Chakra flowed from his palms into the building materials surrounding them, restructuring molecular bonds to create a reinforced shelter against the cascading destruction. Through this temporary haven, he extended his awareness outward, seeking the safest escape route through the collapsing structure. My clones have evacuated all surviving civilians below the 50th floor, he reported. Remaining association hunters are withdrawing via emergency protocols. Hae-In nodded acknowledgement, her training maintaining focus despite catastrophic circumstances. Your recommendation for our extraction. Jin completed his assessment of structural weak points and energy disruption patterns. Conventional descent impossible. Building integrity failing progressively upward from ground level. He formed another set of hand signs. I can create a controlled descent mechanism. But it requires absolute trust in my technique. Proceed, she answered without hesitation. Jin placed both palms against the laboratory floor, channeling chakra through the building's entire structural system. Summoning technique. Toad oil waterslide. A massive quantity of viscous oil manifested, flowing through the structural gaps created by the building's progressive collapse. The technique, adapted from his original incarnation's Toad Sage abilities, created a controlled fluid descent path that would carry them safely through the disintegrating tower. This will feel unusual, Jin warned, securing Hae-In against him with one arm while forming a protective chakra barrier around them both. But it's considerably safer than the alternatives. I trust your assessment, she replied simply, her arm instinctively tightening around his waist as the protective dome dissolved and they plunged into the oil flow. Their descent through the P.S. Orochi headquarters defied conventional physics, Jin's chakra control guiding their path through structural gaps while the viscous oil cushioned impacts and moderated their velocity. Around them, the 50-story tower disintegrated in catastrophic sequence, dimensional energy from the collapsed gate interfering with the building's fundamental structural integrity. Jin maintained constant awareness of threats, falling debris, energy discharges, remaining entities still hunting through the chaos. His technique carried them through gaps sometimes forming mere seconds before their passage, entire descent a calculated exercise in predictive physics and chakra control. They emerged from the building's base moments before its final collapse, the oil slide depositing them safely beyond the immediate danger zone. Association emergency teams rushed forward, medical personnel immediately attending to Hae-In's injuries while security established a perimeter around Jin, uncertain whether to treat him as asset or potential threat. Stand down, Hae-In ordered the security team, her S-rank authority overriding standard protocols despite her injured state. Namikaze's abilities saved countless lives today, including my own. The security personnel exchanged uncertain glances but complied, lowering weapons while maintaining vigilant positions. Jin hardly noticed, his attention focused on the collapsed building and the dimensional anomalies still rippling outward from its ruins. The Otsutsuki entity had escaped, taking with it knowledge of his existence and partial awakening. Jin. Hae-In's voice drew his attention back to immediate concerns. She had declined a stretcher, instead sitting on an emergency vehicle's tailgate while medics treated her shoulder wound. Report to Association Medical for assessment. Standard protocol following dimensional exposure. Jin recognized the statement for what it was, an official declaration providing him legitimate reason to remain within association protection rather than being isolated for interrogation. He nodded acknowledgement, moving toward the medical teams while monitoring chakra reserves that had diminished significantly during the crisis. Namikaze SSI, a familiar voice called from beyond the security perimeter. Aiko Uzumaki hurried toward him, her lab coat dusty and bloodstained from emergency medical assistance. Quote, "Thank goodness. When the building collapsed, I feared," she stopped herself, professional demeanor reasserting control over emotional response. "I'm assigned to post-incident evaluation. I need to document your condition and techniques employed during the crisis." The security team allowed her through based on her credentials, though Jin noticed their continued wariness. Association protocols were reorganizing around the unprecedented situation, a civilian demonstrating S-rank equivalent abilities while engaging an entity unlike any previously catalogued. "My clones," Jin said as Aiko led him toward a mobile assessment unit. "Did they successfully evacuate all civilians?" "Yes, remarkably effective deployment." Genuine admiration colored her tone despite professional restraint. 70 civilians rescued directly through your clone intervention. The association has never documented multiplication techniques with independent action capability at that scale. "Casualties?" Jin asked quietly. Aiko's expression sobered. 27 confirmed civilian fatalities, 9 association hunters lost during initial containment attempts. "Without your intervention," she left the sentence unfinished, the implication clear. Inside the assessment unit, monitoring equipment hummed as Aiko conducted standard evaluation procedures, checking vital signs, energy reserves, psychological stability following dimensional exposure. Jin submitted to these examinations while organizing his newly recovered memories, fragments still, but forming a more coherent picture of his purpose and the threat facing this world. "That entity," he said when they were momentarily alone. "It wasn't a standard dungeon monster." Aiko glanced toward the sealed door before responding in lowered tones. "No, the energy signature registered completely outside established classification parameters. And the gate structure itself." She shook her head. "Nothing like standard manifestations. Director Park Ha-S already classified all observations as restriction level alpha, meaning information containment at the highest level. Only S-rank hunters and senior researchers granted access to findings." She checked his pulse manually, using the physical contact to speak even more confidentially. "But I heard what it said to you. About the sage returning." Jin studied her with renewed focus, the distant sensitive Uzumaki features more apparent now that his memories had partially awakened. The vitality in her chakra signature, the natural affinity for complex energy systems, the intuitive understanding of sealing concepts. Your research into historical energy systems, he said carefully. It's not purely academic interest, is it? Aiko's fingers paused against his wrist, her eyes meeting his directly. My grandmother told stories passed through generations, about a different way of channeling power, about hand signs and techniques that could manipulate elements, about a sage who taught selected disciples before disappearing. She released his wrist, continuing standard examination procedures while conversation flowed naturally. When gates began appearing, when hunters developed abilities that seemed to echo those old stories. I dedicated my career to finding connections. And have you found connections, fragments, artifacts, ancient texts describing chakra pathways instead of mana channels, historical accounts of individuals performing impossible feats centuries before the first gate appeared? She completed her documentation, hesitating before adding, and family legends Abu. T ancestors with extraordinary vitality and specialized sealing abilities. Jin smiled slightly. The Uzumaki clan was known for exactly those traits. Clan. Her eyes widened briefly before controlling her reaction. You know more than you've shared with the association. Yes, and you want answers beyond what your official research has provided. Their exchange paused as the assessment unit's door opened, admitting a senior association medical officer. Aiko immediately resumed professional demeanor, presenting preliminary findings with technical precision that satisfied procedural requirements while revealing nothing of their private conversation. Subject displays minimal stress response to dimensional exposure, she concluded formally. Energy reserves depleted approximately 6% from baseline but regenerating at unprecedented rates. Recommend standard observation protocol with specialized monitoring for unique energy signature recovery patterns. The medical office accepted her assessment without question, authorizing Jin's transfer to association headquarters for continued observation. As they prepared to depart the assessment unit, Aiko handed Jin what Appy read to be standard medical documentation. Your follow-up evaluation schedule, she explained for official record, though Jin immediately recognized additional information hidden within the standard forms, coordinates for a private meeting. Encoded using a system that resonated with his fragmented memories of Uzumaki sealing techniques. Association vehicles transported them back to headquarters T. Hero streets now crowded with emergency response teams, media personnel, and civilians attempting to understand the catastrophe that had befallen one of Seoul's iconic structures. Jin observed this activity with growing concern. The Otsutsuki entity had referred to this as merely a preliminary phase, suggesting far worse to come. At headquarters, Jin found himself directed not to standard medical facilities but to Director Park's private conference room, where Hae-In already waited, her injured shoulder professionally bandaged but her posture betraying no weakness. Beside her stood Kai's masked features unreadable but his energy signature radiating tension. Namikaze SSI, Director Park greeted him with the forced cordiality of an administrator facing unprecedented circumstances. Please, join us. We have much to discuss regarding today's events. Jin took the indicated seat, noting the room's enhanced security measures, signal blocking technology, reinforced construction, multiple armed guards positioned outside. This wasn't standard debriefing, it was controlled interrogation disguised as collaborative assessment. Hunter Cha has provided her initial report, Park continued, including rather extraordinary observations about the entity you encountered and your interaction with it. He leaned forward, professional veneer thinning. It recognized you, called you the sage, suggested you're not native to this world. Jin remained silent, assessing optimal response given his current position and the complex politics clearly at play within the room. Hae-In watched him with unreadable expression. While Kai maintained careful neutrality, his role as association examiner preventing overt support. Your abilities, Park pressed when Jin didn't immediately respond. They aren't hunter techniques adapted to your personal style. They're fundamentally different, a complete alternative energy system that predates our understanding of mana manipulation. Yes, Jin acknowledged simply. And you learned these techniques, how exactly? Jin considered various explanations, weighing truth against strategic necessity. They emerge from memory, he finally stated. Not instructed but remembered. Knowledge that was always there, dormant until circumstances required its awakening. Park exchanged glances with other association officials present. Memory from what source? Namikaze SSI. Your files show no prior hunter training, no exposure to specialized combat techniques. Yet you perform abilities that surpass veteran S ranks without apparent effort. The RO's atmosphere thickened with tension. Jin's answer would determine the association's approach moving forward. Classification as valuable asset, potential threat, or something entirely outside existing protocols hung on his response. I remember being someone else, Jin said finally, choosing honesty limited by his own incomplete recollection. Someone who used these techniques naturally, who understood chakra manipulation as intimately as breathing. Someone who faced threats similar to what emerged today. Reincarnation, suggested one official skeptically, or dimensional transfer, countered another. We've documented cases of consciousness displacement through prolonged gate exposure. Neither exactly, Jin corrected. More complex than either explanation alone. Director Park's patience visibly thinned. Namikaze SSI, the association faces an unprecedented situation. An entity unlike any previously catalogued appeared, recognized you specifically, and referred to you by a title that appears in multiple historical mythologies. It then departed with what appeared to be valuable information about our world's defenses. You can understand our concern. I understand completely, Jin replied calmly. Which is why I propose continuing cooperation under supervised conditions. My abilities clearly benefit your defense operations, as today's evacuation success demonstrated. In return, I seek information that might help recover more of my fragmented memories. A reasonable arrangement, Kai interjected, speaking for the first time. Namikaze SSI demonstrated exceptional judgment under extreme conditions. His techniques saved numerous lives, including an S-rank hunter. Standard protocols seem inadequate for this situation. Park considered this assessment, political calculations evident in his expression. What specific information do you seek? Namikaze SSI. Access to historical records concerning energy manipulation systems predating modern hunter techniques. Archaeological findings from certain dungeon explorations. And eventually, field experience with graduated hunter teams to further develop practical applications. Jin's requests were carefully calculated, reasonable enough to be granted while advancing his true agenda of recovering complete memories and preparing for the Otsutsuki threat. The historical records would contain fragments of the Second Sage's teachings. The archaeological findings might reveal locations of hidden chakra repositories, and field experience would provide cover for eventual departure to the sanctuary Kai had identified. Director Park conferred briefly with his advisors before responding. The association can accommodate these requests under certain conditions. You'll remain under observation at headquarters. Why? Our field deployments will occur only with S-rank supervision. And all information gathered through your historical research must be reported directly to our analysis division. Acceptable, Jin agreed readily. Recognizing the arrangement as temporary necessity rather than permanent constraint. I'll oversee his field operations, Hae-In stated, surprising everyone with her direct involvement. My energy sensitivity provides optimal monitoring capability for his unique abilities. Park seemed about to object before reconsidering. Very well. Pending medical clearance of your injury, you'll serve as Namikaze's field supervisor. He turned to Kai, and you'll continue evaluation of his developing capabilities, with daily progress reports to my office. Of course, Director, Kai agreed with appropriate professional deference. The meeting concluded with formal assignment of Jin to provisional status, neither civilian nor registered hunter, but specialized asset under association jurisdiction. As they departed the conference room, Jin noted subtle shifts in how headquarters personnel regarded him, less as curiosity, more as potential resource. Hae-In accompanied him toward the residential section, maintaining professional distance but speaking quietly once beyond administrative surveillance. The entity called you Sage, and mentioned a fox. Both terms appear in your file from our first encounter. Jin nodded acknowledgement. Fragments of the same identity. And this identity is connected to the techniques you use, this chakra system rather than mana. Yes, though my memories remain incomplete. She considered this information with characteristic intensity. During combat, our techniques complemented perfectly despite no prior coordination. My sword strikes Al. Ignite with your energy attacks as if we'd trained together for years. I noticed, Jin confirmed. Explain. Jin paused in the empty corridor, turning to face her directly. Your fighting style N.T.'s elements adapted from techniques the second sage taught to early hunter pioneers. I recognize the patterns because they originated from the same source as my abilities. Hae-In absorbed this revelation with remarkable composure. You believe my combat techniques derive from historical training by this, second sage, figure. Not directly. Adapted through generations, modified to work with mana rather than chakra. But preserving core principles of energy channel disruption and flow manipulation. Jin studied her with growing certainty. Your unique sensitivity to energy signatures isn't coincidental. You perceive chakra differently from mana because part of you remembers what others have forgotten. She didn't immediately reject this theory, which itself confirmed Jin's suspicion. The association has classified your status and abilities at the highest restriction level, she said instead. Only S ranks and division directors have access to complete information. Yet Orochi Corporation will have their own intelligence from today's encounter, Jin noted. Their headquarters wasn't randomly selected for gate manifestation. No, Hae-In agreed grimly. Preliminary investigation indicates they were conducting experiments with gate manipulation technology. Their research division was attempting to predict and potentially influence gate formations. Playing with forces they don't understand, Jin murmured. Creating vulnerabilities the Otsutsuki readily exploited. They reached the residential section, stopping outside Jin's assigned quarters. Hae-In verified security protocols before continuing their conversation. 3 days, she said quietly. Association Command meets to determine permanent protocols regarding your status and deployment. Until then, you have access to requested historical archives through secure terminals. Jin recognized the subtext in her statement. 3 days matched exactly with Kai's timeline for their planned departure to the sanctuary. Whether coincidence or deliberate alignment remained unclear. Thank you, Hunter Cha, he replied formally for any monitoring systems. I appreciate your support during today's operation. She nodded professionally, turning to depart before adding a final observation. Your techniques today, creating pathways through solid matter, generating that oil slide for our escape, they exceeded C. App abilities you demonstrated during initial evaluation. Stress response, Jin offered as plausible explanation. Emergency situations trigger deeper memory access. Convenient timing, she noted without accusation before departing. Inside his quarters, Jin immediately detected the surveillance. Standard association monitoring supplemented with specialized energy detection systems undoubtedly installed during his absence. He made no attempt to disable these measures, instead proceeding with normal recovery routines following combat deployment. After showering and changing into provided association attire, Jin accessed the secure terminal authorized for his historical research. The interface connected to restricted archives containing archaeological findings, hunter origin theories, and comparative analysis of pre-gate energy manipulation systems worldwide. As he navigated these resources, Jin simultaneously extended his chakra awareness throughout the building, tracking movement patterns and security rotations. 3 days provided limited window for preparation before planned departure to the sanctuary. 3 days to gather critical information while maintaining his cover as cooperative asset. 3 days before his true awakening would begin in earnest, beyond association monitoring and control. On the secure terminal, Jin accessed files concerning archaeological discoveries in northern Japan, the region where, according to his fractured memories, the second sage had established his primary training ground decades before the first gate appeared. The archives contain tantalizing fragments, cave paintings depicting hand signs identical to those Jin now used instinctively, stone tablets inscribed with partial chakra pathway diagrams, ritual objects resonating with energy signatures distinct from standard mana patterns. As Jin absorbed this information, correlating it with his slowly assembling memories, he sensed a familiar presence approaching his quarters. He distinctive chakra signature required no visual confirmation. Aiko Uzumaki, moving with purpose rather than casual visitation. Her knock came precisely as expected, the rhythm itself containing sub-TLE pattern recognition from Uzumaki clan traditions. Jin opened the door to find her maintaining professional appearance, tablet in hand, association researcher credentials prominently displayed, while her eyes communicated urgency beyond official business. "Namikaze SSI," she greeted formally. "I'm assigned to continue your medical monitoring following dimensional exposure. Standard protocol Riku. Iris hourly checks for the first 12 hours. Jin allowed her entry, recognizing the pretext for what it was, necessary cover for conversation beyond association oversight. As she performed perfunctory medical assessment, Aiko positioned her tablet to block direct surveillance of their exchange. "The information you encoded," Jin said quietly. "Coordinates for meeting. Yes. Tomorrow night, 2200 hours. A location outside association monitoring range." She checked his pulse while continuing in hushed tones. "I've accessed sealed records concerning the Hokkaido archaeological site. There's more than the association has shared with you." "What specifically?" "Artifacts bearing your name, your other name, Uzumaki sealing techniques preserved intact, and references to a prophecy concerning 3 incarnations across time." Her fingers pressed against his wrist with subtle urgency. "My family preserved fragments of this knowledge through generations, but never understood its significance until gates began appearing." Jin absorbed this confirmation of his fragmented memories. The second sage had indeed prepared the way, leaving breadcrumbs for the third incarnation to follow when finally awakened. "Albeit the coordinates," he assured her. "Though association monitoring presents complications, I've arranged suitable distraction," Aiko replied with surprising confidence. Quote, "My access level allows certain system adjustments for research purposes." Their conversation paused as she completed official medical documentation, recording standard vital signs and energy recov. Rye metrics that would satisfy surveillance protocols. As she prepared to depart, Aiko placed a small object on his bedside table, apparently a standard association medical monitoring device, but Jin immediately recognized the subtle chakra signature embedded within its casing. "For continuous assessment," she explained officially. "Alert medical immediately if readings exceed indicated parameters." The door closed behind her, leaving Jin alone with what he now identified as a disguised storage seal, Uzumaki craftsmanship, containing something that resonated with his own chakra signature. He made no immediate move to examine it, aware of active surveillance continuing to monitor his activities. Instead, he returned to the historical archives, methodically researching while his mind processed multiple simultaneous objectives. Recovering fragmented memories, preparing for the sanctuary journey, evaluating potential allies, and developing contingency plans for the inevitable confrontation with Otsutsuki forces. The entity's parting words echoed in his consciousness: "The harvest approaches ahead of schedule." Whatever catastrophe the original Naruto had foreseen, whatever threat had motivated splitting his consciousness across 3 incarnations, it was accelerating beyond even those dire predictions. Jin closed his eyes, focusing inward on the fractured memories slowly assembling into coherent understanding. The faces of friends from his original life as Naruto. The disciples he'd trained during his intermediate incarnation as the second sage. The purpose that connected all 3 existences across time and dimensional boundaries. "The sage returns in fox's clothing," he whispered, embracing both past and present identities as pieces of a greater whole. Beyond his window, Seoul continued its nocturnal rhythm, citizens gradually returning to normal patterns following the day's catastrophe. News broadcasts characterized the Orochi headquarters collapse as tragic industrial accident, dimensional abnormality, or terrorist attack depending on network alignment. None approached the truth that an advanced scout from a world-consuming civilization had identified Earth as its next target, and had now confirmed the presence of the one being who might threaten its harvest. Jin turned from the window, resolve hardening as fragments of memory crystallized into purpose. 3 days until departure for the sanctuary. 3 days to prepare for the true awakening of powers dormant since his reincarnation. 3 days before the Sage of Six Paths would begin his return in earnest. The journey had only just begun. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Shadows of Legacy. Dawn painted Seoul's skyline in watercolor strokes of amber and rose, light refracting through lingering smoke from the Orochi headquarters disaster. Jin stood at his window, palm pressed against cool glass, tracking the subtle energetic disturbances still rippling through the city's ambient mana field. Like aftershocks following an earthquake, Dimensional fractures continued propagating outward from the collapsed gate, invisible to conventional sensors but blindingly obvious to his chakra perception. Sleep had proven elusive, not from physical exhaustion, which his naturally accelerating healing addressed, but from the cascade of memory fragments triggered by yesterday's encounter. Throughout the night, images had surfaced with increasing clarity: battles against Otsutsuki invaders in his original world, training sessions with early hunter initiates during his second incarnation, sealing technique designed to preserve knowledge across dimensional boundaries. Jin closed his eyes, focusing on one particularly persistent memory, performing an advanced sealing ritual alongside individuals whose faces remained frustratingly blurred. Their chakra signatures, however, resonated with perfect clarity in his recollection, and one matched exactly with the disguised storage seal Aiko had delivered. He turned from the window, eyeing the innocuous-looking medical monitoring device on his bedside table. Association surveillance remained active, cameras tracking his movements, sensors monitoring energy fluctuations within his quarters. Disabling these systems would immediately trigger security protocols, undermining his careful cultivation of cooperative asset status. Instead, Jin formed a sing-la-hand sign beneath the cover of a casual stretch, generating a subtle chakra field that mimicked normal sleep cycle emissions. To surveillance systems, he would appear to be returning to bed for additional rest following medical recommendations. In reality, the technique created a localized dimensional pocket, not true invisibility, but a distortion that directed observation away from specific actions. Under this cover, Jin retrieved the disguised storage seal, channeling precise chakra frequency to activate its mechanisms. The device separated along invisible seams, revealing a core of rest chakra metal, an alloy that shouldn't exist in this world, forged through techniques pioneered during his second incarnation. Inside rested a scroll no larger than his thumb, sealed with wax bearing the distinctive spiral pattern of the Uzumaki clan. Jin recognized the preservation technique immediately, a time-locked seal designed to maintain contents in perfect stasis until activated by compatible chakra signature. He applied gentle pressure, feeding specific chakra pattern into the seal. The wax dissolved, allowing the scroll to expand to its true dimensions, roughly the size of his forearm. Covered in complex script that shifted between ancient shinobi cipher and modern Korean characters depending on viewing angle. Two roads converge at mountain's heart, where ancient teaching found new start. Beneath the falls where silence dwells, the sage's legacy still tells. Of paths between the stars and earth, of death that cycles into birth. When third awakening begins, the final battle soon commences. Through fox and toad and slug and snake, the sleeping giant shall awake. Jin's breath caught as he recognized the verse, not just poetry but encrypted coordinate. Using natural landmarks and chakra resonance points. The second sage had established multiple sanctuaries throughout the world, each preserving different aspects of shinobi knowledge. This scroll identified not just the location Kai had designated, but two additional sites containing critical resources for his awakening. Accompanying the verse were sequences of hand signs, not combat techniques, but unlocking patterns for sealed repositories. Jin committed these to memory before reactivating the scroll's compression seal, returning it to its disguised housing just as his chakra disruption field began dissipating. Perfect timing. 3 sharp knocks at his door signaled morning check-in protocols. Jin dispersed the remaining energy camouflage, adopting the slightly disoriented appearance of someone roused from rest. Enter, he called, placing the resealed device in its original position. The door opened to reveal not the expected medical officer but Kai, clipboard in hand, profession. Al demeanor firmly in place for any observing surveillance. Namikaze SSI, he greeted formally. I trust you rested adequately following yesterday's deployment. As well as could be expected, Jin replied, maintaining their established cover narrative. Kai made notes on his clipboard while speaking in measured tones. Director Park has authorized your historical research access as discussed. However, given your unique energy system, the association requests continued evaluation protocols alongside your academic pursuits. He glanced up, subtle communication passing between them. Training. Facility 3 has been allocated for this purpose, beginning at 0900 hours. Jin recognized the message beneath routine assignment. Training Facility 3 contained the lowest density of surveillance CE systems due to electromagnetic interference from adjacent power distribution nodes. Optimal location for private communication disguised as standard assessment. I appreciate the association's thoroughness, Jin responded appropriately. 0900 hours works perfectly. Kai departed with professional courtesy, leaving Jin to prepare for the day's carefully orchestrated activities. He showered and dressed in provided association training attire, noting the subtle reinforcements and monitoring sensors woven into the fabric, standard for high-value assets under observation. The secure terminal in his quarters displayed updated clearance notifications, access granted to historical archives concerning pre-gate energy manipulation systems, archaeological findings from specific dungeon explorations, and comparative analysis of hunter origin theories. Jin navigated these resources efficiently, downloading critical information to both digital storage and his increasingly reliable memory. Archaeological records particularly confirmed his fragmented recollections. Sites in northern Japan, Siberian mountains, and remote Himalayan valleys all contained artifacts bearing unmistakable chakra resonance patterns. Association researchers classified these findings as proto-hunter relics, or ancestral mana artifacts, failing to recognize their true significance as repositories of shinobi knowledge established by the second sage. At precisely 0845 hours, Jin departed his quarters for Training Facility 3, navigating headquarters corridors with growing familiarity. Association personnel regarded him with mixture of curiosity, professional interest, and occasional wariness, his status as neither civilian nor conventional hunter creating natural uncertainty in an organization built on clear classification systems. Training Facility 3 occupied the headquarters, Eastern Wing, a cavernous space designed for practical application of hunter techniques under controlled conditions. Various training apparatus, reinforced combat zones, and monitoring stations filled the environment, though Jin immediately noted the reduced surveillance compared to areas he'd previously visited. Kai awaited at the facility's center, accompanied by two individuals Jin hadn't expected. Hae-In, her injured shoulder professionally bandaged but her posture betraying no weakness, and a woman unknown to him. Tall with pale blonde hair pulled into severe braid, wearing distinctive gray and blue uniform marking her as Foreign Association representative. Namikaze SSI, Kai acknowledged his arrival. Allow me to introduce today's evaluation team. You're already acquainted with Hunter Cha from Korean Association Special Response Division. Joining us is Hunter Mikhailova from the Russian Federation's Special Operations Department. The blonde woman's assessment was immediate and penetrating, her pale blue eyes cataloging details with clinical precision. Vera Mikhailova, she introduced herself. Accent crisp but pronunciation perfect. S-rank combat specialist, Siberian Response Unit. Jin bowed slightly in greeting, sensing something familiar in her energy signature, not chakra precisely, but mana patterned in ways that echoed training techniques from his second incarnation. The association has requested Russian cooperation in analyzing your unique abilities, Kai explained, maintaining official narrative. Hunter Mikhailova's specialization in ice-based techniques provides valuable comparative baseline for your elemental manipulations. I've reviewed footage from yesterday's Orochi incident, Vera stated. Directness apparently her natural communication style. Your water and fire techniques demonstrate control parameters outside established hunter classification systems. Jin noted her specific terminology, not just professional assessment but language suggesting deeper understanding of energy manipulation principles than typical hunters. Different foundations produce different expressions. He replied carefully. Something flickered in her eyes. Recognition, perhaps confirmation of suspected connections. Indeed, particularly when those foundations predate contemporary understanding. Kai cleared his throat subtly. Let's begin with standardized comparative assessment. Hunter Mikhailova will demonstrate typical S-rank elemental manipulation, followed by your equivalent techniques, Namikaze SSI. Monitoring systems will record energy signatures for detailed analysis. The formal evaluation began with basic demonstrations, Vera exhibiting remarkable ice-tea techniques that transformed ambient moisture into complex crystalline structures with lethal potential, Jin responding with water manipulation that achieved similar results through fundamentally different mechanisms. As the session progressed, Jin recognized the true purpose behind Vera's presence, not just official evaluation but carefully disguised information exchange. Her techniques contained subtle variations recognizable to anyone familiar with the second sage's teaching methods, minor adaptations that sacrificed power for precision in ways conventional hunter training wouldn't prioritize. During a scheduled hydration break, Vera approached Jin directly, maintaining professional distance while speaking quietly beneath the facility's ambient sound masking. "Your hand signs," she began without preamble. "My grandfather described identical formations from his encounters with the mountain sage during the Great Patriotic War." Jin controlled his reaction, though internal recognition flared immediately. "Your grandfather fought in World War II. Siberian Special Forces, separated from his unit during winter deployment near Manchurian border. Should have died from wounds and exposure." Her eyes held Jin's with intensity that transcended professional assessment. "Instead, encountered a traveler who healed him through techniques involving hand positions and energy manipulation. Distinct from anything documented in military records. An interesting historical footnote," Jin replied carefully, aware of monitoring despite reduced surveillance. "More than footnote." Vera's voice lowered further. "My grandfather established the initial theoretical framework for what eventually became Russian Hunter program. His journals described energy channels, elemental affinities, and meditation techniques derived from this encounter, concepts that predated Gates by decades but proved remarkably applicable once hunters began awakening." Before Jin could respond, Hae-In joined their conversation. Her approach deliberately casual. "Hunter Mikhailova arrived yesterday evening specifically to assess your abilities," she informed Jin. "International interest in your techniques has accelerated following the Orochi incident. The association shares information with allied organizations," Vera confirmed. "Though certain details regarding yesterday's entity encounter remain classified at highest levels." Jin recognized the coordinated communication pattern. Both S-rank hunters deliberately creating context for private exchange beneath official evaluation. Kai observed from monitoring station. His positioning creating blind spot in surveillance coverage. "The techniques your grandfather documented," Jin ventured carefully. "Did they include specific terms? Nomenclature distinct from standard military classification?" Vera maintained perfect professional expression, though her eyes conveyed meaningful confirmation. "Several. Particularly the concept of chakra, rather than conventional energy terminology. And references to a figure called," she hesitated fractionally, "the second sage." The term resonated through Jin's consciousness, confirming connections formed between his fragmented memories and this unexpected link to his intermediate incarnation's activities. Before he could pursue this revelation further, alarms blared throughout the facility, not stand ARD training protocols but emergency alert system. Hae-In immediately accessed her communication device, expression hardening as she received information. Multiple gate manifestations detected. Coordinated emergence pattern across 3 city sectors simultaneously. Coordinated. Vera's professional demeanor shifted to combat readiness. "Gates don't manifest in coordination. These are," Hae-In replied grimly. "Gangnam Financial District, Incheon Port Facility, and Headquarters Perimeter. Pattern suggests deliberate formation rather than random emergence." Jin felt it immediately. Disturbances in the dimensional fabric surrounding headquarters, similar to yesterday's energy signature but more refined, more focused. "Not random gate formation but targeted incursion. It's searching," he stated. "Certainty emerging from fragmented memories. The Otsutsuki entity from yesterday. It's probing defenses, testing response patterns." Both S-rank hunters turned to him with sharp attention. "Explain," Hae-In demanded. "Standard gates form through natural dimensional weaknesses. These manifestations are artificially generated, directed probes creating minimal breaches to analyze defense protocols without committing significant resources." Jin accessed deeper tactical understanding emerging from his incomplete memories. Classic reconnaissance strategy before main invasion force deployment. Kai approached rapidly, abandoning pretense of routine evaluation. Association command is mobilizing all available hunters. Standard containment protocols at each manifestation site. Insufficient response. Jin countered immediately. These aren't independent incidents requiring separate containment. They're coordinated components of singular tactical assessment. Vera analyzed this information with remarkable efficiency. You're suggesting unified counter-strategy rather than dispersed response. Exactly. Conventional approach disperses defensive resources exactly as the entity intends, revealing capability distribution and command structure. Jin accessed strategic analysis capabilities from multiple lifetimes of combat experience. Instead, concentrate elite response at headquarters perimeter manifestation. Demonstrate overwhelming force at single point rather than adequate response at all three. Leaving civilian areas vulnerable, Hae-In noted, though her tone suggested tactical consideration rather than rejection. Temporarily. But forces probing those locations will retreat when they recognize the strategic shift. Their purpose is intelligence gathering, no territorial acquisition or maximum casualties. Jin met both hunters' evaluating gazes. The entity seeks to understand defense capabilities before committing significant resources. Revealing a verit, Hae-In simultaneously plays into its assessment objectives. The two S-rank hunters exchange brief glances, professional evaluation culminating in swift decision. Logical analysis, Vera acknowledged, though contradicting standard association protocols, which may precisely be what the entity expects, Hae-In added, reaching similar conclusion through different reasoning path. Standard protocols become predictable patterns after sufficient observation. Kai intervened with urgent pragmatism. Discussion is academic unless operational command accepts the recommendation. Hunter Cha, your S-rank status provides direct communication channel to tactical division. Hae-In nodded sharply, activating her specialized communication device. Hunter Cha requesting direct tactical override. Priority assessment indicates coordinated gate manifestations represent unified reconnaissance effort rather than independent threats. Recommend concentration of elite response units at headquarters perimeter manifestation. Authentication code Sierra Hotel 94 Tango. 10 seconds passed as the recommendation transmitted through association command structure. Jin extended his chakra awareness, tracking the dimensional disturbances with growing concern. The probe at headquarters perimeter was expanding beyond initial parameters, suggesting escalation from simple reconnaissance to more substantial incursion. Response Team Alpha 1 deploying to headquarters perimeter, came the eventual reply through Hae-In's communication device. Beta and Gamma teams maintaining minimal containment at civilian locations pending situation development. Hunter Cha authorized for field command of consolidated response. Acknowledged, Hae-In confirmed, immediately transitioning to tactical leadership. Hunter Mikhailova, your ICE techniques provide optimal containment capability for dimensional breaches. You'll coordinate perimeter establishment around manifestation zone. Understood, Vera confirmed without hesitation. Professional hierarchy immediately established despite her visitor status. Namikaze SSI, Hae-In continued, turning to Jin. Your status remains consultative rather than operational. Association protocols prohibit direct engagement by unclassified assets without explicit authorization. Jin recognized the official statement for necessary compliance with monitoring systems. Understood, Hunter Cha. Kai will oversee your secure relocation to observation level, she continued, subtextual message clear beneath procedural language. Monitoring from safe distance provides valuable assessment opportunity without unnecessary risk exposure. The facility's emergency protocols activated fully, reinforced barriers deploying, non-combat personnel evacuating to designated safe zones. Tactical teams assembling with specialized equipment designed for dimensional entity engagement. Throughout this controlled chaos, Jin maintained focused awareness on the evolving gate manifestations, tracking energy signatures and fluctuation patterns revealing the probing entity's intentions. This way, Kai directed, guiding Jin toward an emergency stairwell as Hae-In and Vera departed with response teams. Observation level provides comprehensive monitoring capabilities while maintaining appropriate separation from direct engagement zone. Once inside the stairwell's relative privacy, Kai's demeanor shifted from procedural to urgent. The timing creates both complication and opportunity. Association security focus necessarily shifts toward immediate threat response, potentially reducing monitoring of non-critical systems, including asset tracking protocols, Jin noted, understanding immediately. Precisely. Tonight's planned meeting with Dr. Uzumaki may proceed with reduced detection risk. Kai led them upward through emergency routes designed for rapid personnel movement during crisis situations. However, these coordinated manifestations confirm Accelerated Otsutsuki interest following yesterday's encounter. Our timeline for reaching the sanctuary may require adjustment. They emerged onto an observation level overlooking headquarters' expansive exterior grounds. Below, association response teams deployed in precise formation around a manifestation zone approximately 50 meters from the main structure, a swirling distortion in reality that had yet solidified into standard gate configuration. Jin extended his chakra perception, analyzing the manifestation's unique properties. It's different from yesterday's gate. More controlled, more precisely calibrated. The entity learned from the Orochi encounter. Your assessment. Deliberately limited incursion. Testing defensive capabilities without revealing its own full potential. Jin focused more intently on the dimensional disturbance, recognizing familiar patterns. It's searching for something specific. Not random probing but targeted analysis. Searching for you, Kai stated with certainty. Your chakra signature distinguishes you from conventional hunters. The entity recognized its significance yesterday. Before Jin could respond, the manifestation below crystallized into definitive form. Not the chaotic vortex of standard gates but geometric configuration similar to yesterday's Otsutsuki portal. Association hunters immediately established containment procedures. Vera's distinctive ice techniques creating reinforced barrier structures around the manifestation while Hae-In coordinated specialized response teams. The air shimmered as entities emerged, not conventional dungeon monsters but the same obsidian-skinned humanoids from the Orochi headquarters incident. They moved with unnatural coordination, analyzing hunter formations rather than attacking indiscriminately. Scout variants, Jin observed, designed for intelligence gathering rather than direct combat. The entities spread in systematic pattern, testing hunter defensive positions with probing. Attacks that seemed intended to provoke response techniques rather than achieve tactical objectives. Association teams maintained disciplined formation, revealing minimal capability while effectively containing the incursion. Jin approved of Hae-In's strategy. Her teams demonstrated just enough combat effectiveness to establish credible defense without revealing specialized techniques or maximum capability. The balanced approach addressed immediate threat while limiting intelligence value for the observing Otsutsuki. Hunter Cha understands the reconnaissance nature of this incursion, he noted with professional appreciation. She's exceptionally perceptive regarding adversarial intent, Kai confirmed. One reason for her rapid advancement to S rank despite relative youth. Below, the engagement intensified as entities shifted tactics, focusing attacks on specific sections of the hunter perimeter, not to breach containment but to force specialized response techniques. Vera's ice constructs proved particularly effective, her precision control allowing defensive applications without revealing her full offensive capability. Jin continued monitoring the dimensional disturbance itself, sensing subtle fluctuations suggesting communication between the manifested entities and something remaining beyond the portal. The coordinated probe was transmitting assessment data in real time, adapting strategy based on continuous analysis. They're gathering baseline capability metrics, Jin explained, establishing minimum defensive parameters while searching for anomalies that might indicate threats to their larger objectives. As if confirming his analysis, the entities suddenly disengaged from hunter containment teams, retreating toward the gate portal in synchronized withdrawal. Not defeat or tactical failure, but completion of assigned reconnaissance parameters. Mission accomplished, Kai observed grimly. They've collected whatever intelligence was their primary objective. Jin expanded his awareness, tracking the simultaneous manifestations across Seoul. The other incursions are withdrawing as well. Coordinated completion suggests centralized command structure rather than independent operation. The gate portal began reconfiguring, not collapsing chaotically like standard manifestations but systematically closing through controlled dimensional realignment. As association hunters maintained containment positions, Hae-In wisely preventing pursuit of retreating entities into the closing portal. Tactical restraint, Jin approved. Pursuing through unknown dimensional configuration would provide additional intelligence about hunter capabilities while potentially separating pursuit teams from support structure. The manifestation dissolved with unnatural precision. Dimensional fabric resealing without the residual energy dispersion typically associated with gate closures. Below, Association teams maintained alert status, Hae-In and Vera conferring while establishing secondary containment around the manifestation site. Clean extraction, Kai noted with professional concern. No energy residue, no dimensional fracturing. Technology or capability bay, OND anything previously documented in gate phenomena. Jin nodded agreement, memory fragments supplying context beyond his current world's understanding. Otsutsuki dimensional manipulation evolved over millennia of world harvesting. This level of precision indicates advanced implementation rather than experimental application. Meaning the entities we're facing aren't novices, Kai concluded. They've performed these operations across multiple worlds. Multiple dimensions, Jin corrected. Different conceptual framework than parallel worlds. The Otsutsuki traverse dimensional layers rather than lateral realities. Kai absorbed this distinction with scholarly focus. Terminology suggests memory recovery continues accelerating. Fragments only, Jin cautioned. Conceptual understand, ing without complete contextual framework. He turned from the observation window, strategic priorities crystallizing. Tonight's meeting with Dr. Uzumaki becomes increasingly critical. The scroll she provided contains unlocking sequences for additional memory repositories. And our sanctuary timeline, Jin considered evolving tactical situation against original planning parameters. Maintain T-Re-Day framework unless further escalation occurs. Precipitous departure would trigger association tracking protocols, potentially compromising sanctuary location. Their conversation paused as communication systems throughout the observation level activated with status updates. All three manifestations successfully contained. Minimal casualties reported, dimensional stability restored at all locations. Standard association protocols resuming with enhanced alert status maintained. You should return to your quarters, Kai advised as headquarters operations normalized. Maintain established behavioral patterns while security focus remains elevated. I'll ensure tonight's monitoring rotation creates optimal window for your meeting with Dr. Uzumaki. Jin nodded agreement, recognizing the wisdom in preserving their careful deception. As they departed the observation level, returning through monitored corridors where surveillance had resumed normal function, he maintained appropriate demeanor for an unclassified asset following security protocols during emergency resolution. Personnel throughout headquarters displayed mixture of professional relief and continued alertness, the coordinated manifestations representing significant escalation from typical gate activity. Conversations hushed as Jin passed, his unique status and rumored involvement in yesterday's Orochi incident generating heightened interest among association staff. At his assigned quarters, Jin found digital notification awaiting. Director Park requesting immediate debriefing regarding his tactical assessment contributions during the recent emergency. The message specified meeting in Park's private office rather than standard conference facilities, suggesting both increased interest in Jin's capabilities and desire for discretion regarding their application. Jin prepared accordingly, organizing fragmented memories and strategic insights into coherent framework that would satisfy association interest preserving critical information regarding his true nature and purpose. The careful balance between cooperation and concealment required increasingly nuanced approach as his involvement with association operations deepened. Director Park's office occupied prime position within headquarters administrative section, expansive space featuring both traditional Korean aesthetic elements and ultra-modern security systems. The director himself projected carefully cultivated image of distinguished leadership, silver-haired authority figure balancing bureaucratic responsibility with practical field experience from earlier career. Namikaze SSI, Park greeted as Jin entered, gesturing toward comfortable seating arrangement rather than formal conference configuration. Thank you for joining me so promptly. I understand you provided valuable tactical insight during today's unusual manifestation scenario. Jin took the indicated seat, noting subtle monitoring systems integrated throughout the FFICE, more comprehensive surveillance than standard association spaces, suggesting particular interest in this conversation. I simply offered perspective based on yesterday's Orochi encounter, Jin replied modestly. Hunter Cha made the actual tactical determinations. Yet the approach directly contradicted standard association protocols, Park observed, studying Jin with measured assessment. concentrating response resources at headquarters while maintaining minimal containment at civilian locations. Unconventional strategy that proved remarkably effective. The manifestations displayed coordinated emergence patterns suggesting unified purpose rather than independent threats, Jin explained, presenting logical analysis without revealing deeper understanding of Otsutsuki methodology. Standard response protocols potentially dispersed resources exactly as the controlling intelligence intended. Park nodded thoughtfully, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Hunter Chaw's after Actio N report indicates you specifically identified reconnaissance objectives behind the manifestations. Intelligence gathering rather than territorial incursion or maximum damage. Logical assessment based on entity behavior patterns. Jin offered. Their systematic probing of defensive positions suggested information collection rather than conquest objectives. Park's expression revealed nothing of his internal evaluation. You demonstrate remarkable tactical acumen for someone without formal hunter training or combat experience. Combined with your unique abilities, you present quite the interesting puzzle, Namikaze SSI. Jin maintained comfortable posture despite the implicit challenge. I'm still discovering these capabilities myself, Director. The association's resources have proven invaluable in contextualizing emerging abilities. Indeed. Park leaned forward slightly, which brings me to the purpose of this conversation. The association's governing council has taken ECT interest in your case following yesterday's Orochi incident and today's coordinated manifestations. They've authorized accelerated integration protocol for your unique situation. Integration protocol? Jin questioned carefully. Provisional hunter status with specialized classification, Park explained. Not standard rank designation but unique operational parameters acknowledging your distinctive capabilities and potential contributions. Jin recognized the development's significance. Official association status would provide certain operational freedoms while simultaneously establishing more comprehensive monitoring and control mechanisms. A calculated risk for both parties. I'm honored by the consideration, he responded diplomatically. Though my abilities remain incompletely understood, even by me. Precisely why structured development framework provides mutual benefit. Park activated holographic display embedded in his desk, presenting formal documentation. The arrangement includes specialized training with selected S-rank hunters, access to restricted historical archives concerning pre-gate energy systems, and graduated field deployment under appropriate supervision. Jin reviewed the proposed arrangement, noting both opportunities and constraints it presented for his longer-term objectives. The terms seem reasonable, he acknowledged. Though I'm curious about the accelerated timeline. Such status typically requires extensive evaluation periods. Park's expression shifted subtly. Professional administrator considering optimal information disclosure for asset management. Transparency serves both our interests, Namikaze SSI. The entity encountered at Orochi headquarters represented significant escalation beyond standard gate threats. It's apparent. Recognition of your unique energy signature suggests connection predating current events. The entity called me Sage, Jin confirmed, watching Park's reaction closely. A term I'm still working to understand through fragmented memories. Quote, indeed. Park studied him with calculated assessment. The association has encountered references to a sage figure in certain historical contexts, archaeological findings. Ancient texts describing energy manipulation predating modern hunter techniques, folklore concerning a traveling teacher who demonstrated impossible abilities. Jin maintained neutral expression despite internal recognition of references to his second incarnation's activities. Interesting historical connections. More than interesting, I suspect. Park deactivated the holographic display, shifting to more direct approach. The association faces unprecedented threat evolution, Namikaze SSI. Standard hunter capabilities may prove insufficient against entities like yesterday's intruder. Your unique abilities represent potential critical advantage in emerging conflict scenarios. I'm willing to assist however possible, Jin replied truthfully, though with mental reserve. Ion regarding association's limited understanding of the true threat scale. Excellent. Park seemed genuinely pleased with the response. Hunter Cha will oversee your specialized training program beginning tomorrow. She's requested primary supervisory responsibility given your successful tactical collaboration during recent incidents. Jin noted this development with interest, Hae-In's direct involvement creating both potential complication and opportunity for his sanctuary preparation timeline. I look forward to working with Hunter Cha. Additionally, Park continued, Russian Hunter asks, Association has expressed particular interest in your abilities following Hunter Mikhailova's assessment. They've requested collaborative training exchange once your initial integration phase completes. Russian interest seems quite specific, Jin observed carefully. Park's expression revealed professional calculation beneath administrative courtesy. International cooperation benefits all participating organizations, particularly regarding unprecedented threat categories. Hunter Mikhailova's background in historical energy research provides unique perspective on your developing capabilities. The conversation concluded with formal acceptance of provisional status, establishing Jin's new position within association hierarchy, not conventional hunter rank but specialized classification with both privileges and limitations carefully delineated. As he departed Park's office, Jin recognized the arrangement's dual nature, expanded access to resources valuable for his awakening process while creating additional surveillance and operational constraints requiring careful navigation. Returning to his quarters, Jin found association personnel installing enhanced communication systems and specialized equipment befitting his new provisional status. The upgrades included secure terminal with expanded archive access, tactical coordination interfaces, and monitoring systems tracking his developing abilities through passive data collection rather than active surveillance. Integration protocols established per Director Park's authorization, explained the technician overseeing installation. Systems activation requires biometric confirmation. Jin provided requested verification, accepting equipment briefing with appropriate appreciation while cataloging both capabilities and limitations of his newly assigned resources. The communication systems particularly warranted careful analysis, enhanced connection to association networks while potentially establishing more comprehensive monitoring of his activities. Once alone, Jin activated the secure terminal, exploring expanded access to historical archives previously restricted. The additional clearance revealed archaeological findings far more extensive than initially disclosed, sites worldwide containing artifacts resonating with chakra signatures, ancient texts describing energy manipulation techniques identical to shinobi practices, and mythology across diverse cultures referencing a traveling sage figure teaching specialized disciples. Most significantly, the archives contained restricted analysis of certain Hunter B bloodlines demonstrating abilities outside standard classification parameters. These exceptional cases often traced lineage to regions where the second sage had established training centers during the early 20th century, genetic predisposition for chakra manipulation emerging as distinctive mana application within Hunter awakening processes. This confirmed Jin's developing theory. The second GE had deliberately established chakra foundations within human genetic lineages, creating potential for specialized abilities that would activate through Hunter awakening when gates began appearing. Strategic preparation spanning generations, laying groundwork for the third sage's eventual emergence. As evening approached, Jin maintained standard behavioral patterns for monitoring systems, reviewing provided materials, practicing basic techniques within acceptable parameters, demonstrating appropriate integration with his new provisional status. Beneath this conforming exterior, his awareness tracked security rotations and surveillance patterns, identifying optimal window for tonight's clandestine meeting with Aiko Uzumaki. The coordinates embedded in her message indicated location in Seoul's historic Bukchon Hanok village, traditional neighborhood of preserved Korean architecture dating back centuries. The area's narrow alleyways, traditional Hanok houses, and limited modern infrastructure created natural surveillance blind spots despite its popularity with tourists and cultural enthusiasts. At precisely 2100 hours, Jin's quarters experienced momentary power fluctuation, subtle electromagnetic pulse affecting monitoring systems for approximately 45 seconds. The disruption registered as routine maintenance anomaly in association security logs, creating brief window re-surveillance transition to backup systems with reduced capability. Jin utilized this precisely timed opportunity to create shadow clone with exacting chakra distribution, not equal division but carefully calibrated imbalance ensuring the clone projected stronger energy signature than the original. To monitoring systems resuming normal function, the clone's pronounced chakra presence would register as Jin remaining in his quarters, while his actual suppressed signature would read as minor ambient energy fluctuation if detected at all. Maintain standard evening routine, Jin instructed his clone. Review historical archives. Practice basic meditation sequences. Prepare for sleep at normal time. The clone nodded understanding, its consciousness containing sufficient memory transfer to execute convincing performance. Expected return timeline, approximately 3 hours. Surveillance rotation changes at midnight, optimal window for undetected reintegration. With preparations complete, Jin activated the Magatama bead from Dr. Yun, further suppressing his chakra signature to near undetectable levels. He then executed specialized transformation technique, not the dramatic appearance alteration of combat application but subtle modification to facial structure, height, and distinctive features that would defeat standard recognition systems while maintaining inconspicuous public presence. Headquarters. Residential section maintained regular security protocols despite the day's manifestation incidents, standard identification checkpoints, scheduled patrol patterns, and automated surveillance systems. Jin navigated these measures with practiced efficiency, utilizing service corridors and maintenance access routes identified during previous assessment of facility architecture. The association's public entrance provided optimal extraction point, continuous civilian traffic for administrative purposes creating natural cover for departing personnel. Jin integrated with departing administrative staff, adopting appropriate body language and conversational patterns while passing security checkpoints without triggering enhanced verification protocols. Seoul's evening EMB raced him with sensory intensity, vehicle exhaust mixing with street food aromas, neon signage reflecting across rain-slicked pavement, conversation fragments in multiple languages floating through crowded sidewalks. Jin moved through this urban tapestry with natural anonymity, another young professional navigating metropolitan nightlife while his enhanced awareness tracked potential surveillance with peripheral attention. Public transportation provided both efficient movement and additional security against potential tracking. Subway systems concentrated electromagnetic fields naturally disrupting conventional energy detection methods. Jin transferred between 3 separate lines before emerging in Angik district, walking final distance to Bukchon Hanik village through increasingly traditional architectural surroundings. The meeting coordinates specified traditional tea house nestled among preserved Hanik structures, wooden building with distinctive curved roof and paper lanterns illuminating stone path entrance. Jin approached indirectly, circling location twice while confirming absence of association surveillance or unexpected energy signatures suggesting potential ambush. Satisfied with security assessment, he entered the establishment. Warm interior featuring low wooden tables, floor cushions, and traditional tea service presented by staff in historical attire. The atmosphere here balanced authentic cultural experience with discreet privacy, conversation masking ambient sounds maintaining confidentiality at individual tables. Aiko awaited at corner location offering optimal visibility of both entrance and rear exit. Researchers' professional attire replaced by casual clothing that minimized association connection while maintaining polished appearance. Her expression registered momentary confusion as Jin approached in altered form before recognition flickered in her eyes, not visual identification but chakra signature recognition despite suppression measures. Impressive disguise, she commented quietly as he joined her at the table. Though unnecessary for those with specific sensitivity. Jin released transformation technique once seated, chakra briefly shimmering as his natural appearance returned. Association surveillance capabilities extend beyond visual confirmation. Precaution seemed prudent given your connection to research division. Wise assessment. Aiko poured tea with practiced grace belying her academic focus. I implemented scheduled system maintenance protocols creating brief monitoring disruption. Your departure should register as MI. Nor anomaly rather than security concern. Thoughtful assistance, Jin acknowledged, accepting offered tea. The scroll you provided contained valuable information. Unlocking sequences for additional repositories beyond the primary sanctuary. Aiko nodded, satisfaction evident beneath professional reserve. My grandmother preserved the scroll through 3 generations without understanding its complete significance. When gates began appearing, when hunters started awakening with abilities matching ancestral descriptions, she recognized potential connection to family legends. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for sealing techniques and remarkable vitality, Jin confirmed, memory fragments surfacing with increasing clarity. Your chakra signature carries distinctive resonance despite generations of dilution. Chakra. She tested the word with evident satisfaction. The association insists on alternative mana configuration in official documentation, but the term never felt accurate. Her expression shifted to focused intensity. How much do you remember? About the original world, about your previous incarnations. Jin considered his response carefully, balancing truth against security concerns. Fragments with increasing coherence. My life as Naruto Uzumaki comes through most clearly. Shinobi training, significant battles, key relationships. The second incarnation remains Re-fragmented. Establishing training centers worldwide, identifying potential bloodlines for chakra inheritance, preparing for eventual Otsutsuki incursion. Otsutsuki. Aiko pronounced the name with academic precision. The entity at Orochi headquarters, it belongs to this classification. Yes. Advanced scout assessing defensive capabilities before main harvest operation. Jin's expression darkened with emerging memory clarity. They consume worlds, Aiko. Not just resources or territory, entire dimensional planes harvested for energy to fuel their evolution and expansion. She absorbed this revelation with remarkable composure. The association classifies them as advanced dimensional entities or apex gate manifestations. Clinical terminology obscuring existential threat reality. Quote, the association doesn't understand what it's facing, Jin stated plainly. Hunter abilities evolved from chakra foundations established by the second sage, but diluted through generations and adapted to mana systems rather than true chakra manipulation. Against fully manifested Otsutsuki invasion force, even S-rank hunters would prove insufficient. Aiko processed this assessment with researcher's analytical focus rather than civilian panic, which necessitates your complete awakening, recovering full abilities and memories from both previous incarnations. Yes, the sanctuary Kai identified contains primary memory repository and training facilities established by the second sage. Jin leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice further. But the scroll you provided revealed two additional locations containing critical resources, specialized techniques and awakening catalysts necessary for complete restoration. My grandmother mentioned 3 sacred sites in family records, Aiko confirmed. Mountains, waterfall, and island temple. The association has unknowingly discovered 2 locations, classified as anomalous archaeological zones, under restricted access protocols. Which you have researched through official channels, Jin noted with appreciation. My specialization provides legitimate access to relevant archives. Aiko extracted small data storage device from her bag, sliding it discreetly across the table. Expedition reports, geographical surveys, energy resonance analyses. Everything the association has documented about both sites without recognizing their true significance. Jin pocketed the device with murmured thanks, recognizing its critical value for planning comprehensive awakening sequence. The association has granted me provisional status following today's manifestation incidents. Special classification with expanded access and supervised field deployment. I heard, Aiko confirmed. Research Division received notification regarding your status change. You'll maintain headquarters residence while beginning specialized training under Hunter Cha's supervision. Creating both opportunity and complication for sanctuary departure, Jin acknowledged. Expanded access provides valuable resources while establishing more comprehensive monitoring expectations. The association values your abilities, Aiko observed. Particularly following tactical insights during today's coordinated manifestations. Director Park specifically requested Research Division prioritize historical analysis of your techniques compared to archaeological findings. Their conversation paused as server approached with additional service, resuming only after ensuring adequate privacy from potential eavesdropping. Hunter Mikhailova's presence was unexpected, Jin noted. Transitioning to another significant development. Her grandfather apparently encountered the second sage during World War II. Aiko's eyes widened with genuine surprise. Russian military connection provides interesting historical validation. The association maintains cooperative relationship with Russian hunter organization but rarely shares specialized assets. Her techniques Contains subtle adaptations suggesting chakra influence rather than pure mana manipulation, Jin explained. Precision control prioritized over raw power, targeting energy pathways rather than physical structures. Similar to Hunter Cha's distinctive sword technique, Aiko observed thoughtfully, perhaps indicating specialized training lineage preserved through generations. Jin nodded agreement, connections forming between fragmented memories and current observations. The second sage established training centers worldwide, identifying bloodlines with natural chakra affinity. These descenda NTS would demonstrate distinctive abilities upon awakening as Hunter's once gates began appearing, creating specialized defenders prepared for eventual Otsutsuki incursion. Aiko concluded, research. Analytical mind assembling theoretical framework. Strategic preparation spanning decades before active threat emerged. Precisely. Jin sipped his tea, appreciating both the flavor and the momentary contemplation it provided. Which suggests potential allies beyond association structure, hunters with inherited chakra adaptations who might recognize significance of the sage's return. Like me, Aiko stated simply. Yes. Jin studied her with open assessment. Your Uzumaki heritage manifests in distinctive energy signature and natural affinity for sealing techniques. With proper training, you could access abilities beyond conventional hunter classification. Hope and determination mingled in her expression. I want to help, Jin. Not just through research or information access, but actively participating in what's coming. If my bloodline carries potential beyond standard hunter abilities, I need to develop it fully. Jin considered her request seriously, weighing potential benefits against operational security concerns. The sanctuary contains training resources specifically designed for awakening dormant chakra potential. Your participation provides both legitimate narrative for association documentation and genuine opportunity for developing your heritage abilities. Then I'm coming with you, she stated with quiet certainty. My position provides reasonable justification for field research expedition monitoring your techniques in non-urban environment. I can establish official parameters creating operational cover for sanctuary journey. The proposal demonstrated both practicality and commitment that Jin found himself respecting. 3 days, he confirmed. Kai is arranging specialized training expedition that will allow diversion to sanctuary location without triggering immediate pursuit protocols. Aiko nodded understanding, already formulating necessary preparation steps. I'll establish research documentation justifying my inclusion in the expedition team. Historical correlation between your techniques and archaeological findings provides legitimate academic framework. Their planning continued with increasing detail, covering communication security, equipment requirements, and contingency protocols for various intervention scenarios. Throughout this operational discussion, Jin noted Aiko's exceptional analytical capabilities and practical approach to complex logistical challenges, valuable traits beyond her Uzumaki heritage potential. As their meeting concluded, temporal awareness indicating approaching return window to association headquarters, Jin addressed final critical concern. The association will intensify monitoring following my status change. Communication security becomes increasingly important for remaining preparation phase. I've established secure channel through Research Division's historical artifact analysis system, Aiko explained, professional confidence evident in her solution. Legitimate DAT, a transmission containing embedded secondary encryption layer. Association security monitors content without recognizing steganographic implementation. Impressive methodology, Jin acknowledged with genuine appreciation. Information security represents significant aspect of archaeological research, she replied with subtle humor. Particularly when certain findings contradict established theoretical frameworks. They departed separately, maintaining appropriate interval for security purposes, Aiko returning to her university accommodation while Jin navigated in direct route back to association headquarters. The journey provided valuable reflection opportunity, processing significant developments from this increasingly consequential day. Vera Mikhailova's unexpected connection to the Econ Sage's activities confirmed Jin's fragmentary memories of establishing global training network during intermediate incarnation. Her specific interest suggested potential ally beyond association. Command structure, perhaps representing faction within Russian organization maintaining historical connection to original chakra teachings. Similarly, Aiko's commitment to active participation rather than merely providing research support demonstrated valuable potential beyond initial assessment. Her Uzumaki heritage, however diluted through generations, manifested in natural analytical capability. An intuitive understanding of complex systems that would prove increasingly valuable as awakening process accelerated. Most significantly, the coordinated manifestations confirmed accelerated Utsuki interest following the Orochi headquarters encounter. The reconnaissance pattern suggested methodical preparation rather than impulsive response, systematic intelligence gathering preceding more substantial incursion. Timeline compression appeared increasingly probable, necessitating efficient execution of sanctuary journey and subsequent awakening procedures. Association headquarters appeared ahead, its distinctive architecture illuminated against Seoul's night skyline. Jin activated chakra suppression measures while approaching through service entrance identified during previous security assessment. The staff rotation pattern provided optimal insertion window, shift change creating momentary coverage gap in specific corridor section leading to residential quarters. Inside, Jin gated monitoring systems with practiced efficiency, timing movement between surveillance cycles while maintaining chakra signature at minimal detection threshold. His shadow clone remained in assigned quarters, maintaining convincing behavioral patterns for continuous observation protocols. Their reintegration occurred with perfect precision, Jin dispelling the clone technique while absorbing its accumulated memories and experiences during his absence. To monitoring systems, the energy fluctuation registered as standard meditation completion rather than technique dispersion, maintaining consistent narrative without triggering anomaly alerts. As Jin prepared for rest, organizing newly acquired information while planning subsequent preparation steps, he sensed familiar energy signature approaching his quarters, distinctive pattern he'd encountered during both combat operations and training evaluation. 3 precise knocks confirmed his perception moments before Hae-In entered with awaiting response, S-rank authority overriding standard courtesy protocols. Her expression revealed nothing of her purpose, professional composure maintained despite the late hour and presumed off-duty status. Hunter Jin acknowledged, maintaining appropriate respectful demeanor. I wasn't expecting official communication until tomorrow's training assignment. This isn't official communication, she replied, closing the door behind her. Her attention swept the room once, cataloging subtle environmental details with Hunter's practiced assessment. You've been out. Not question but statement of fact, delivered with calm certainty rather than accusatory challenge. Jin considered various responses, weighing denial against potential value of limited truth with this increasingly significant individual. Yes, he confirmed simply. Her expression remained unchanged, though something flickered in her eyes, not surprise but confirmation of existing suspicion. Association security registered no departure. Monitoring systems show continuous presence in these quarters throughout evening hours. Accurate observation, Jin acknowledged without elaboration. Shadow clone technique, she stated. Replication capability demonstrated during Orochi incident, utilized again to establish dual presence pattern. Jin studied her with renewed assessment, her deductive reasoning and observational capabilities exceeding standard S-rank parameters. You've been monitoring my energy signature. My sensitivity allows perception beyond standard detection systems, she confirmed without apology. Your energy fluctuates distinctively during technique application. Subtle pattern variances undetectable to conventional monitoring but apparent to my specialized perception. Yet Vent reported these observations to Association Command, Jin noted with interest. Not yet, she maintained steady eye contact, professional assessment rather than personal confrontation. Your activities since arrival demonstrate consistent pattern, accessing information beyond officially requested parameters, establishing connections with specific individuals, preparing for departure while maintaining cooperative facade. Jin recognized pivotal interaction requiring careful navigation, potential ally or significant complication depending on his approach. What conclusion have you drawn from these observations, Hunter Cha? That you're pursuing objectives beyond association understanding, she replied directly. That your abilities and knowledge exceed anything officially documented. That entities like the one at Orochi headquarters represent threat beyond conventional hunter classification parameters. All accurate assessments, Jin confirmed, respecting her directness with equivalent honesty. The association believes it's studying and utilizing unique asset, she continued with clinical precision. In reality, you're accessing necessary resources while pursuing independent NT agenda only tangentially aligned with organizational objectives. Jin smiled slightly, appreciating her exceptional perceptiveness. You've developed remarkably comprehensive analysis from limited observations. I recognize patterns others miss, she stated without false modesty. Energy signatures reveal intentions and capabilities beyond conscious concealment, natural consequence of my sensitivity. And having recognized these patterns, Jin asked carefully, what action do you intend? Hae-In considered him with penetrating assessment, Hunter's tactical analysis applied to increasingly complex strategic equation. That depends on your answers to several critical questions. Ask, Jin invited, sensing fundamental inflection point in their developing relationship. The entity called you, Sage, and mentioned returning in Fox's clothing. Both references connect to distinctive energy signature unlike standard Hunter patterns. Her posture shifted subtly, professional assessment transitioning to personal inquiry. What are you, Jin? Not Hunter. Not conventional awakened, something else entirely. Jin weighed potential responses against developing trust parameters with this increasingly significant individual. I am the third incarnation of an entity whose consciousness and power were divided across time to prepare for specific threat. The first lived as Shinobi Nam, Ed Naruto Uzumaki in world separate from this one. The second appeared generations ago, establishing foundation for what eventually became Hunter abilities. I represent the final awakening, carrying complete knowledge necessary to confront the Otsutsuki threat. Hae-In absorbed this extraordinary explanation without visible skepticism, analytical mind assessing information against observed evidence. Rather than conventional understanding. The Otsutsuki being entities like the one at Orochi headquarters. Advanced scouts preceding main harvest force, Jin confirmed grimly. They consume worlds, Hae-In. Not just resources or territory, entire dimensional planes harvested for energy to fuel their evolution and expansion. Gates represent preliminary incursions, tests of this world's defenses ND targeted energy extraction operations. You speak with certainty derived from personal experience rather than theoretical analysis, she observed perceptively. My original incarnation faced Otsutsuki invasion in his native dimension. Jin explained, memory fragments providing increasing clarity. He recognized pattern indicating eventual multi-dimensional expansion and implemented unperceived NTED countermeasure, dividing consciousness and power across time to ensure necessary knowledge and capability would exist when barriers between dimensions finally collapsed. Hae-In processed this information with remarkable efficiency. Connections forming between disparate observations. Hunter abilities emerged following first gate appearances, but chakra foundations were established earlier, by your second incarnation preparing defense framework for eventual threat manifestation. Exactly, Jin confirmed, impressed by her intuitive understanding. The second sage identified bloodlines with natural chakra affinity, established training centers worldwide, and preserved critical knowledge in hidden sanctuaries awaiting third incarnation's awakening. Which explains your interest in Toin archaeological sites and historical energy documentation, she concluded. You're recovering fragmented memories while preparing to access these sanctuaries. Jin studied her with open assessment. Decision crystallizing regarding potential trust parameters. 3 days from now, I depart for primary sanctuary containing memory repository and training facilities established by the second sage. Kai has arranged specialized training expedition providing cover for this journey. Rather than surprise or objection, Hae-In demonstrated tactical focus on operational parameters. Association TRA. Sea King protocols present significant complication for unauthorized departure. Standard Hunter monitoring includes multiple redundant systems designed specifically to prevent asset disappearance. They developed countermeasures addressing primary tracking vectors, Jin assured her. Though secondary pursuit protocols remain concerning. Meaning you, Kai, and Dr. Uzumaki, she stated with continued perceptiveness. Perhaps others connected to preserved knowledge from your second incarnation. Jin acknowledged the accurate assessment with slight nod. The question remains, Hunter Cha, having learned this information, what action do you intend? Hae-In's expression shifted subtly, professional assessment giving way to something more personal, more determined. I intend to accompany you. The declaration surprised Jin despite increasing recognition of her exceptional perceptiveness and tactical intelligence. The association would immediately question your involvement in unauthorized departure. Your S-rank status creates additional complications for both operational security and potential pursuit scenarios. My involvement provides opposite advantage, she countered immediately. As assigned supervisor for your field training, my authorization legitimizes expedition parameters while reducing secondary verification requirements. Association protocols grant S-rank hunters significant operational autonomy, particularly regarding asset development in controlled environments. Jin considered her proposal with strategic assessment, recognizing genuine advantages beyond initial concerns. Your combat capabilities certainly represent significant asset for potential opposition scenarios. Though your motivation remains unclear. My motivation should be evident from energy signature analysis. She replied with unexpected directness. You perceive chakra pathways, examine mine with appropriate attention. The invitation surprised Jin momentarily before he focused perception beyond standard awareness, extending chakra sense specifically toward Hae-In's energy system with analytical precision. What he discovered confirmed emerging suspicions while revealing unexpected complexity. Her mana channels followed distinctive flow patterns unlike conventional hunter configuration, resembling modified chakra pathways adapted for alternative energy system. Your techniques, derived from modified chakra foundations, he observed with growing understanding. Not coincidental adaptation but deliberate transmission through generations. My grandfather trained under Wandering master who demonstrated abilities beyond conventional understanding, she confirmed quietly. Techniques focusing on precise energy channel disruption rather than raw power application. Distinctive. Methodology preserved through family lineage despite lacking terminology or theoretical framework explaining its origin. The second sage established numerous training lineages worldwide, Jin explained. Memory fragments providing contextual understanding. Identifying individuals with natural chakra affinity who would pass modified techniques through generations until gates appeared and hunters awakened. Your family represents one such lineage, explaining both your exceptional combat effectiveness and unique energy sensitivity. Hae-In nodded confirmation, professional demeanor momentarily revealing personal significance. I've always perceived energy differently than other hunters, sensing distinctive signatures, detecting flow patterns others consider irrelevant. The association classified this as unique mutation providing specialized detection capability. In reality, you're perceiving chakra residue beneath mana manifestation, Jin completed her thought. Your sensitivity evolved specifically to identify connections between modern hunter techniques and original chakra foundations. Which explains my reaction to your energy signature, she acknowledged. Unlike conventional hunters whose mana patterns create discomfort through my sensitivity, your chakra resonates with something familiar. Something my system recognizes despite never consciously encountering it before. Jin considered this revelation with growing appreciation for its strategic significance. Your involvement would provide substantial advantages for sanctuary journey and subsequent awakening process. Though association response to your participation creates potential complications for eventual return. The association represents secondary concern compared to the threat you've described, Hae-In stated with characteristic directness. If these Otsutsuki entities truly intend dimensional harvest operation, conventional hunter response protocols prove fundamentally inadequate regardless of organizational position or reputation consequences. Her pragmatic assessment confirmed Jin's developing impression of exceptional tactical intelligence beyond conventional S-rank parameters. 3 days, he confirmed. Decision crystallizing. Kai coordinates logistical framework while Iko establishes research documentation justifying expedition parameters. Your involvement requires integration with existing operational planning. I'll create appropriate authorization documentation through S-rank protocols, she replied immediately, tactical mind already addressing practical implementation. Training expedition to remote mountain location provides reasonable cover for extended communications blackout while establishing legitimate departure framework. Their planning continued with increasing detail, addressing equipment requirements, communication security, contingency protocols for various intervention scenarios. Throughout this operational discussion, Jin noted Hae-In's Exceptional tactical capabilities and precise approach to complex security challenges, valuable traits beyond her specialized combat effectiveness. As their meeting concluded, approaching midnight security, tie rotation creating potential observation anomaly if continued, Hae-In addressed final critical concern. The association will intensify monitoring following identified connection between your abilities and today's manifestation entities. Communication security becomes increasingly important for remaining preparation phase. Understood, Jin acknowledged. Kai has established secure channel through evaluation documentation system. Limited bandwidth but sufficient for essential coordination. Hae-In nodded approval before moving toward door, professional demeanor returning fully. Official training begins 0800 hours tomorrow. Specialized facility allocated for supervised technique development and capability assessment. Maintain appropriate performance metrics within established parameters. Of course, Hunter Cha. Jin replied with appropriate formality for potential monitoring systems. She paused momentarily at threshold, glancing back with expression revealing momentary glimpse. Beneath professional facade, determination and something almost like anticipation. Your abilities during Orochi headquarters evacuation represented approximately what percentage of full capability potential? Jin considered the question with honest assessment. Perhaps 15% of what my original incarnation commanded at peak performance. Less considering specialized techniques requiring complete memory restoration. Her eyes widened fractionally before controlled composure returned. Then completing your awakening process becomes increasingly critical priority. For everyone's sake. With that sobering observation, she departed, leaving Jin to contemplate increasingly complex strategic landscape. 3 key allies now confirmed for Sanctuary Journey, each bringing specialized kappa abilities and knowledge essential for awakening process, each representing distinct connection to his fragmented past incarnations. Beyond immediate operational concerns, the day's coordinated manifestations confirmed accelerated Otsutsuki interest following initial encounter. Their systematic reconnaissance suggested methodical preparation for more substantial incursion, timeline compression API. Ring increasingly probable as threat assessment evolved. Jin moved to window, gazing across Seoul's illuminated nightscape while considering broader strategic implications. Association Headquarters S. Tued prominently among cityscape, monument to human response against gate emergence, organization believing itself central to dimensional threat containment. In reality, merely managing symptoms while fundamental catastrophe approached unchecked. 3 days until departure for primary sanctuary. 3 days to navigate increasing association interest while maintaining operational security. 3 days before beginning genuine awakening process necessary to confront rapidly advancing Otsutsuki threat. The journey toward reclaiming his complete legacy had truly begun. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Tech and the Tactician. Morning arrived with clinical precision. Artificial lighting gradually increasing to simulate dawn within Jin's windowless quarters. The association's residential wing deliberately minimized external architectural vulnerabilities, a design philosophy that prioritized security over natural ambiance. For someone accustomed to waking with the sun, this controlled environment felt subtly disorienting, another small reminder of his displacement from natural rhythms. Jin rose before the scheduled awakening sequence completed, already moving through preparatory stretches as the room reached full illumination. His body responded with increasing fluidity as dormant muscle memory continued integrating with conscious movement, cadence sequences from shinobi training flowing Nadu. Rally despite this incarnation never formally learning them. The previous evening's developments had accelerated his timeline considerably. 3 allies now confirmed for the Sanctuary Journey, each bringing specialized capabilities essential for the awakening process. Kai's historical knowledge and association position provided operational framework, Aiko's research access and Uzumaki heritage FFERED connection to sealed repositories, and Hae-In's combat prowess and S-rank authority established legitimate expedition parameters. As Jin completed his morning routine, the quarters, communicat ion system activated with incoming notification, a detailed schedule for his first official day under provisional hunter status. The itinerary began with technical evaluation in the association's Advanced Research Division, followed by specialized training under Hae-In's supervision, concluding with tactical assessment conducted by senior association strategists. A structured day designed to comprehensively catalog his abilities while maintaining the illusion of cooperative integration. The notification included additional information regarding his assigned technical evaluation specialist, Sena Aoki, Applied Energy Systems Director. Credentials listing multiple advanced degrees in theoretical physics and dimensional anomaly analysis. Her profile photo showed a woman in her early 30s with sharp features and analytical eyes behind distinctive red-framed glasses, expression suggesting intense focus rather than conventional professional presentation. Jin recognized the strategic value in this assignment. Technical analysis required specialized expertise beyond standard association protocols, particularly for energy systems outside conventional classification. What interested him, or was the name itself? Aoki suggesting Japanese heritage, potentially indicating another connection to the second sage's established training lineages. At precisely 0730 hours, Jin's quarters receive Ed expected visitor, association escort assigned to accompany him to the research division. The young man's nervous energy betrayed both curiosity and wariness, attitude typical of junior personnel ignored to monitor potentially dangerous assets. Namikaze SSI, the escort greeted with formal bow. I'm Junior Handler Park Ji-ho. I'll be accompanying you to today's evaluation sessions. Thank you, Handler Park. Jin replied with appropriate courtesy, noting the subtle reinforcement in the handler's uniform, specialized material designed to absorb energy disruption if necessary. The Associatio N clearly balanced professional courtesy with practical security concerns. They traversed headquarters through carefully selected routes, not direct paths but corridors with optimal security coverage and containment protocols. Junior Handler Park maintained professional demeanor despite obvious curiosity, occasionally glancing sideways at Jin with poorly concealed interest. You were at the Orochi incident. The young man finally ventured as they entered a secure elevator. My team arrived for secondary containment after the building collapsed. They say you created shadow clones that evacuated over 70 civilians. Jin acknowledged with modest nod. The association response teams did the real work. I merely provided supplementary assistance. Still, the handler's expression CTED genuine admiration despite institutional wariness. Most awakened spend years developing specialized techniques. The way you formed those clones like you'd been doing it forever. The observant Ion was more accurate than the young man realized. Jin offered noncommittal response as the elevator descended to subterranean levels housing the association's research facilities, specialized laboratory. Rise located beneath headquarters for containment security in case of experimental mishaps. Research division occupied multiple connected facilities spanning comprehensive specializations, biological analysis, equipment development, dimensional physics, historical artifacts, and energy system classification. Jin's provisional status granted access to specific sections while maintaining restriction from sensitive research areas. A compartmentalization strategy reflecting the association's careful asset management approach. Junior Handler Park led him through security checkpoints with increasing G verification requirements, biometric confirmation, energy signature analysis, and behavioral pattern recognition systems designed to detect potential infiltration. Jin submitted to these protocols with appropriate cooperation, noting security vulnerabilities with peripheral awareness while maintaining compliant demeanor. The Applied Energy Systems Laboratory represented the association's cutting-edge research into hunter abilities, a vast space filled with specialized equipment designed to analyze, quantify, and potentially replicate energy manipulation techniques. Researchers in distinctive white and blue uniforms operated complex machinery whose purpose Jin could only partially determine from external configuration. At the laboratory's center stood a transparent chamber surrounded by monitoring apparatus, clearly the testing environment where his abilities would undergo technical evaluation. Beside this structure, engaged in rapid-fire discussion with research assistants, stood the woman from the profile document, Sena Aoki, her actual presence conveying intensity not fully captured in static image. The frequency oscillation parameters need recalibration, she instructed a technician. Gestures emphasizing specific adjustments with precise motions. Standard Hunter mana signatures cluster within established spectral range. This subject demonstrated energy manifestation completely outside conventional parameters. We need expanded detection capabilities or we're essentially blind to the most interesting data points. Her speech pattern reflected the rapid-fire intensity of her thoughts, words flowing in technical bursts punctuated by brief pauses for mental recalibration. No wasted communication, no social niceties, just pure information transfer optimized for efficiency. Junior Handler Park cleared his throat with appropriate formality. Director Aoki, presenting provisional asset Namikaze is scheduled for technical evaluation procedures. Senna turned, gaze immediately focusing on Jin with analytical precision. Not standard social assessment but diagnostic examination cataloging observable details. Namikaze SSI, your energy manifestation during the Orochi incident defied conventional classification parameters. Fascinating implications for established theoretical frameworks regarding hunter ability development. No greeting, no introduction, immediate focus on the technical question that clearly dominated her interest. Jin found her directness refreshing compared to the association's careful political positioning. I look forward to providing what if our insights prove useful to your research, Director Aoki, he replied with appropriate professional courtesy. Her eyes narrowed slightly behind red-framed glasses, head tilting fractionally, analyzing his response against expected parameters. Conventional social protocol despite unconventional energy system. Interesting dichotomy. She gestured toward the transparent chamber. We'll begin with a lean establishment to calibrate monitoring systems. Handler Park, your escort duties are complete. Research Division security protocols activate upon subject integration with evaluation systems. Junior Handler departed with visible relief, clearly intimidated by both the technical environment and Sina's intense demeanor. Jin followed the director toward the evaluation chamber, noting Calibra Tion adjustments technicians implemented at her earlier instruction. The chamber contains comprehensive sensor array designed to analyze energy manifestation across multiple spectral ranges, Senna explained as they approached. Standard configuration detects conventional mana signatures within established parameters. I've modified detection systems to accommodate theoretical energy variance outside hunter classification framework. Jin studied the equipment with genuine interest, recognizing certain components designed for dimensional breach analysis. Technology developed to study gate formation processes. You've incorporated gate detection methodology into the sensor array, he observed. Clever adaptation for unconventional energy assessment. Senna paused mid-stride, attention shifting fully to Jin with increased intensity. You recognized specialized configuration from external observation. Unexpected knowledge base for non-technical personnel. I notice patterns, Jin explained with deliberate modesty. The equipment shares structural similarities with gate monitoring systems I observed during containment operations. Perceptive observation, she acknowledged, continuing toward the chamber. Gate formation involves fundamental dimensional barrier manipulation, energy transition between established state parameters. Hunter abilities represent similar though significant, less complex energy state transitions. Logical adaptation of monitoring technology for comprehensive analysis. Inside the evaluation chamber, Jin found precisely arranged marking system indicating optimal positioning for various assessment procedures. Senna directed him through initial calibration sequence, standing at designated markers while performing basic movements designed to establish baseline biometric parameters. Remain stationary while systems establish standard biological baseline, she instructed from control station outside the chamber, voice transmitted through integrated communication system. Conventional physical parameters must be documented before energy manifestation assessment. Jin complied, maintaining neutral stance while monitoring systems performed NSIVE scanning procedures, collecting data on everything from cellular structure to neural activity patterns. Throughout this process, Senna maintained running commentary with her research team, Termino. Legi shifting between established scientific frameworks and specialized vocabulary developed specifically for hunter ability classification. Biological parameters register within exceptional but fundamentally human range, she noted. Studying initial results with critical assessment. Cellular regeneration rate approximately 340% above baseline population average, significant but not unprecedented among high-rank hunters. Neurological activity demonstrates unusual patterning, particularly in regions associated with energy perception and manipulation. The preliminary assessment completed, say. Na transition to the evaluation's primary objective. Please manifest your energy system at minimal operational level, she instructed. Sufficient for sensor detection without technique application. Jin accessed his chakra network with practiced control, allowing energy to flow through established pathways without external manifestation, basic circulation pattern that represented foundation for all advanced techniques. The monitoring systems immediately registered this activity, displays surrounding the chamber shifting from baseline patterns to dramatically different configurations. Extraordinary, Senna breathed, professional detachment momentarily replaced by genuine wonder. The energy pathways are completely distinct from standard Hunter mana channels. Not variation on established D framework but fundamentally different circulatory system. Her fingers moved across control interfaces with remarkable speed, adjusting monitoring parameters to capture comprehensive data from this unexpected configuration. The flow dynamics suggest deliberate circulatory design rather than evolutionary development. Precision engineering rather than adaptive formation. Jin maintained steady chakra circulation while Sina's team documented its properties, the distinct pathways, specialized junction points, and unique flow dynamics that distinguished chakra network from conventional mana channels. Throughout this process, Sina's commentary shifted increasingly from clinical assessment to theoretical speculation, her mind clearly racing with implications beyond immediate data collection. The energy itself demonstrates unique properties, she noted, studying spectral analysis displays. Conventional Hunter mana interacts primarily with external dimensional boundaries, manipulating established physical parameters through localized reality adjustment. This energy, she paused, searching for appropriate terminology. This energy appears fundamentally integrated with biological systems rather than operating as separate interactive force. Chakra, Jin supplied, deciding limited information sharing served both immediate cooperation and longer-term objectives. The energy system is called chakra. It represents unified integration of physical and spiritual energy rather than external power source manipulation. Sina's attention sharpened with laser focus. Chakra, she repeated, testing the terminology. Etymology suggests Sanskrit origin. Wheel, or circle, referencing energy centers within traditional medicinal frameworks. Her mind visibly connected concepts across disparate knowledge domains, consistent with observed circulatory pattern and integrated biological functionality. That's correct, Jin confirmed, impressed by her immediate conceptual integration. Traditional chakra theory describes energy centers connected through circulation pathways, somewhat simplified understanding of the actual system, but fundamentally accurate regarding integration principles. Fascinating. Senna adjusted recording parameters, ensuring comprehensive documentation of this discussion alongside technical measurements. Please increase manifestation level incrementally. I want to observe scaling properties across power spectrum. Jin complied, gradually increasing chakra flow through his network, beginning with basic circulation before progressing to external manifestation visible as subtle blue energy surrounding his form. The monitoring systems tracked this progression with increasing activity, displays showing dramatic shifts across multiple measurement parameters. The energy demonstrates coherent scaling properties, Senna observed with clinical precision. Unlike mana fluctuation patterns during Hunter technique application, this chakra maintains consistent internal organization regardless of power output level. Her expression reflected growing theoretical interest beyond immediate measurement objectives. Suggests fundamental design principle, rather than adaptive response characteristics. The evaluation continued through increasingly complex assessment procedures, Jin demonstrating basic chakra applications while monitoring systems documented their properties and effects. Throughout this process, Sina's analytical approach shifted subtly from cataloging observable phenomena to developing theoretical framework explaining underlying principles. The hand positions, she noted as Jin demonstrated simple sign sequences. They're not merely psychological focus mechanisms like Hunter casting gestures. They're creating actual energy circuit modifications, physically altering flow patterns through specific finger positioning and pressure point activation. Yes, Jin confirmed, impressed by her perceptive analysis. The hand signs, Create temporary circuit configurations directing chakra flow through specific pathways for particular technique applications. Sina's eyes practically gleamed with intellectual excitement behind her glasses. Programmable energy circuitry through physical configuration adjustment. Completely distinct from Hunter mana manipulation principles. She turned to her research team. We need comprehensive documentation of all hand sign configurations and their corresponding energy flow modifications. This represents entirely new theoretical framework for energy system analysis. As the evaluation progressed to more advanced techniques, Jin carefully balanced demonstration requirements against strategic information disclosure, revealing sufficient capabilities to satisfy immediate assessment objectives while maintaining appropriate reservation regarding his full potential. Throughout this process, Sina's analytical approach remained refreshingly direct, focused entirely on technical understanding rather than political or organizational implications. The shadow clone technique particularly interests me, she stated as Jin created 3 perfect duplicates within the evaluation chamber. NTER illusion techniques create sensory projections without physical substance. These manifestations demonstrate actual matter generation, independent physical entities with apparent autonomous functionality. They're not simply physical duplicates, Jin explained, allowing limited technical disclosure. Each clone contains portion of my consciousness and chakra reserve, capable of independent thought and action while maintaining connection to the original. Senna studied the clones with intense fascination, monitoring systems documenting their identical energy signatures and physical properties. Distributed consciousness through energy division and physical manifestation. Implications for fundamental understanding of awareness and identity. She trailed off, mind clearly racing through theoretical ramifications beyond immediate technical application. The evaluation continued for several hours, comprehensive assessment of Jin's demonstrated abilities from rigorous technical perspective. Throughout this process, Sina's approach remained consistently analytical, focused entirely on understanding fundamental principles rather than classification within existing frameworks. This scientific curiosity, unbound by institutional limitations, represented refreshing contrast to the association's carefully structured asset evaluation methodology. As the formal assessment concluded, monitoring systems powering down after collecting terabytes of specialized data, Senna approached Jin directly, professional distance temporarily set aside in favor of direct inquiry. Your energy this chakra, it's not recently developed ability following awakening process, she stated with certainty rather than speculation. The integration with biological systems, the refined control parameters, the established circulatory pathways, this represents fully matured capability rather than emerging potential. Jin considered his response carefully, recognizing potential value in limited disclosure with this uniquely perceptive individual. You're correct. My abilities represent remembered rather than discovered capability. Remembered, she repeated, analytical mind immediately processing implications, suggesting prior existence or previous developmental cycle rather than new manifestation. Her gaze intensified with focused curiosity. The association classifies you as onal asset with unique awakening parameters. Fundamentally inadequate categorization for what you actually represent. Classifications often reflect institutional requirements rather than objective reality, Jin observed diplomatically. Indeed, something shifted in her demeanor, professional researcher momentarily replaced by individual driven by genuine intellectual curiosity. I have approximately 74 additional questions regarding your energy system properties and operational principles. Unfortunately, scheduled evaluation parameters have concluded and your subsequent assess me. NT appointments take priority according to established protocols. Jin found himself appreciating her direct approach and unfiltered intellectual engagement. Perhaps we could continue this discussion at a later time. Your technical insights provide valuable perspective regarding capabilities I'm still exploring myself. Yes, mutual information exchange benefits both analytical objectives and practical application development. Senna reached into her laboratory coat, extracting specialized communication device. This provides direct access to my research division's secure channel. Association. Protocols allow continued consultation between technical evaluation specialists and assessed assets for clarification purposes. Jin accepted the device, recognizing both professional courtesy and potential strategic value in maintained connection with someone whose technical understanding transcended institutional limitations. Thank you, Director Aoki. I look forward to further discussions. As Jin departed the research division, escorted by security personnel toward his scheduled training session with Hae-In, he reflected on this unexpected encounter. Sena Aoki represented unique combinate. Ion of exceptional technical expertise and intellectual curiosity unbound by institutional frameworks, potential ally whose value extended beyond immediate analytical capabilities to fundamental understanding of energy systems underlying both hunter abilities and chakra techniques. The training facility designated for his specialized session occupied eastern section of the association's combat division. Large open space featuring reinforced architecture designed to withstand high-level hunter technique application. Various equipment stations and practice areas accommodated diverse ability specializations, while observation platforms allowed assessment from safe distance during potentially destructive technique demonstrations. Hae-In awaited at the facility's center, her formal hunter attire, replaced by practical combat training gear, fitted clothing designed for optimal movement without sacrificing protective functionality. Her injured shoulder showed no visible limitation in movement or posture, suggesting accelerated healing consistent with her S-rank recovery capabilities. Namikaze SSI, she greeted with professional formality for monitoring systems. Your technical evaluation concluded satisfactorily. Director Aoki was thorough, Jin confirmed, matching her official tone while communicating through subtle expression. Her analytical approach provided valuable insights regarding my energy system properties. Good. Our session focuses on practical application development rather than theoretical assessment. Hae-In gestured toward training area prepared with specialized target configurations. The association has assigned 3 days for initial capability evaluation before determining appropriate field deployment parameters. Jin noted the specific timeframe, matching exactly their sanctuary departure window while establishing official documentation justifying extended training period. Hae-In's tactical intelligence continued impressive implementation, creating legitimate framework for their approaching operation. The training session began with basic combat application assessment, Jin demonstrating chakra-enhanced physical capabilities while Hae-In evaluated their tactical implementation potential. Throughout this process, she maintained perfect balance between official supervisor role for monitoring systems and concealed ally preparing for their approaching departure. Your movement pattern lacks conventional hunter acceleration signatures, she observed professionally. No mana condensation phase preceding enhanced mobility deployment. Immediate capability activation without preparation sequence. Chakra circulation maintains constant readiness state rather than requiring specific activation procedure, Jin explained, providing legitimate technical information while continuing their coded exchange. The energy remains integrated with biological systems during inactive periods rather than dormant until specifically accessed. Their session progressed through increasingly complex scenarios, moving from basic physical enhancement to specialized technique application against various target configurations. Throughout this process, Hae-In demonstrated exceptional tactical understanding, creating training parameters that appeared comprehensive for monitoring systems while actually preparing Jin for specific challenges they might encounter during sanctuary journey. Field operations frequently require adaptive response to unpredictable environmental conditions, she noted, activating specialized training system that reconfigured the practice area into varied terrain features. Hunter teams often encounter dimensional anomalies affecting standard technique application parameters. The training environment shifted through multiple configurations, urban structures, natural landscapes, subterranean features, each presenting unique tactical challenges requiring specialized approach. Jin navigated these scenarios with increasing fluidity, chakra techniques adapting to specific environmental conditions while combat strategies reflected growing integration between his fragmented memories and current capabilities. As their session approached scheduled conclusion, Hae-In activated final training parameter, specialized simulation creating unpredictable dimensional fluctuation patterns similar to unstable gate environments. His advanced scenario typically challenged experienced S-rank hunters, requiring precise technique adaptation under constantly changing conditions. Dimensional instability represents significant field operation hazard. She explained for official record. Hunter abilities often demonstrate unpredictable manifestation properties when applied within fluctuating dimensional boundary conditions. He simulation created visible distortion throughout the training area, reality wavering as dimensional parameters shifted unpredictably. Standard Hunter techniques would demonstrate inconsistent effectiveness in such environments. Power fluctuating with dimensional stability variations. Jin's chakra techniques, however, maintained consistent functionality regardless of environmental conditions, the energy system operating on fundamental principles independent of dimensional boundary states. This distinctive property represented significant tactical advantage in unstable gate environments where conventional Hunter abilities might prove unreliable. Your techniques demonstrate remarkable stability under fluctuating dimensional conditions, Hae-In observed, professional assessment genuine despite predetermined training objectives. Significant tactical advantage during unstable gate containment operations. Chakra operates through internal systemic principles rather than external dimensional manipulation, Jin explained, providing legitimate technical information with potential application for their approaching journey. Environmental conditions affect implementation parameters but not fundamental technique functionality. Quote, their session concluded with comprehensive documentation of demonstrated capabilities and tactical application potential, Hae-In creating detailed assessment report for association records while maintaining appropriate classification limitations. Throughout this process, she balanced professional thoroughness with strategic information management, establish Hing official framework supporting their developing operational plan. Your performance meets provisional asset deployment parameters, she concluded officially. Recommendation for accelerated field training under specialized supervision will be submitted through appropriate channels. Expect authorization within 24 hours for preliminary operation parameters. Jin recognized the statement's dual purpose, official documentation for association records while confirming timeline for their approaching departure. I appreciate the association's expedited evaluation process, he replied with appropriate formality. Field application provides valuable development opportunity for abilities still reaching optimal functionality. As they departed the training facility, maintaining ional separation appropriate for supervisor and evaluated asset, Jin's communication device activated with incoming notification. Tactical assessment session rescheduled due to emerging situation requiring immediate attention. The message referenced unexpected dimensional anomaly detected in mountainous region approximately 200 kilometers northeast of Seoul, requiring specialized investigate. Ion team including tactical consultant with unique energy perception capabilities. Hae-In received identical notification, her expression remaining neutral despite the development's obvious significance. Convenient timing, she observed quietly as they entered elevator isolated from immediate surveillance. The location provides optimal opportunity for preliminary environmental assessment before our scheduled departure. Association records indicate previous dimensional anomalies in that region. Jin questioned, recognizing potential connection to sanctuary coordinates. Multiple instances catalogued over past decade. Unusual stability patterns distinct from standard gate manifestations. Her eyes met his with meaningful intensity. The area contains several archaeological sites with energy resonance properties outside conventional classification parameters. Jin immediately understood the implication. Region containing dimensional anomalies connected to sites established by the second sage. The association had unknowingly documented effects of chakra repositories without recognizing their true significance. Tactical assessment team departs in 90 minutes, Hae-In continue. Ed professionally as they reached administrative level. Equipment preparation protocols initiated through automated systems. Mission parameters indicate overnight deployment with standard field operation resources. The opportunity presented perfect alignment with their developing strategy, legitimate association operation providing reconnaissance opportunity for approaching sanctuary journey while establishing documented reason for Jin's presence in the region. Such coincidence suggested either remarkable fortune or deliberate arrangement through their expanding alliance network. Director Park requested direct briefing before deployment, Hae-In added as they traversed administrative corridors. Standard protocol for provisional assets entering field operations, particularly involving dimensional anomalies. The director's office maintained same carefully balanced aesthetic observed during Jin's previous visit, traditional Korean elements integrated with ultra-modern security systems, creating an environment that projected both cultural authority and technological capability. Park himself projected similar duality, distinguished administrator whose formal attire concealed pragmatic, tactical background from earlier career. Namikaze SSI, he greeted with professional courtesy. I understand your evaluation sessions have progressed satisfactorily. Director Aoki's preliminary report indicates particularly interesting findings regarding your unique energy system properties. Her analytical approach provided valuable insights, Jin confirmed diplomatically. The association's technical resources offer significant opportunity for understanding capabilities I'm still exploring myself. Park nodded with administrative satisfaction before addressing the immediate situation. The dimensional anomaly detected in Taebaek Mountains represents unusual manifestation pattern requiring specialized assessment. Not standard gate formation but persistent dimensional resonance with OOT entity emergence or environmental degradation. Interesting characteristics, Jin observed neutrally. Different from recent manifestations in Seoul urban areas. Precisely why your participati on provides valuable assessment opportunity. Park activated holographic display showing topographical representation of mountainous region. The anomaly demonstrates unusual stability parameters, PERS. I-stent dimensional resonance without expansion or contraction phases typical of gate formations. The displayed location triggered immediate recognition in Jin's fragmentary memories, geographical features matching descriptions from the sanctuary coordinates Kai had provided. The dimensional anomaly represented nothing less than residual chakra resonance from sealed repository established by the second sage decades earlier. Hunter Cha will supervise tactical assessment team including specialized sensor technicians and containment specialists, Park continued, outlining operational parameters. Your role remains consultative rather than direct engagement, energy perception capabilities providing unique perspective regarding anomaly characteristics. I understand, Jin acknowledged appropriately. Observation and analysis rather than active containment participation. Exactly. Park deactivated the display, expression shifting to more direct assessment. This represents your first field deployment under provisional status, Namikaze SSI. While circumstances necessitate accelerated timeline, standard protocols regarding chain of command and operational security remain fully applicable. Of course, Director. Jin replied with appropriate deference. I appreciate the association's trust in allowing field participation at this early stage. Park studied him briefly before continuing. Hunter Cha has recommended accelerated training program following this assessment operation, specialized capability development in controlled environment outside urban containment parameters. Her evaluation suggests your abilities demonstrate optimal development potential through practical application rather than simulated exercise. Jin maintained neutral expression despite recognizing significant development in their operational planning. I defer to Hunter Cha's professional assessment regarding optimal training methodology. Indeed, Park's tone suggested careful political calculation beneath administrative courtesy. The recommendation has received preliminary approval pending successful completion of current assessment operation. Expect formal authorization upon return from Taebaek deployment. The briefing concluded with standard operational security protocols and communication expectations, Park establishing clear parameters regarding Jin's provisional status while maintaining professional courtesy appropriate for potentially valuable asset. Throughout this exchange, Jin balanced appropriate cooperation with strategic reservation, recognizing the director's EFUL positioning within association power structures. 90 minutes later, Jin found himself aboard specialized association transport vehicle, modified aircraft designed for rapid deployment to remit locations inaccessible through conventional transportation methods. The tactical assessment team comprised 12 members with diverse specializations, sensor technicians, containment specialists, medical support personnel, and security officers maintaining protective formation around valuable assets. Hae-In supervised deployment preparations with efficient precision, her S-rank authority estable, issuing clear operational hierarchy while her tactical experience ensured comprehensive resource allocation. Throughout this process, she maintained professional distance from Jin appropriate for super Visor-asset relationship while occasionally providing specific instruction regarding equipment utilization and communication protocols. Standard field kit includes emergency supplies, communication devices, and basic protective equipment. She explained, indicating specialized container assigned to Jin. Association protocols require continuous status updates during anomaly proximity operations. Jin examined the provided equipment with appropriate interest, noting both official components and subtle additions unlikely included in standard deployment packages. The communication device party, clearly warranted attention. Ostensibly standard association technology but containing modified transmission protocols potentially providing secure channel outside conventional monitoring systems. The transport departed Seoul airspace on schedule, advanced propulsion systems carrying them toward mountainous region at high velocity while specialized shielding prevented conventional detection methods from tracking their movement. Inside, the tactical team reviewed mission parameters and equipment functionality, professional focus evident despite the operation's unusual nature. The anomaly demo, N Straits persistent dimensional resonance without standard gate configuration, explained senior sensor technician, reviewing preliminary data with team members. Energy signature remains consistent rather than fluctuating through typical manifestation phases. No entity emergence detected despite maintained dimensional boundary disruption. Environmental impact assessment. Questioned containment specialist, focusing on practical security concerns. Minimal affected radius, approximately 200 meters from central resonance point. No vegetation degradation, wildlife behavioral changes, or geological instability indicators typical of gate formations. The technician displayed three-dimensional topographical models showing anomaly location. The resonance point corresponds with unusual rock formation approximately 50 meters above valley floor, natural cave system with distinctive geological properties. Jin studied the displayed location with careful attention, comparing observed D features against sanctuary coordinates provided by Kai. The correspondence confirmed his initial assessment. The dimensional anomaly represented residual chakra resonance from sealed repository established by the second sage. The association had unknowingly discovered sanctuary entrance while misclassifying its fundamental nature. The tactical briefing continued with standard operational protocols, approach vectors, security perimeter establishment, sensor deployment parameters, and emergency extraction procedures. Throughout this process, Jin maintained appropriate attention while extending G-chakra awareness toward approaching destination, sensing familiar energy patterns growing stronger as they neared mountainous region. Their arrival proceeded according to established parameters. TRA. N-Sport landing in small valley approximately 1 kilometer from anomaly location, tactical team establishing operational base with efficient precision. Equipment deployment, security perimeter establishment, and communication systems activation occurred with practiced coordination, demonstrating the association's experienced field operation protocols. Sensor team will establish monitoring perimeter at 200-meter radius. Hae-In instructed, tactical authority natural in field environment. Containment specialists maintain secondary position with emergency response capability. Medical ND support personnel remain at base camp unless specifically deployed. She turned to Jin with professional formality. Namikaze SSI, your energy perception capabilities provide valuable assessment potential regarding anomaly characteristics. You'll accompany primary approach team while maintaining appropriate distance from dimensional resonance point. Understood. Hunter Cha, Jin acknowledged. With appropriate deference for operational hierarchy. The approach team comprised 5 specialists, Hae-In supervising while sensor technicians operated advanced detection equipment designed to analyze dimensional boundary characteristics. Jin accompanied this group through mountainous terrain, following established path toward anomaly location while extending chakra perception with increasing focus as they approached resonance point. The forested mountainside presented moderately challenging navigation, dense vegetation interspersed with rocky outcroppings requiring careful traversal. Despite these conditions, Jin immediately recognized distinctive features matching sanctuary coordinates, specific tree formations, unusual rock configurations, and subtle environmental markers indicating deliberate design beneath apparent natural arrangement. Energy readings intensifying with proximity, reported senior technician, monitoring specialized equipment displaying complex data visualization. Unusual harmonic patterns distinct from standard dimensional breach configurations. The resonance demonstrates mathematical precision suggesting artificially generated parameters rather than natural formation. Artificially generated. Questioned security officer. Tactical assessment immediately shifting to potential threat evaluation. Suggesting deliberate creation rather than spontaneous manifestation. Theoretical possibility requiring further investigation, the technician replied with scientific caution. Certain dimensional research facilities have experimentally generated controlled resonance points, though nothing maintaining this duration or stability without continuous power application. As they approached location pinpointed as resonance center, Jin's chakra perception. Confirmed initial assessment. The anomaly represented carefully designed seal configuration established by the second sage, creating specific energy pattern recognizable to awakened chakra user will. Appearing as unusual dimensional phenomenon to conventional detection methods. The cave entrance identified in preliminary survey emerged ahead, natural opening in rocky mountainside expanded thrug. Deliberate modification to create accessible passage. Association sensor equipment detected intensified energy readings emanating from this location, confirming it as primary resonance source requiring careful investigation. Standard approach protocol. Hae-In instructed professionally. Sensor team establishes monitoring position at entrance while security maintains protective formation. No internal exploration without comprehensive environmental assessment and explicit authorization. The team established position with practiced efficiency, equipment deployment creating comprehensive monitoring capability while security personnel maintained vigilant observation of surrounding environment. Throughout this process, Jin extended chakra perception with increasing precision, recognizing specific seal configurations embedded within cave structure, activation sequences requiring particular chakra application to unlock repository contents. The resonance demonstrates unusual reaction to proximity, observed senior technician. Studying equipment readings with growing puzzlement. Energy patterns shift in response to specific team members' approach vectors, suggesting interaction with biological signatures rather than standard environmental factors. Jin recognized the phenomenon immediately, the sealed repository responding to chakra presence, particularly reacting to his awakened signature as intended recipient. The design represented sophisticated security mechanism ensuring only appropriate individuals could access protected knowledge. Before further assessment could proceed, environmental conditions shifted dramatically, subtle at first, then with increasing intensity as dimensional stability parameters fluctuated beyond predicted behavior. The sensor equipment registered these changes with escalating alert notifications, technicians responding with professional concern. Dimensional boundary destabilizing, reported senior technician with controlled urgency. Resonance pattern shifting from stable oscillation to fluctuating disruption. Parameters indicate potential gate formation sequence initiating. Impossible, countered another technician, reviewing data with scientific skepticism. The resonance maintained stable configuration for extended duration without manifestation indicators. Spontaneous transition to gate formation contradicts established dimensional breach theory. Theory becomes irrelevant when confronted with contradicting reality, Hae-In stated pragmatically, tactical assessment immediately shifting to security protocols. Implement containment procedures while maintaining observation position. Alert base camp regarding potential gate manifestation. The team responded with practiced coordination, containment specialists deploying specialized equipment designed to stabilize dimensional boundaries during unpredicted manifestations. Throughout this activity, Jin maintained focused chakra perception, recognizing fundamental discrepancy between apparent readings and actual events. The repository wasn't transitioning to gate formation but activating secondary security protocol in response to association equipment's invasive scanning attempts. The scanning frequencies are triggering defensive response, Jin stated with quiet certainty, providing assessment based on chakra perception rather than equipment readings. Resonance is reacting to specific technological interaction rather than degrading toward manifestation. Hae-In glanced sharply at him, professional expression maintained for team observation while her eyes communicated deeper understanding. Explain assessment parameters, she requested officially, providing legitimate opportunity for information sharing. The dimensional fluctuation patterns demonstrate deliberate sequence rather than chaotic degradation, Jin explained, balancing technical accuracy with appropriate limitation. The response correlates directly with specific scanning frequencies rather than standard environmental factors. Suggests responsive system rather than spontaneous transition. The senior technician reviewed equipment readings with renewed perspective, prophase. Sional skepticism balanced against observed phenomena. The pattern does demonstrate unusual correlation with our active scanning parameters, he acknowledged reluctantly. Though theoretical framework, explaining such selective response remains unclear. Adjust scanning frequency to passive observation rather than active penetration, Jin suggested, providing legitimate recommendation while addressing actual situation. If the resonance responds specifically to invasive analysis, modified approach may restore stability. Hae-In considered the recommendation with appropriate tactical assessment before nodding approval. Implement modified scanning parameters. Maintain containment readiness while assessing response to adjusted methodology. The technicians complied, reconfiguring equipment NT to utilize passive detection methods rather than active scanning techniques. The effect manifested immediately, dimensional fluctuations stabilizing as invasive analysis ceased, resonance pattern turning to consistent configuration observed in preliminary assessment. Remarkable response correlation, observed senior technician, scientific curiosity overcoming initial skepticism. The resonance CE demonstrates characteristics suggesting intelligent response parameters rather than natural physical reaction. Unprecedented observation in dimensional anomaly research. As the team continued modified assessment procedures, Jin maintained careful balance between legitimate contribution and strategic reservation, providing valuable insight regarding observable phenomena while avoiding disclosure of the location's true nature and significance. Throughout this process, Hae-In demonstrated similar tactical discipline, supervising official investigation while preserving operational security for their approaching sanctuary access. The assessment continued for several hours. Comprehensive data collection regarding resonance properties, environmental interaction parameters, and stability characteristics. Throughout this process, the phenomenon maintained consistent configuration under passive observation, providing valuable scientific documentation while revealing nothing of its actual purpose and function. As evening approached, bringing mountain shadows and dropping temperatures, Hae-In made tactical decision appropriate for both official mission parameters and their concealed objectives. Remaining assessment requires extended observation period. Establish monitoring camp with rotating observation schedule while maintaining passive scanning protocols. The team implemented the SAE instructions with professional efficiency, establishing necessary infrastructure for overnight operation while maintaining appropriate security measures and communication with base camp. Equipment deployment, shelter construction, and perimeter establishment proceeded according to standard association field protocols, creating legitimate operational framework. As night fully descended over the mountains, the tactical team maintained rotation schedule ensuring continuous monitoring while allowing necessary rest periods. Jin's assignment placed him in second observation shift, providing legitimate reason for activity during optimal timeframe for potential sanctuary investigation. When his scheduled observation period began, approximately 2 hours after midnight, operational conditions provided optimal combination of legitimate cover and minimal oversight. The monitoring team comprised 3 members, Jin providing energy perception assessment, junior technician maintaining equipment functionality, and security officer ensuring appropriate protection. The junior technician, clearly fatigued from extended field deployment following regular headquarters duties, struggled maintaining optimal alertness despite professional commitment. The security officer, while more disciplined, necessarily focused attention outward toward potential external threats rather than immediate team activities. These conditions created natural opportunity for limited independent investigation, Jin suggesting minor adjustment to monitoring position that placed him slightly apart from teammates while maintaining communication range. From this location, he could extend chakra perception with increased precision toward the sealed repository entrance, identifying specific activation sequences required for legitimate access. The seal configuration recognized his chakra signature immediately, responding with subtle resonance pattern undetectable to conventional equipment but clearly perceptible to awakened awareness. The recognition sequence initiated, requiring specific response pattern to confirm authorized access rather than coincidental chakra presence. Jin formed necessary hand signs beneath cover of equipment adjustment, channeling precise chakra sequence that acknowledged repository recognition. The response manifested immediately, subtle dimensional shift creating momentary access O.P.P. opportunity while maintaining external appearance of unchanged environment. Before implementing further action, unexpected communication activated, specialized device provided by Sena Aoki during technical evaluation session. The discrete alert indicated urgent transmission requiring immediate attention, suggesting significant development beyond scheduled operational parameters. Jin accessed the communication with appropriate caution, maintaining environmental awareness while reviewing transmitted information. The message contained no verbal content but rather technical data package displaying alarming dimensional analysis. Multiple gate formation signatures detected throughout Korean Peninsula, demonstrating coordinated emergence patterns similar to previous days' manifestations but significantly larger in scale. The implications registered immediately, another coordinated Otsutsuki probe operation, but expanded beyond initial assessment parameters. Tactical response would require a Asian resources currently deployed to mount an anomaly investigation, creating potential complication for their sanctuary access timeline. As if confirming this assessment, official association Emergency protocols activated across all field team communication devices, priority alert indicating multiple dimensional breaches requiring immediate response from all available personnel. The transmission specified recall for tactical teams deployed on non-critical operations, with transportation arrangements already implementing extraction parameters. The monitoring camp activated with controlled urgency, team members transitioning from rest rotation to emergency response with practiced efficiency. Hae-In emerged from command shelter, tactical authority evident as she assessed situation and implemented appropriate protocols. Secure all equipment for immediate extraction, she instructed with calm precision. Transport arrives in 20 minutes for priority return to Seoul headquarters. Multiple gate manifestations reported across metropolitan region requiring all available response personnel. The team complied with professional discipline, equipment securement and operational shutdown. Proceeding according to established emergency protocols. Throughout this activity, Jin maintained appropriate participation while exchanging brief meaningful glance with Hae-In, both recognizing significant implications for their sanctuary timeline. Namikaze SSI, she addressed him officially. Your preliminary assessment regarding anomaly characteristics. The resonance demonstrates stable configuration despite apparent fluctuation during active scanning, Jin reported accurately. Suggests sophisticated dimensional phenomenon requiring extended observation rather than immediate containment. Not consistent with standard gate formation parameters. Hae-In nodded professionally, the exchange establishing official documentation justifying potential return to location following current emergency resolution. Noted for mission documentation. We'll implement continued investigation protocols once current situation stabilizes. The extraction proceeded according to association emergency procedures, transport arriving precisely as scheduled, team boarding with equipment and collected data secured for headquarters analysis. Throughout departure preparation, Jin maintained final chakra connection with the sealed repository, confirming access protocols for future utilization while establishing passive recognition pattern that would facilitate expedited entry upon return. As their transport departed mountain location, returning toward Seoul with maximum authorized velocity, Jin reviewed updated information regarding metropolitan gate manifestations, tactical data transmitted to field teams providing operational awareness for approaching deployment. The pattern confirmed initial assessment. Coordinated Otsutsuki probe operation expanded beyond previous days' parameters, Sugas. Ting accelerated intelligence gathering preceding more substantial incursion. 9 simultaneous manifestations across Seoul metropolitan area. Hae-In briefed team members, reviewing tactical displays showing emergence locations. All demonstrating identical formation parameters and energy signatures. Association response teams deployed according to regional assignment protocols with S-rank hunters coordinating containment operations. Quote, coordinated manifestation pattern, observed senior technician, professional curiosity evident despite emergency circumstances. Unprecedented emergence sync. Ronization suggesting centralized control rather than random dimensional weakness exploitation. Assessment accurate but currently academic, Hae-In replied with practical focus. Operational Respo. NSE takes priority over theoretical analysis until containment established. All personnel will deploy according to headquarters assignment upon arrival. The transport's communication system activate. D with incoming transmission. Priority channel from Association Command updating field teams regarding situation development. The information produced visible concern among experienced team members. Man. IFE station parameters escalating beyond initial assessment. Entity emergence exceeding containment capabilities at multiple locations. Update tactical display. Hae-In instructed communication officer. Maintaining professional composure despite concerning developments. The resulting visualization confirmed escalating situation, manifestation points expanding beyond initial containment perimeters. Entity emergence patterns suggesting coordinated tactical deployment rather than random dungeon monster behavior. Hunter casualties reported at 3 locations, continued the transmission. Medica. L response teams overwhelmed at Gangnam and Incheon emergence points. Civilian evacuation procedures implementing emergency protocols with military support authorized by National Security Directive. Jin studied the tactical display with growing concern, recognizing coordinated strategy beyond simple reconnaissance operation. The Otsutsuki probe had transitioned from intelligence gathering to CAP-A city assessment, deliberately overwhelming standard response protocols to evaluate maximum defensive capability before committing significant resources. They're testing containment breaking points, he observed quietly to Hae-In. Positioned beside him reviewing deployment assignments. Escalating pressure until defense systems fail, identifying structural weaknesses and response limitations. Her expression revealed nothing to team members, but her response acknowledged assessment validity. Tactical insight suggests modified response strategy focusing on critical infrastructure protection, rather than complete containment at all locations. Association Command unlikely to implement such approach without established precedent, Jin noted realistically. Standard protocols prioritize comprehensive containment regardless of resource limitation. Unfortunately accurate assessment, she acknowledged grimly. Institutional methodology often sacrifices strategic optimization for procedural consistency. Their transport approached Seoul airspace, visual confirmation revealing concerning situation beyond tactical display representation. Multiple manifestation points created distinct atmospheric disturbance visible as localized energy storms above affected districts, while emergency vehicle movements indicated extensive deployment throughout metropolitan area. Headquarters approaching, announced transport pilot through internal communication system. Receiving modified landing instructions due to manifestation proximity to primary association facility. Diverting to Seiko, Nadari operational base in Eastern District. This development created both complication and opportunity, diversion from headquarters potentially disrupting immediate deployment while simultaneously ducking institutional oversight during initial response phase. Jin exchanged brief glance with Hae-In, both recognizing potential strategic implications for their developing situation. The transport landed at secondary facility, Association Reserve Base maintaining essential operational capability during headquarters access limitation. The location featured basic infrastructure for emergency response coordination, though significantly reduced compared to primary facility resources. All personnel report to deployment coordinator for immediate assignment, instructed facility officer meeting their arrival. S-rank hunters proceed directly to tactical command for priority mission parameters. Technical specialists report to monitoring division for equipment integration and data analysis. E-team dispersed according to instructions, Hae-In proceeding toward tactical command while Jin received specialized assignment reflecting his provisional status. The deployment coordinator, reviewing available personnel against critical requirements, made assessment based on documented capabilities rather than conventional classification. Namikaze SSI, your energy perception abilities provide priority value for situation assessment. Stated the coordinator, consulting digital assignment matrix. Report to monitoring division director Aoki for specialized deployment parameters. The assignum created unexpected development. Direction to Sena Aoki rather than standard response team integration. Jin proceeded accordingly, navigating temporary facility toward hastily established monitoring division where technical specialists coordinated dimensional analysis across multiple manifestation locations. The monitoring center presented organized chaos, specialists operating emergency equipment NT configurations while coordinating data collection from field teams deployed throughout metropolitan area. Among this activity, Sena Aoki maintained remarkable focus, directing technical operations while simultaneously analyzing incoming information with exceptional processing capability. Pattern correlation confirms coordinated manifestation control rather than spontaneous emergence, she stated to analysis team. Reviewing complex data visualization displaying dimensional boundary characteristics across multiple locations. The formation signatures demonstrate identical modulation frequency, i.e. with precisely calculated phase differential between locations. Her attention shifted as Jin approached, recognition immediate despite chaotic environment. Namikaze SSI, your mountain assessment team received emergency recall. Excellent response time considering distance parameters. Association transportation capabilities remain efficient despite multiple deployment requirements, Jin acknowledged professionally. The deployment coordinator indicated specialized assignment under your direction. Yes, your unique energy perception provides critical capability for current situation assessment. Sena guided him toward specialized monitoring station displaying consolidated data from all manifestation locations. Conventional detection systems demonstrate limited effectiveness regarding these unusual formation parameters. We require perspective transcending standard analysis methodology. Jin studied the displayed information with careful attention, recognizing sophisticated patterns beneath apparent chaos. The manifestations demonstrated precise mathematical relationship, not random emergence but calculated geometric configuration across metropolitan area. More concerning, the pattern suggested specific purpose beyond simple defensive assessment. They're establishing resonance network, he observed, perception extending beyond displayed data to underlying dimensional principles. Each manifestation point generates specific frequency interacting with others in harmonic pattern. The combined effect creates amplification circuit rather than independent emergence locations. Sena's attention sharpened with laser focus, analytical mind immediately processing implications. Resonance network suggesting energy transfer capability between manifestation points. Theoretical framework for distributed power application rather than localized effect generation. Her fingers moved across interface with remarkable speed, implementing modified analysis parameters based on this assessment. Confirmation. The energy signatures demonstrate reciprocal modulation patterns consistent with harmonic resonance principles. Which means conventional containment protocols SSING individual manifestations prove fundamentally inadequate, Jin continued, translating theoretical understanding into practical implication. The network functions as unified system rather than separate emergence points. Precisely. Sena activated communication system connecting monitoring division with tactical command. Priority assessment to tactical coordination. Manifestations functio. Ning is unified resonance network rather than independent emergence points. Conventional containment protocols ineffective against distributed system architecture. Recommend modified response targeting. G network disruption rather than individual manifestation containment. The response came immediately. Tactical commander acknowledging assessment while questioning implementation methodology. Theoretical framework understood but practical application unclear. How does this modification translate to field operation parameters? Sena glanced at Jin, scientific understanding requiring tactical translation beyond her expertise. He stepped forward, providing practical application derived from theoretical assessment. The network requires specific nodes maintaining harmonic balance. Identifying ND disrupting key resonance points will destabilize entire system rather than addressing each manifestation independently. Can you identify these critical nodes? Questioned tactical command. Jin studied the displayed pattern with focused attention, chakra perception extending beyond conventional analysis to fundamental energy principles underlying the manifestation network. The pattern revealed itself through subtle resonance variations, certain points demonstrating primary generation characteristics while others functioned as amplification or transmission locations. 3 primary nodes identified, he confirmed, indicating specific manifestation points on tactical display. Gangnam Financial District, Incheon Port Facility, and Northeastern University Research Campus. These locations generate primary resonance pattern amplified through secondary manifestation points. Targeting recommendation. Requested tactical command. Operational planning already implementing based on this assessment. Simultaneous disruption required. Jin explained, understanding derived from both chakra knowledge and tactical experience across multiple lifetimes. Synchronized intervention at all primary nodes within 90-second operational window. Otherwise, the network recalibrates resonance pattern through remaining nodes, neutralizing individual disruption effectiveness. The tactical command acknowledged assessment. Implementation immediately organizing around modified strategy. Redirecting S-rank response teams to identified primary nodes. Containment specialists maintaining position at secondary manifestation points to prevent expansion during primary node targeting operation. Sena continued technical analysis, modifying monitoring systems to track resonance pattern throughout disruption attempt. Remarkable assessment capability, she noted to Jin with professional appreciation. Your perception transcends conventional analytical methodology, identifying function. AL relationships invisible to standard detection systems. Different perspective often reveals patterns obscured by established analytical frameworks, Jin replied diplomatically, balancing genuine insight with appropriate modesty. Their conversation paused as monitoring systems registered significant development, energy fluctuation pattern changing across all manifestation points simultaneously. The modification suggested coordinated response to containment operations, network adapting to defensive measures with intelligent reconfiguration rather than standard gate reaction parameters. The network is adapting, Sena observed with clinical precision, concern evident beneath scientific assessment. Resonance pattern shifting to compensate for containment measures, suggesting feedback processing capability beyond standard dimensional phenomenon parameters. Controlled response rather than natural reaction, Jin confirmed, recognition growing regarding the operation's true nature. Quote, the entire network functions as distributed sensory system, gathering tactical information regarding defense capabilities while testing response methodology effectiveness. Sena processed this assessment with remarkable efficiency. Implications immediately incorporated into evolving understanding. Suggesting intelligence directing network operation rather than spontaneous dimensional phenomenon. Purposeful testing rather than random manifestation. Exactly, Jin confirmed, decision crystallizing regarding appropriate response given developing situation. Which necessitates modified approach, beyond conventional containment protocols. Before further discussion could proceed, emergency alert activated across all communication systems. Priority notification indicating critical situation development requiring immediate attention. The displayed information created visible concern throughout monitoring division. Dimensional readings at University Research Campus manifestation showing unprecedented fluctuation patterns suggesting imminent catastrophic failure. Research Campus containment team reporting uncontrolled dimensional cascade. Relayed communication officer, transmitting field assessment with professional urgency. Resonance amplification exceeding predicted parameters. Containment specialists implementing emergency stabilization protocols without significant effect. Jin recognized the development's implications immediately, the research campus node transitioning from standard manifestation to something far more dangerous. Not accidental destabilization but deliberate escalation, creating crisis requiring specialized response beyond conventional containment capability. I need immediate deployment to research campus location, he stated with quiet authority, Desi. Scion based on comprehensive situation assessment rather than emotional response. My energy system provides potential stabilization capability conventional techniques cannot implement. Sena evaluate. His statement with analytical precision, scientific assessment reaching same conclusion despite limited understanding of his complete capabilities. Logical recommendation given demonstrated chakra properties and conventional approach limitations, she confirmed, providing technical endorsement to tactical command. Standard hunter techniques operate through mana manipulation affecting dimensional boundaries from external application. His system potentially enables direct intervention within resonance pattern itself. Tactical command acknowledged assessment with minimal delay, emergency CIR. circumstances necessitating expedited decision protocols over standard authorization procedures. Transportation deploying to monitoring division for immediate specialist transfer to research campus location. Priority clearance authorized under S-rank emergency response parameters. Jin prepared for immediate departure, reviewing tactical display showing research campus situation with growing concern. The manifestation had transitioned beyond standard parameters, dimensional boundary degrading toward catastrophic failure state that would release uncontrolled energy throughout surrounding area. NSELY populated university district with limited evacuation capability given multiple simultaneous emergencies throughout metropolitan region. Your intervention strategy? Questioned Senna as transportation arrangements processed. Scientific curiosity balanced against practical concern. Chakra stabilization technique targeting resonance core rather than dimensional boundary, Jin explained, providing legitimate information while preparing necessary mental framework for approaching challenge. Conventional approaches address symptoms rather than fundamental disruption source. Logical methodology, she acknowledged with professional assessment. Though implementation parameters exceed my theoretical understanding given limited chakra system documentation. Sometimes practical applica. Tian advances ahead of comprehensive theoretical framework, Jin replied with slight smile, appreciating her intellectual honesty despite scientific inclination toward complete understanding before implementation. Their exchange paused as facility security officer approached with urgent notification. Transportation arrived for specialist deployment to research campus location. Priority clearance for immediate departure. Jin moved toward exit, tactical focus already establishing necessary preparation for approaching intervention. Before departing monitoring division, Sina's voice stopped high. Momentarily, not professional assessment but something more personal beneath scientific demeanor. Intervention success probability, she asked, analytical phrasing barely concealing genuine concern. Jin met her gaze directly, recognizing developing connection beyond professional interaction. Significantly higher than conventional approach alternatives, he answered honestly. Though below comfortable parameter threshold for guaranteed resolution. She nodded with unexpected understanding, scientific detachment momentarily replaced by human concern. Return for comprehensive technical debriefing following successful intervention, she stated, phrasing suggesting certainty rather than possibility. Your chakra system properties require detailed documentation for complete theoretical framework development. Jin recognized the statement for what it represented, expectation of return rather than acknowledgement of potential operation failure. I look forward to continuing our technical discussions, he replied with genuine appreciation before departing toward waiting transportation. The vehicle assigned for emergency deployment represented Association's Rapid Response Capability, specialized motorcycle designed for navigating congested urban environments during crisis situations. The driver, clearly experienced tactical operator, provided minimal briefing as Jin secured position. Research campus approximately 12 minutes through current traffic conditions, the operator explained, activating navigation system displaying optimal route through disrupted city infrastructure. Manifestation parameter updates transmitting directly to your communication device. Containment team expecting specialist arrival for targeted intervention attempt. They departed with Control A.D. urgency, rapid acceleration through emergency access routes while maintaining necessary safety parameters given chaotic urban conditions. Throughout transportation, Jin reviewed updated situation data, transmitting to his communication device. Dimensional readings showing continued degradation despite containment team's stabilization attempts. The approaching location became visible from considerable distance, distinctive energy distortion creating atmospheric anomaly above university research campus. Unlike standard gate manifestations with relatively contained effect radius, this phenomenon generated visible reality distortion extending several hundred meters from central emergence point. Buildings and infrastructure within affected zone demonstrating alarming material instability. Association response teams had established perimeter around affected area, containment specialists implementing barrier techniques while evacuation personnel directed civilians toward designated safe zones. The organized response demonstrated professional discipline despite unprecedented situation parameters, though concern remained evident in operational coordination communications. Their vehicle reached perimeter checkpoint. Priority clearance ensuring immediate access despite heightened security protocols. The containment team leader, veteran hunter with specialized dimensional stabilization XP. RTISE, approached as Jin dismounted transportation. Specialist Namikaze. Tactical command advised your deployment for targeted intervention attempt, the leader stated, professional assessment evident. T as he evaluated Jin's capabilities against critical situation parameters. Conventional stabilization techniques demonstrating minimal effectiveness against accelerating degradation pattern. Cataster. OPHIC dimensional failure projected within 27 minutes without successful intervention. Current containment configuration. Jin requested, focusing on immediate operational requirements rather than theoretical assessment. 3 concentric barrier layers implementing progressive dimensional reinforcement, the leader explained, guiding Jin toward operational command position overlooking manifestation center. Inner barrier maintained by 4A rank specialists with dimensional stabilization certification. Secondary and tertiary barriers established through coordinated B rank teams. Implementing overlapping reinforcement techniques. The viewing position provided comprehensive perspective of the situation. Research Campus Central Plaza transformed into dimensional distortion zone. Where reality itself appeared unstable. Buildings within affected area demonstrated alarming material properties, solid structures becoming temporarily transparent or showing impossible geometrical configurations as dimensional boundaries fluctuated unpredictably. At Distortion Center stood University Physics Research Facility, modern structure featuring specialized equipment for experimental science applications. The building itself appeared most severely affected by dimensional instability, portions phasing between solid matter and energy state in random pattern defying conventional physical principles. Manifestation originated within Advanced Physics Laboratory, explained containment leader, providing critical background information. Research team reportedly conducting experimental dimensional boundary analysis when initial distortion occurred. Preliminary evacuation successful except for 3 researchers trapped within central laboratory when containment barriers established. Jin absorbed this information with growing concern. The manifestation specifically targeting research facility suggested deliberate selection rather than random emergence location. More significantly, trapped personnel created critical rescue requirement beyond dimensional stabilization objective. Access vector to central laboratory. He questioned. Tactical assessment already formulating intervention approach. Theoretically impossible given current dimensional instability parameters, replied the leader with professional pessimism. Material cohesion within affected zone insufficient for physical traversal. Teleportation techniques attempted without success. Destination coordinates destabilized before transfer completion. Jin studied the dimensional distortion with focused chakra perception, identifying specific pattern beneath apparent chaos. The manifestation demonstrated distinctive resonance signature matching Otsutsuki energy configuration observed during previous encounter. Not random gate formation but controlled dimensional manipulation with specific purpose and function. The manifestation isn't random dimensional boundary failure, he stated with quiet certainty. The pattern demonstrates deliberate configuration targeting research facility systems. Specifically, experimental equipment within physics laboratory. The containment leader processed this assessment with professional concern. Targeted manifestation suggesting deliberate attack rather than spontaneous emergence. Unprecedented tactical implication requiring strategic reconsideration. Currently academic distinction. Jin noted practically, stabilization and personnel rescue take priority over theoretical classification. All implement direct intervention while containment team maintains barrier integrity. The leader studied Jin with measured assessment, evaluating provisional asset capabilities against life-threatening situation parameters. Intervention methodology. Standard hunter. Techniques proven ineffective within distortion field. Non-standard approach. Jin replied simply, chakra already circulating through his network in preparation for specialized technique application. Maintain communication channel open but expect temporary disruption during dimensional interface phase. Without waiting for further discussion, Jin moved toward innermost containment barrier, AP. Approaching limit of conventional hunter operational safety threshold. The A-rank specialists maintaining primary barrier registered momentary surprise at his approach before professional discipline reasserted control. Maintaining technique application despite unexpected development. Specialist intervention authorized by tactical command, Jin explained briefly, respecting their professional posit. Hae-In while establishing necessary operational parameters. Request temporary barrier modulation allowing directed entry without complete containment compromise. The barrier specialists exchanged brief glances, assessing unusual request against emergency protocols, before team leader made tactical decision based on command authorization and situation urgency. Implementing localized modulation on 3-second window. Barrier integrity maintained through compensatory reinforcement from remaining sections. Jin nodded appreciation, positioning himself precisely before designated entry point while channeling chakra into specialized configuration. Unlike conventional hunter techniques requiring external mana application, his approach utilized internal energy system generating self-contained protective field around his physical form. Ready for implementation on your mark, he confirmed, technique preparation complete. Modulation commencing in 3, 2, 1. The barrier specialist executed precise technique adjustment, creating momentary access point while maintaining overall containment integrity through increased power application across remaining barrier sections. Jin moved through the opening with perfect timing, chakra barrier activating as he entered dimensional distortion field. The transition created immediate sensory disruption, reality itself seeming to fluctuate around him as conventional physical laws demonstrated inconsistent application within affected zone. His chakra barrier provided essential protection, maintaining physical cohesion and biological functionality despite environmental conditions that would otherwise cause immediate cellular destabilization. The technique represented specialized application developed during previous incarnations experiences with dimensional boundary manipulation, particularly suited for environments where conventional physical parameters demonstrated unpredictable variation. Inside distortion field, perception TSELF required adjustment. Visual information proved unreliable as objects shifted between various states of material cohesion, while spatial relationships demonstrated non-Euclidean properties defying standard navigational methodology. Instead, Jin relied on chakra perception, sensing energy patterns beneath physical manifestation, identifying stable pathways through seemingly chaotic dimensional fluctuation. The research facility stood approximately 70 meters from barrier perimeter, seemingly impossible distance given intervening dimensional instability. Jin navigated this challenging environment through precise chakra application, each step calculated to intersect momentary stability points within fluctuating reality matrix. Communication device activated with incoming transmission. Containment team monitoring his progress through specialized equipment despite visual tracking limitations. Dimensional readings indicate accelerating degradation following your barrier penetration, reported team leader. Professional concern evident beneath tactical communication protocols. Catastrophic failure projection adjusted to 19 minutes without successful stabilization intervention. Acknowledged, Jin confirmed. Continuing precise movement toward research facility while maintaining protective chakra barrier. Approaching primary structure now. Prepare for potential communication disruption as intervention implements. The research building itself presented alarming condition. Structural integrity compromised by dimensional fluctuation, portions transitioning between solid matter and energy state in unpredictable pattern. More concerning, distinctive energy signature emanated from central laboratory section. Resonance pattern matching Otsutsuki manipulation techniques observed during previous encounters. Jin accessed the structure through momentary stability window, timing movement precisely to coincide with physical cohesion phase within specific building section. Inside, environmental conditions worsened considerably, reality fluctuation demonstrating increased frequency and amplitude compared to external distortion field, suggesting proximity to manipulation source. Chakra perception guided him through unstable corridors toward central laboratory, energy signature growing stronger as he approached manifestation core. The facility design revealed sophisticated research infrastructure, specialized equipment for advanced physics experiments occupying multiple connected laboratories arranged around central testing chamber. Within primary laboratory, Jin found both manifestation source and trapped personnel. 3 researchers huddled behind experimental equipment providing limited protection from dimensional instability effects. The individuals demonstrated Rated remarkable resilience given environmental conditions, though visible physical distress indicated approaching biological sustainability limits without intervention. More significantly, Jin ident. A 5 manifestation core, distinctive energy configuration centered on experimental apparatus occupying laboratory's central position. The equipment itself appeared designed for dimensional boundary research. Sophisticated components arranged in configuration suggesting advanced understanding beyond conventional scientific framework. Association Emergency Response, Jin announced, approaching TRA. PPED researchers with chakra barrier extended to provide protective field around their position. Implementing extraction protocol for immediate evacuation. The researchers registered visible relief. Despite continued situational distress, professional scientists recognizing rescue possibility where minutes earlier none had existed. The senior researcher, distinguished by age and apparent authority position, addressed Jin with remarkable composure despite circumstances. The manifestation originated within our experimental dimensional boundary analyzer, he explained, scientific perspective M. Maintaining priority despite life-threatening situation. Equipment malfunction during routine calibration procedure created unexpected resonance pattern. Containment attempts failed as system demonster. Aided self-sustaining amplification cycle beyond shutdown capability. Jin nodded understanding while extending chakra perception toward experimental apparatus, confirming initial assessment. The malfunction represented sophisticated infiltration rather than random equipment failure. Otsutsuki energy signature embedded within system programming, creating controlled dimensional manipulation disguised as accidental manifestation. The situation exceeds equipment malfunction parameters, Jin explained with appropriate discretion given limited disclosure clearance. Priority remains personnel X. Traction followed by manifestation stabilization. Prepare for immediate evacuation using non-standard methodology. Without awaiting further discussion, Jin implemented shadow clone technique, creating G3 perfect duplicates with specific assignment parameters. Each clone established protective chakra barrier around individual researcher, ensuring biological stability during extraction process W. While original Jin maintained focus on manifestation core analysis. These energy constructs will transport you through dimensional distortion field to containment perimeter, he explained to visibly startled researchers. Remain within protective barrier regardless of sensory anomalies experienced during extraction process. The lead researcher began technical question before professional survive. Al instinct overrode scientific curiosity. Understood. Though the manifestation characteristics suggest fundamental reconsideration of established dimensional boundary theory. Our readings indicate documentation preserved for analysis following successful extraction, Jin interrupted practically, gesturing toward containment barrier visible through laboratory windows despite dimensional distortion effects. Your research continues greater value after successful survival. The clones implemented extraction protocol with precise coordination, guiding protected researchers through optimal stability pathways within dimensional distortion field. Jin maintained communication link monitoring their progress while focusing primary attention on manifestation core requiring immediate intervent. Ion before catastrophic failure occurred. The experimental apparatus demonstrated increasing instability, dimensional resonance pattern accelerating toward critical threshold beyond which controlled manipulation would transition to uncontrolled cascade effect. Jin recognized approaching decision point requiring tactical assessment between competing priorities, stabilization attempt risking persona. L safety versus immediate extraction accepting catastrophic manifestation progression. His decision crystallized with characteristic clarity. Shadow clones would complete researcher extraction while O. Original implemented stabilization technique targeting manifestation core directly. The approach carried significant personal risk given required proximity to dimensional manipulation source, but dead optimal probability for preventing catastrophic failure affecting entire university district. Communication device activated with incoming transmission from containment team. Researcher extraction proceeding successfully. Shadow constructs maintaining integrity through distortion field with protected personnel approaching barrier perimeter. Dimensional readings indicate critical threshold AP. Approaching within approximately 7 minutes. Extraction window closing rapidly. Acknowledged. Jin confirmed, already implementing preparation for specialized stabilization technique. Proceeding with core intervention. Maintain barrier integrity regardless of energy fluctuation pattern observed during procedure. The stabilization technique required precise chakra application directly to man. IFE station core. Not conventional hunter approach attempting external containment, but fundamental disruption of the dimensional manipulation pattern itself. Jin positioned himself at optimal intervention point. Hands forming specific sequence of signs directing chakra flow through specialized configuration. Sealing technique. Dimensional harmonization, he stated, activating procedure developed during previous incarnations specifically for stabilizing disrupted dimensional boundaries. Chakra flowed from his network directly into manifestation core, not opposing dimensional manipulation but temporarily integrating with resonance pattern before introducing progressive modification sequence. The technique represented sophisticated application beyond conventional hunter methodology, requiring both precise energy control and fundamental understanding of dimensional boundary principles. The initial integration created immediate reaction, manifestation energy attempting rejection response against intervention element. Jin maintained perfect focus despite increasing system resistance, chakra flow adjusting continuously to resonance pattern variations while implementation sequence progress. Said through critical stabilization phases. Around him, laboratory environment demonstrated alarming response, dimensional fluctuation increasing dramatically as manipulation system detected intervention attempt. Equipment components phased between material states with accelerating frequency, structural integrity throughout facility demonstrating critical degradation as reality itself seemed to protest against stabilization effort. Communication device activated with urgent transmission, though signal degradation rendered message partially unintelligible. Critical readings. Extraction complete. Immediate withdrawal recommended. Structural collapse imminent. Jin maintained intervention focus despite environmental deterioration. Stabilization sequence reaching critical implementation. On phase where success probability balanced precisely against catastrophic failure risk. The technique required complete commitment through final integration stage, abandonment potentially creating RSE outcome than original manifestation progression. The stabilization sequence completed with precise chakra application to manifestation core, final modification implementing harmonic resonance pattern counteracting dimensional manipulation effect. The result manifested immediately, energy fluctuation transitioning from exponential acceleration to logarithmic deceleration, system stability gradually restoring through progressive harmonization. Success achieved but at significant cost. Laboratory structure demonstrating terminal degradation from dimensional stress exposure, physical collapse beginning with alarming acceleration. Jin disengaged from stabilized manifestation core, chakra reserves significantly depleted from intensive technique application requiring immediate extraction before complete structural failure. Environment around him presented challenging navigation parameters, corridors previously traversed now demonstrating critical instability, portions collapsed entirely others maintained only momentary physical cohesion. Chakra perception identified potential extraction path through deteriorating structure, though navigability decreased with each passing second. Building succumbed to accumulated dimensional stress. Jin implemented emergency movement technique. Chakra enhanced speed allowing rapid traversal through momentarily stable sections while protect 4E barrier maintained essential protection against environmental hazards. The approach required precise timing and exceptional spatial awareness, qualities developed through lifetime of shinobi training in original incarnation. The extraction proceeded through increasingly hazardous conditions, building sections collapsing behind him as structural failure cascaded through research facility. Externa. Visibility confirmed approaching perimeter barrier, though intervening distance contained multiple obstacles requiring specialized traversal techniques. With containment barrier visible through distortion field. Final building section experienced catastrophic failure, complete structural collapse creating immediate traversal impediment between current position and extraction point. Jin implement. Decisive response without hesitation. Chakra enhanced leap carrying him above collapsing structure while protective barrier maintained integrity against debris impact and dimensional fluctuation effects. The trajectory carried him precisely to barrier perimeter where containment team had prepared reception protocols following researcher extraction. As Jin crossed containment threshold, specially Z teams implemented immediate stabilization procedures, medical personnel assessing physical condition while technical specialists monitored dimensional exposure effects. Manifestation core stabilized. Jin reported to containment leader, professional focus maintained despite significant chakra depletion. Research facility structural integrity compromised beyond recovery, but dimensional manipulation pattern neutralized before critical threshold achieved. The leader nodded with professional appreciation, tactical assessment recognizing extraordinary achievement despite conventional protocol deviation. Researchers extracted successfully with minimal physical trauma. Medical evaluation proceeding according to dimensional exposure protocols. He paused briefly, professional demeanor momentarily showing genuine respect. Unconventional methodology but undeniably effective results. The association owes you significant appreciation, Specialist Namikaze. Before further discussion could proceed, Monitoring Division communication activated with priority transmission. Sina's distinctive voice immediately recognizable despite technical distortion. Research campus stabilization confirmed through sensor network. Resonance pattern neutralized with corresponding harmonic disruption observed throughout manifestation network. All locations demonstrating synchronized degradation following your intervention. Jin processed this information with growing understanding. The research campus manifestation represented critical node within resonance network, its neutralization creating cascading effect disrupting entire system. The Otsutsuki probe operation had been countered more effectively than anticipated, though underlying strategic concern remained regarding accelerated interest F. Following multiple intervention encounters, Tactical Command acknowledges successful resolution, continued the transmission, official communication protocols maintaining professional framework despite obvious appreciation. All manifestation locations report synchronized degradation with controlled dimensional closure sequence. No additional entity emergence detected during resolution phase. A.S. emergency response transition to standard resolution protocols, medical evaluation for affected personnel, technical assessment of dimensional exposure effects, and comprehensive documentation for association analysis. Jin found himself momentarily removed from immediate operational activity. The containment team focused on securing affected area while specialized units implemented environmental monitoring for residual dimensional effects. This temporary isolation provided valuable reflection opportunity, considering strategic implications of recent developments. The coordinated Otsutsuki probe operation demonstrated sophisticated tactical approach, simultaneous manifestations creating distributed sensor network evaluating defense capabilities while specific targeting of research facility. Y suggested deliberate intelligence gathering regarding scientific understanding of dimensional boundaries. More concerning, the accelerating frequency of such operations indicated approaching to CC. On point within Otsutsuki's strategic timeline. Previous encounter at Orochi headquarters followed by expanded probe operation suggested final assessment phase preceding substantial incursion, the Harv Saint, referenced during initial entity interaction. These considerations reinforced the critical importance of their sanctuary journey, recovering complete memories and awakening full capabilities represented essential preparation for confronting imminent threat beyond conventional hunter response capacity. The 3-day timeline established for departure maintained paramount importance despite operational complications from recent developments. Jin's reflection paused as medical technician approached with professional purpose. Specialist Namikaze, preliminary evaluation indicates significant energy depletion requiring immediate recuperation protocols. Please accompany medical team to treatment facility for comprehensive assessment and recovery implementation. Of course, Jin acknowledged appropriately, following established procedures while maintaining strategic awareness regarding his provisional status. The medical attention provided legitimate framework for recovery period while establishing documented explanation for reduced activity during critical preparation phase. The medical transport departed research campus location, proceeding toward association treatment facility, established for emergency response operations. Throughout this transition, Jin maintained communication monitoring, tactical updates from continuing resolution operations providing valuable situational awareness while concealing his own strategic preparations behind appropriate medical compliance. Association protocols operated with characteristic efficiency, specialized treatment facility receiving. G-dimensional exposure cases with comprehensive evaluation procedures and appropriate recovery protocols. Medical personnel processed Jin through standard assessment methodology, documentation established. Xing official record explaining subsequent activities within institutional framework. Preliminary evaluation indicates approximately 67% energy depletion, stated senior medical officer. Reviewing diagnostic results with professional concern. Significant recovery period required before operational capability restoration. Recommendation for minimum 48-hour recuperation. Protocol with specialized energy restoration procedures. Understood. Jin acknowledged appropriately, recognizing beneficial alignment with sanctuary preparation timeline. The medical recommendation N established perfect coverage for reduced visibility during critical organization phase, while 48-hour parameter positioned recovery completion precisely for scheduled departure. Additionally, continued the medical officer. Consulting specialized communication device, Director Park has authorized independent recovery accommodation rather than standard medical supervision, given your unique energy system characteristics. Technical specialist will coordinate appropriate recovery protocols according to your specific requirements. This unexpected development registered immediately as significant modification to standard procedures, suggesting intervention from allied resources within association structure. Jin maintained appropriate appreciation while assessing strategic implications. The association's consideration regarding specialized recovery requirements demonstrates commendable flexibility. Indeed, acknowledged the officer without particular interest in administrative decision-making beyond medical implications. Transport has been arranged to accommodation location once preliminary treatment procedures complete. Technical specialist awaits to coordinate specialized recovery protocols. The preliminary treatment proceeded according to standard methodology, baseline stabilization ensuring no immediate complications from dimensional exposure while establishing appropriate documentation for official records. Throughout this process, Jin maintained cooperative demeanor while conserving remaining energy resources for potential requirements during transition to independent recovery accommodation. Quote, treatment completion brought expected transportation arrangements, association vehicle waiting outside medical facility for specialist transfer to designated recovery location. More unexpected was the technical specialist assigned to coordinate specialized protocols, Sena Aoki awaiting beside transport with characteristic intensity beneath professional demeanor. Specialist Namikaze, she greeted with formal precision as medical personnel completed transfer documentation. I'll be coordinating your specialized recovery program given unique energy system requirements. Director Park authorized independent accommodation with appropriate monitoring protocols under technical division supervision. Jin recognized the arrangement immediately as sophisticated operational security implementation, Sena creating legitimate documentation framework for his movement outside standard association monitoring systems. The approach demonstrated remarkable strategic IC consideration beyond expected technical expertise. I appreciate the association's specialized consideration, he acknowledged appropriately as they entered transport vehicle. Conventional recovery protocols designed for standard hunter energy systems would likely prove suboptimal for chakra regeneration requirements. Once vehicle departed medical facility perimeter, entering regular traffic patterns away from immediate association monitoring, Sena's demeanor shifted subtly, professional formality remaining while communication content transformed significantly. The independent accommodation provides optimal operational security for preparation activities, she stated without preamble, direct approach characteristic of her communication style. Monitoring systems report standard recovery patterns through automated data transmission while actual location remains outside conventional surveillance parameters. Jin studied her with renewed assessment, technical director demonstrating unexpected strategic capability beyond scientific expertise. The arrangement suggests considerable operational planning beyond immediate medical considerations. Correct assessment, she confirmed without elaboration. Attention focused on navigation system ensuring appropriate route implementation. Recent manifestation patterns indicate accelerated timeline necessity for sanctuary access objectives. Operational security requirements increased proportionally to association interest following successful intervention demonstration. Her statement confirmed suspicions regarding expanded all-alliance network, Senna clearly informed regarding sanctuary journey and associated objectives despite no previous indication of such knowledge. The development warranted careful evaluation given potential security implications. Your involvement extends beyond technical assessment of my energy system, Jin observed carefully, balancing appreciation against necessary caution. Obviously, she replied with characteristic directness. My technical expertise provides valuable contribution to operational success probability while institutional position creates legitimate documentation framework for necessary preparation activities. She glanced briefly from navigation display, eyes meeting his with surprising intensity behind professional demeanor. Also, technological adaptation of chakra princi. PLES represents fascinating research domain with significant practical applications beyond immediate strategic objectives. The combination of practical contribution and intellectual curiosity represented perfectly credible motivation alignment, though Jin maintained appropriate assessment regarding potential security considerations. Your involvement creates additional operational security requirements given association position. Logical concern with unnecessary foundation, she responded efficiently. My research division operates with significant autonomy from central association command structure. Technical specialization creates natural institutional separation with minimal oversight regarding specific methodological approaches. Her expression remained unchanged though subtle NCT suggested personal commitment beyond professional interest. Additionally, existential threat parameters transcend institutional loyalty considerations when comprehensive analysis indicates conventional response inadequacy. This reasoning demonstrated characteristic analytical precision while revealing genuine understanding regarding situation gravity beyond institutional classification parameters. Jin found himself appreciating both her intellectual honesty and practical approach to complex strategic considerations. The independent accommodation, he inquired, accepting her involvement while focusing on immediate logistical parameters. Research division maintains specialized facility for equipment testing requiring electromagnetic isolation, she explained, transport navigati. Ing away from metropolitan center toward outlying district. Official documentation indicates technical evaluation of your energy regeneration properties under controlled conditions, providing legitima. Te operational coverage for preparation activities. The location emerged ahead. Modest research facility situated within wooded area providing natural perimeter security through geographical isolation. The structure itself presented unassuming exterior disguising specialized functionality within, deliberate design choice minimizing attention from unauthorized observation. The facility maintains comprehensive electromagnetic shielding preventing conventional surveillance penetration. Senna continued as transport approached security perimeter. Communication systems operate through dedicated infrastructure independent from association standard networks. Technical staff limited to research division personnel with specialized clearance requirements. The security implementation impressed rough both thoroughness and subtlety, comprehensive protection without obvious indicators attracting potential interest. As transport passed facility entrance, Jin noted additional protective measures. Beneath apparent standard configurations, sensor arrays designed for specialized detection parameters beyond conventional security requirements. Inside, the facility presented expected research environment. Technical equipment arranged in functional configuration prioritizing practical application over aesthetic considerations. The space clearly reflected Sina's operational methodology, efficient arrangement without decorative elements or unnecessary components. Primary recovery area prepared according to specified requirements, she explained, leading him through central section toward Specia. List chamber designed for controlled evaluation procedures. Meditation space configured for optimal energy regeneration according to preliminary chakra circulation analysis. Communication systems established for secure coordination with operational team members. The recovery area demonstrated thoughtful preparation beyond expected parameters, environment carefully arranged according to specific requirements for chakra regeneration rather than standard hunter recovery protocols. Meditation space featured precise configuration optimizing energy circulation patterns, while specialized equipment provided comprehensive monitoring capability without invasive implementation methodology. Impressive preparation considering limited chakra system documentation, Jin observed with genuine appreciation. Preliminary analysis from technical evaluation provided sufficient foundation for extrapolated requirements, Senna replied matter-of-factly, though subtle satisfaction indicated pride in Suck's full implementation despite information constraints. Logical derivation from observed circulation patterns suggested optimal environmental configuration despite incomplete theoretical framework. Before further discussion could proceed, secure communication system activated with incoming transmission, display indicating connection from Hunter-Cha rather than standard association channels. Senna activated reception protocols, establishing secure communication while maintaining appropriate isolation from conventional monitoring systems. Hae-In's image appeared on display, professional demeanor. Maintained despite non-standard communication methodology. Secure channel confirmed, she stated without preliminary exchange. Operational status update. Mountain assessment team officially recall. Following metropolitan emergency resolution. Standard debriefing completed with appropriate documentation establishing preliminary investigation parameters for resumed operation following current situation stabilization. Jin recognized the information's significance immediately, official documentation creating legitimate framework for return to sanctuary location following current emergency resolution. Tactical command assessment regarding coordinated manifestation operation. Official classification as Advanced Dimensional Entity Probe Activity, requiring comprehensive strategic analysis, Hae-In reported precisely. Research Division assigned primary investigation responsibility regarding network manifestation characteristics and targeting methodology. Director Park has implemented specialized task force developing response protocols for potential recurrence scenarios. The association remains fundamentally reactive despite escalating pattern recognition, Senna observed with clinical assessment. Institutional methodology prioritizes classification and procedural development over proactive intervention strategy. Accurate though currently beneficial assessment, Hae-In acknowledged pragmatically. Administrative focus on procedural response creates operational flexibility for our preparation activities. Director Park specifically requested comprehensive analysis report requiring minimum 72-hour development timeline. Jin immediately recognized strategic alignment with their sanctuary departure window, administrative procedures creating legitimate operational coverage during critical preparation phase. Convenient timing correlation with established timeline parameters. Indeed, Hae-In confirmed with characteristic efficiency. Additionally, NTAIN assessment operation received priority reclassification following research facility targeting confirmation. Official documentation indicates potential connection between dimensional anomaly characteristics and manifestation network methodology requiring immediate investigation resumption following situation stabilization. Creating legitimate operational framework for sanctuary access expedition. Jin noted with appreciation for her tactical implementation. Provisional asset deployment authorization, confirmed through specialized capability requirements documentation. Rank supervision protocol satisfaction through direct operational command assignment. Her expression remained professionally neutral though subtle satisfaction indicated successful strategic implementation. Expedition team composition authorization pending final approval, though preliminary documentation established through research requirement parameters. Senna integrated this information with characteristic analytical efficiency. Research Division authorization for technical specialist inclusion confirmed through official channel. Documentation indicates specialized equipment requirements for comprehensive anomaly analysis under field operation conditions. Vera Mikhailova has requested inclusion through international cooperation protocols. Hae-In added, information suggesting expanding operational team beyond initial planning parameters. Russian Association submitted formal participation request citing specialized expertise regarding historical dimensional anomaly characteristics similar to Tibak Mountain phenomenon. This development created potential complication requiring careful assessment. Additional team member representing both valuable resource and potential security cons. Iteration depending on her actual motivation and awareness regarding sanctuary significance. Jin considered strategic implications while maintaining focused attention on immediate coordination requirements. Current recovery timeline, Hae-In inquired, practical consideration returning to immediate logistical parameters. Medical documentation indicates 48-hour recovery protocol requirement, Jin confirmed. Timeline aligning perfectly with established departure window. Energy regeneration progressing according to expected parameters with projected restoration completion coinciding with expedition departure timeline. Optimal correlation with operational framework, she acknowledged with professional satisfaction. Kai has established necessary equipment requisition through evaluation division. Documentation indicating specialized requirements for mountain environment assessment under potential dimensional instability conditions. Their secure communication continued with increasing detail, addressing equipment specifications, transportation arrangements, communication protocols, and contingency parameters for various intervention scenarios. Throughout this coordination, Jin noted exceptional tactical implementation across expanding operational team, each member contributing specialized capabilities within comprehensive strategic framework. As communication concluded, with established coordination timeline for subsequent preparation phase, Jin found himself appreciating the remarkable alliance network developing around sanctuary expedition objectives. What began as potentially isolated journey had evolved into sophisticated operation leveraging diverse specialized capabilities within legitimate institutional framework. The approaching sanctuary journey reaper presented critical milestone in his awakening process, accessing primary repository established by the second sage while recovering complete memories necessary for confronting imminent Otsutsuki threat. The operational framework established through their combined efforts provided optimal implementation methodology despite accelerating timeline pressure from recent manifestation escalation. 3 days remained before departure, recovery period providing essential preparation opportunity while established documentation created legitimate operational coverage. The awakening process advanced steadily. Despite institutional limitations and emerging complications, alliance network expanding through shared recognition regarding threat parameters beyond conventional classification frameworks. The Jew, RNEY toward reclaiming his complete legacy continued with increasing momentum despite escalating opposition from forces beyond conventional understanding. The path forward clarified with each development. Sanctuary access representing next critical phase in preparation for confronting threat that transcended dimensional boundaries and institutional response capabilities. The true awakening approached with inexorable certainty. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.